What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday Night Lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back to the Franchise Raiders coverage on the NFL Draft. Hello, Raider Nation. We are here, day 2. We've seen a lot of good talent shipped away yesterday in round 1. 14 players were taken from the SEC conference, which is an absolute record. Day 1 was a lot calmer than most expected. Last year, round 1 featured 6 trades between teams. Round 1 this year featured 4 trades total. It seemed, though, a lot of teams knew exactly what kind of weapons they wanted to add to their roster. But there was one trade that significantly stood out, completely docked draws. We will get more into that. Will teams get more aggressive in day 2 to find the player who will fit their culture, or will they be patient and allow it to come to them? We will see. But the most exciting news of it all, Las Vegas will be hosting the NFL Draft in 2022. Get ready, Vegas. It will be explosive. In the meantime, sit back, put your feet up, and grab a cold drink because the franchise is live with you with your Raiders coverage on the NFL Draft. I want to welcome back the boys that we have on today. We got our boy Chris from Oakland. We got Knight, TQ, and Joe should be in less than 5 minutes. Welcome on, guys. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good. Excited for another day.
Good. Oh, Joe's in. All right. What's up, Joe?
Surprise, I'm here.
Nice. I like it.
What's
All
going
right,
on, everybody?
So I know this is Raiders coverage, but I want to talk about the trade again that everyone is going crazy about on ESPN, on the NFL Network. The Dolphins traded their 26th overall pick to the Packers and the 4th and final first-round trade in the 2020 NFL Draft, one which Green Bay used to draft Jordan Love of Utah State. Now, I want to discuss this because everyone's going crazy. Stephen A. Smith got into it with Spears on ESPN. It was a crazy battle, and it actually really interests me because Stephen A. Smith was actually on Joe's and I's side. He felt that Aaron Rodgers really needed someone to back him up, and I think that is just so legit that we think alike, Joe. We think like Stephen A. Smith. And Spears, on the other hand, was super mad. He's like, you can find someone in rounds 2, 3, or even 4 to be able to fit those needs. So I kind of want to get your guys' opinion on that again. I know we discussed it, but since it's the talk right now, let's make it the talk. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I'll start since I'm the resident. I'm the resident Packer fan. Look, yeah, and look, the bottom. If you looked at my reaction yesterday, I wasn't surprised, and I defended the pick. It's an organizational pick. Okay, you're not drafting just for one man, because when you do that, the organization gets screwed in the long run. It's a long-term pick. It's a long-term vision. And Brian Gutekunst, the Packers general manager, made a decision that, looking at his draft board, the value of adding a potential franchise quarterback outweighed the guys that were there at that time. The only guy I seen that there's 2 guys on the board as a Packer fan I would have been excited for, or even considering that would have been Queen or Blacklock, the defensive tackle. Blacklock would probably start right away. Queen would have to wait till next year to get on the field on a consistent basis. So he took a guy foreshadowing that they're probably going to be picking later in the draft again next year. They're not going to have a chance at Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields, the only 2 quarterbacks right now worthy of a first-round pick. So he took the guy that he felt was worthy now, a potential franchise quarterback. In full disclosure, I talked to 3 NFL people this morning and early this afternoon prior to this. One of them with a very prominent team that had Love on his board, and I said, compare him to somebody for me. Like, I don't mind the pick, but compare him. He goes, Joe, he's Aaron Rodgers. It's just a modern day version of him. He's the same mechanically. He holds the ball different, but he still needs time to develop. Same talent and acumen as Aaron Rodgers. So Green Bay, and I've talked about this, I kind of talked about it with Squeeze privately, and I'll say it publicly, this part of the conversation. Green Bay's got a chance, let's say, between Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre, his predecessor, and then let's say Jordan Love pans out. 15 years each, that's 45 years of basically 3 quarterbacks. No organization in the NFL can say the same thing. So I know it's not a win right now. It doesn't help immediately on the field right at this moment. But if you want to be good long term, this is the right pick for the Green Bay Packers. Chris?
Yeah, and I think if you look at it 2 ways, you can look at it in the macro sense or you look at it in the micro sense, right? So from a macro standpoint, you're looking at it from an organization that, your quarterback's 36 years old. He's not getting any younger. You need to find somebody that will replace him eventually. In the micro sense, you're not going to be getting better on the field right away in the next year or 2. And I think where fans get upset is, the Packers, they were 13-3 last year, if I'm not mistaken, a playoff contender. You're trying to compete right now. But, a GM standpoint, you have to look at the overall roster and your future as well as the current situation. So I think from a long-term standpoint, it made sense. But I do see why fans were, a little upset about it too.
I defended it yesterday. Go ahead, TQ. Go ahead. All right. No, I defended it yesterday. I'll defend it again. A lot of the times we get caught up on winning now, but there's something to be said about winning in longevity. And we all know it takes a quarterback to do that. Unless you're going to be like the Baltimore Ravens and the Chicago Bears and all your emphasis is going to be on defense and trying to win championships with defense. I've said this many times and I stand by it. Defense wins championships, but quarterback builds dynasties. So, I mean, if they're thinking that far in the future, they're just protecting their investment as a franchise. The Green Bay Packers, the Lombardi Trophy, the history of the NFL when it comes to Green Bay, they're sustaining that image, and that's what keeps them live and viable in the state of Wisconsin. So, for me, the pick made sense from a fan perspective. You saw how we reacted as Raider fans yesterday, and all the Raider stuff I've looked on since then. It's a want to win now mentality reaction versus what the organization feels is the best fit for their franchise.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I hear where you guys are coming from if you were talking about another team. This is the Green Bay Packers. Your quarterback is Aaron Rodgers. Last year you went 13-3. You won 13 games last year. You was a game away from the Super Bowl, a game in which the Green Bay Packers have only won 2 in my lifetime that I can remember. And that is ridiculous because they've had 2 of the greatest quarterbacks to ever get on the field. And what do you do now? With the best quarterback you've ever had, and you've had Brett Favre before Aaron Rodgers, the best quarterback you've ever had, you spent a first-round pick a year after year, a game away from the Super Bowl, and you pick up somebody who's going to sit on the bench for the next 3 years. There's no way that kid is going to beat out Aaron Rodgers. Now, if you're going to break Aaron Rodgers' legs at training camp or something like that, and that's your plan, then okay, then go ahead and draft the quarterback in the first round. Otherwise, you're a couple of players away. Last year was the first time Green Bay. I don't like Green Bay. I hate Green Bay. But last year was the first time Green Bay had a formidable defense. They're a couple of players away You a game away. It makes no sense to pick up a project in the first round. I believe that Aaron Rodgers has another Super Bowl in him. If Aaron Rodgers has another Super Bowl in him, how is Jordan Love going to help him win that? It makes no sense.
Squeeze, but I'll bring this up, and I'll say this to anybody who wants to listen, okay? You brought up they only have 2 Super Bowls in your lifetime, okay? There's plenty of organizations that are historical that don't have 1 Super Bowl in our lifetime, okay? Secondly,
they don't have Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback.
No. Let me get to my point. My point is this, and it'd be my only point. I don't want to talk about Green Bay anymore until they come up. The reality is this. As someone who roots for the 49ers, you had Steve Young, who had the same monkey on his back. He only has 1 Super Bowl, and there's a hell of a lot more talent as a starting quarterback. He only has 1 Super Bowl win, and there's a hell of a lot more talent on those 49er teams than on the Green Bay teams. So what does that say about Steve Young? Winning the Super Bowl isn't easy. It's very hard. So when you're able to do it and sustain it, that's one thing.
But when did they spend a first-round pick picking up his replacement? This is my question. That's what we skipped.
Jim Druckenmiller. Jim Druckenmiller. Jim Druckenmiller. And Bill Walsh drafted him.
Jim Druckenmiller went in the first round?
From Virginia. Yep, from Virginia Tech. He was the heir apparent to Steve Young.
What year was that?
That was a couple years or a year after they won the Super Bowl. He was the heir apparent to Steve Young.
Okay, that's a loaded team that has just done what they need to do, Verb. What are you talking about? Your team has not performed like they need to perform yet. They do not have the champion. They got 1 championship a long time ago, and yesterday y'all did nothing to help them win another one while you have the best quarterback that we may have ever seen. They're ready to play. It doesn't make sense. I get the future. I understand that, but that's based on some 80s type football thinking. You got short windows to get to the Super Bowl. That's it. 2-3 years, and that's it. Aaron Rodgers can get there in the next 2 or 3 years. He damn near got there at this point. Get the man some kind of help. Get somebody that's going to block for him. Get him a big dude to add to the line.
What I'm about to say pertains to the entire draft. And Squeeze, you were on the phone with me when I got this text. God is my witness, guys. I got a text from an NFL person I'm on the phone with Squeeze, and it literally said, because I asked him about the talent and depth of this draft. He goes, Joe, there are at least 20 to 25 players that's going to go in round 2 that in most years will go in round 1. And most of those guys will start over some of these guys being taken in round 1. That speaks to the depth of this draft. So, yes, you can get some help in the second round. So if you are the Raiders that want to trade up, or you mentioned Green Bay or any other teams, you're looking at something now where you can get that same value and talent in the second round as you would probably get in the first round in most years.
All right, guys, we're gonna end it at the Packers right now. We'll see for the next picks that they have, but for now, we're gonna take a quick 2-minute break. So please stay with us.
Las Vegas, Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
What's up, guys? We are back with your Raiders draft coverage. Our phone lines are open. You guys can give us a call. We really want to hear what you guys have to say at 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. Now to talk about our lovely Las Vegas Raiders. We've seen a good pick from them. We've seen a surprising pick from them, okay? We kind of want to hear what he has to say about Damon Arnette. So I'm going to turn it over to Knight with the good stuff.
All right, Raider Nation. So I know everybody was shocked yesterday, especially with the Arnette pick. And as I went through all the Raider feeds that I know of on YouTube, on Twitter, everybody was flipping out. And it's a fan reaction. We go through it every single year. I see Raider fans be like, what's going on here? But what the juice of the story always comes from the general managers and the coaches. So let's go ahead and play a clip of Mike Mayock and what he initially said about drafting Arnette.
No, the reason he's not a reach is because of his grade in our system. Did I think we could have moved down maybe and still got him? Maybe, but we didn't want to lose him. What distinguishes him is, number one, he can run. Number two, he's tough as nails. And when you talk about competitors, he played most of the season with a cast on his arm. He can play inside. He can play outside. He can play left. He can play right. We just feel like this is one of the most competitive football players in the entire draft. So to answer your question, we don't feel at all like it was a reach.
But were you?
So for me, I mean, it kind of summed up what I thought about after I calmed down a little bit and had to figure out who this cat was. You know, Mike Mayock said it. You know, this is a franchise choice, man. This is something that, you know, they talked and they said this was our guy. And I have another clip we could play either, you know, in a little bit or whatever, where he's talking about people calling in to trade back. They didn't feel like that was the move that they needed to make right there, but they still wanted Arnette. They went and got him. The more I looked into Arnette, he is a tough competitor. He does play inside, outside, could play the slot, left, right. He could do a lot of different things, and he's a really tough dude. And the fact that he played on the other side of Arnette, that to me it speaks volumes too, because we were talking about yesterday. I messed that up and on the other side of himself. Yeah. So Okudah, right? Like this Okudah is the number one cornerback taken in the draft. He played opposite to that. And we were talking about how Arnette has only given up one touchdown in the last 2 or 3 years. If I'm correct on that, then
Right.
great. You're right. So this is a guy that either got thrown a lot to, or they didn't throw to him because he was better than that. Right. So, I mean, what is your guys' thought after 24 hours almost taking all this in?
I didn't know he could. I didn't know he could. Like I said yesterday, I didn't know anything about him really, and I think that he would have made more noise if he hadn't been at Ohio State. I didn't know that he could play all the positions. That's number one. That's a pretty big deal for what the Raiders are trying to do on defense, that you can move him around a little bit. That was part of why we wanted Isaiah Simmons so bad. I'm not comparing the two, but I'm just saying the versatility there to play multiple positions in the defense. That's pretty big. And the fact that, like Joe said yesterday, they had him on their board and they had a chance to get him, so they went and got him. They didn't really care what anybody else felt. Once again, caught me blindsided because I didn't know who he was, which was different from last year. I at least knew all of the players except for Mad Max. But after some research, we'll see, man. I don't feel as bad as I didn't necessarily feel bad because I kind of trust our front office, but I feel a little bit better than I did yesterday.
Yeah, and just to jump on that, my issue with it wasn't the player, it was where they took him and just understanding the value. I think Arnette's a fairly good player, There's a few things that worry me though about him. He has 30-inch arms, which is really short for a press corner on the outside. He ran a 4.56, which is really slow for a corner on the outside. And he's also 24 years old. So he's coming in older than most people by a couple of years at least. And then in addition to that, a couple people have reported that he's had character issues. He's never been in trouble with the law. So what those character issues are, I'm not positive. I'm not privy to that information, but it does make it interesting, especially when Mayock and Gruden have emphasized leadership and, high character. So we'll see. As a Raider fan, I'm hoping for the best. So I do love his toughness and the fact that he's nasty. No doubt about that.
All right, so sorry, Joe, I'm going to stop you here. We're going to finish this conversation. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, IGTV, whatever you can think of, Periscope. We will be back because round 2 is going to start in about 3 minutes.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From tour-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday night lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back, Raider Nation. We are back. The draft round 2 is officially going to start. But before we wait for them to actually warm up, we're going to finish this Arnett conversation. Because, Joe, I really want to hear what you have to say.
Well, no, my point was, you can be a leader and have a little dog in you. And I think, yeah, he may be, quite frankly, Arnett could be an asshole on the field. And I want guys like that. Squeeze, we talk about it all the time. We want the Raiders to have some bullies out there. We want people to get feared in the secondary. And look at Jonathan Abram, may be a nice guy, in front of a camera, in front of a mic. But out there, he's trying to take your head off. And there's no rhyme or reason for it. That's just how you play football. That's what they're looking for. So in terms of him being a guy that, I don't know, like there's some off the field concerns. If he's never been in trouble with the law, if he maybe got into a couple fights and beat somebody's ass, I want that. You need to have guys on the defense that can make teams kind of like receivers turn their head when they're coming across the middle or running a post or whatever the case may be. You want I'll use Vontaze Burfict. You want a guy like Burfict on your team because of the fact that there is that little element in him that you don't always have. And at the end of the day, too, and I can't stress this enough, just because we as, Raider fans don't like the pick or think he should have been somewhere else, how many people watch as much film as Mike Mayock and that scouting staff? Even John Gruden or the DB coach or Paul Gunther. Those guys write all the film and watch all the film and do everything. So with that, Knight, I see you putting your hand up. I'll go to you, bro.
Yeah, perfect. So I that's one of the other things that I kept hearing a few of some of the Raider fans saying. They kept talking about the experts didn't have him ranked that high. The experts didn't have him this. The experts didn't have him that. And I caught myself and I'm like, man, I wish I could just grab them and be like, are you going to tell me that the TV experts are better experts than the actual GMs of the National Football League that are making these big time decisions, right? They're not only are they experts at scouting, they're the experts at their own situation, their own systems, whether defensively or offensively. So no matter how many experts, and I'm not saying they're not, I'm just saying way you look at it, you could be an expert film study guy, but you're not the GM of the franchise that you're following. So you have to respect exactly what these guys decide and do because they get paid a lot of money to do so.
Agreed. And then another thing, when it comes down to guys' personalities and character, one coaching staff says one thing, the next coaching staff says something else about the same guy. Sometimes it's just people rub each other the wrong way.
And I think it's worth noting too, as far as the off-field things, the personality trait. The Raiders' assistant defensive back coach, Taver Johnson, he was at Ohio State, so he has experience with Damon Arnett. He knows him. So they probably have better inside information than most people might.
We got the ghost of Bo popping in.
I was going to say,
dude, man, that was messing with my vision right now. I'm thinking, Joe, what are you doing, Joe? Just add him, bro.
I'm not touching anything.
Dude.
No, that's Bo got control of Bo.
Hey, you can't mess with the blind man's peripherals, dude.
By the way, I'm gonna put this out there right now for all the Raider Nation to know from me firsthand. Former Raiders linebacker, University of Nevada, Reno linebacker, Brandon Marshall will be joining our show either tonight or tomorrow. So we'll have, he's a Las Vegas native, went to Cimarron High School. So B Marsh, that Noop, will be on our show either tonight or tomorrow. So stay locked in for that. But I want to go back to Arnett real quick before we get the picks. The bottom line is this, the Raiders know exactly what they want to do on defense. And Chris, that's an excellent point that the DB coach at OSU is now with the Raiders because he knows what this guy is. And we talked to Squeeze, you alluded to it earlier, or it was at night, that with Okudah on one side, Arnett was on the other. To me, it looked like they threw more at Okudah than they did Arnett. So what does that say? Okudah may have the measurables, the long legs, long arms, high hip, good bend, loose hips, whatnot. But Arnett has got something else, and teams didn't want none of that. They didn't want that smoke. So for me, I take note of that. And just because he went 19th, look, the bottom line is Tom Pelissaro, who works at the NFL Network, I've known Tom for years, since he worked for the Green Bay Press-Gazette when he first came in to reporting. And Tom reported last week that Arnett was going to go somewhere in the first round to a surprise team, and he's going to go higher than what the experts think, and he's really looked upon favorably in NFL circles. So, and the most important thing, besides that broken forearm or whatever, the broken wrist, the guy's medicals are clean. Gladney, Johnson, Diggs, the other corners, their medicals weren't clean. And that's another thing you have to take into consideration with the pick.
Yeah, and I would just say this too. Like after watching him play a little more last night, I think he would actually make a really good safety. So if it doesn't work out at corner, I just think his playing style, his tenacity, and usually you can afford to have a safety not be that 4-4 guy. So him being in the 4-5 range isn't a big deal. I could potentially see him getting moved to safety, and I think he could potentially be a good complement next to our boy Abrams from last year. Yeah. So, that's also a possibility.
And it could be that maybe this is how they feel about Demarius Randall. Like basically,
Correct,
look, you have a 1 year, $3.25 million deal. If you're not getting the job done, we'll cut your ass, and we got the guy that we can plug and play right now, and then we can maybe next year because we like the other. We like Nixon, we like Johnson. What's the other dude's name whose birthday it was? The other kid though, the undrafted kid that they have.
Keyshawn Nixon.
I forget his name off the top of my head. No. I know Keyshawn, or he may have been a late round pick.
Nelson?
It was his birthday yesterday.
Nelson?
Nelson. Not Nick Nelson.
Not Nelson.
No, but there's another.
Nick Nelson.
The other one. You know what I'm. No, but it's not Nick Nelson. I forget the dude's name. but I think it starts with an N. But he's there as well.
You're talking about Nevin Lawson?
They really have
Nevin Lawson.
Nevin Lawson, that's who it is. Yes.
Yeah.
So
he's from the Lions.
There's three. Okay, that's right. He did come from the Lions, but those are three guys right there that could come in and play, opposite of Mullen. And you still have Randall. You got Heath. Now you have Arnett to go along with Abram and Joyner and Harris. That's a loaded secondary. I don't think they touch it the rest of the draft.
And I think Arnett is ultimately going to replace Joyner, or he's going to replace Randall. One of those two guys next year won't be on the team, and Arnett's going to be starting full time. I can promise you that.
Now, if that happens, that means that was a hell of a pick.
Right.
If it goes like that, Chris, then that means that was a hell of a pick.
Hats off to the experts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, and us as fans, we're just bullshitting here. There's no doubt Mike Mayock and John Gruden have a way better idea who this guy is and what he can do. So, I could talk shit about him all day, but obviously those guys know what they're doing, and I'm sitting here for a reason.
Chris, it's no bullshit, man. You're the master of your own opinion, and it does matter. And you and Joe do a great job, man. I think everybody's opinions matter. It's just we're not the ones that actually matter. You know what I mean? No. It comes down to the decision of the coaches and the GM of each franchise. And Mike Mayock said it plain and clearly to me. I heard it like it was, I could play it again if we need to, but he said we wanted that guy. We did not want to lose out on Arnett. So they had him pegged, and it makes sense. It's the same thing that happened last year with Farrell. This guy's a fit in your system, take him.
I think that he's going to be someone that surprises us all, whether half of the world is being negative about him or not. I think that he's going to come in and he's really going to kill it. And especially because, like Knight, you said he plays inside or outside. He's a diverse cornerback, and that's someone that we need, and that's someone that we were looking for at the same time. I believe that John Gruden and Mike Mayock know what they're doing, and I pray they know what they're doing. But Mike Mayock always preaches, you have to let it come to you. Like, you have to see what fits in your culture. And I think that they probably feel that, Damon Arnett fits in their culture. And I actually, before we got on, I watched a little bit of tape on him as well. And he's pretty legit. So I think that everyone can stop doubting him and we'll kind of just see how the game rolls. But I want to bring on Bo. He is our sports analyst. Welcome on, Bo, Raider Nation. Did he pop on?
Boy, bring yourself
there he is.
There you go. You're not a ghost anymore, Bo.
Bo, you acting like Jameis Winston. Stop it.
All right, so welcome to the Franchise Raiders coverage. Raiders Nation loves to invite you in here. But, Bo, we are going to go off of the Damon Arnett conversation. We're going to move on. I want to know how you feel, okay? Now, there are 7 teams that did not have first-round picks. Obviously in the first round. Who can they pick in picks rounds 2 or 3?
I think you're going to see a lot of these other quarterbacks go off the board here. Jalen Hurts, James Morgan.
Is he in? Did we freeze?
No, he's good.
Is he in?
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys like that going off the board. I think you're also going to see a bunch of backs start to go. I like to see Tampa go out and get a guy like Swift or J.K. Dobbins. That would be nice to add to that offense. So I think there was only one running back taken yesterday. I think a lot of them are going to go today. And then a handful of quarterbacks with Morgan and Hurts. Eason's probably might be the first one to go. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a kid like Cole McDonald from Hawaii get picked up today as well.
When you talk about quarterbacks, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about Jalen Hurts, and keep an eye at 35 in the Lions for Jalen Hurts. I think that's a real interesting fit right there. And Bo, I want to point this out to you because I thought about this as you were talking. You're the only Bo that likes the Buccaneers because Bo Jackson sure the hell didn't.
Yeah, so they not made good decisions in the past. They really screwed that guy. Whatever. I've been on here for 30
Good work,
seconds.
Joe Arrigo.
I've known you since 1994, and you still mispronounce my last name. What the hell?
Jesus.
All right, guys.
Why do you pronounce it that way? It just shouldn't be that way for some reason. That's what my brain tells me. Why did you pronounce his name like that?
It's Italian. I can't help it, bro.
Believe that.
I know.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Good?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're good.
They're just
You're
ignoring
good.
you,
You're good
Nia.
now.
I got you, though.
All right, Bo,
all
I
good.
want to know how can the 7 teams that did not have first round picks dominated in day 2 and day 3? Do you think that teams are going to get aggressive today?
I think there will be more trades than there were yesterday. You know, you always got to count the Patriots to try and do something just to accumulate more picks. So yeah, I think there'll be some movement of Belichick just loves collecting draft picks, so that could be something he does. Trade back. He might just have the entire 7th round to himself. Who knows?
Oh shit. But when I look at when you look at the running back, when you mentioned Swift, and you look at the running back, Swift, Taylor, Dobbins, there's a bunch of guys, that are there. JJ Taylor, I think, is a sleeper pick, the kid out of Arizona. You have a bunch of running backs, but the way things are right now, I think there's going to be a heavy rush on defensive backs to start this second round. I think maybe T. Higgins may come out the board quick, but then you're going to see the running back, the corners and the safeties, and then you may see the running backs, because there really was the one taken and that was the last pick of the first round. What do you think, or why do you think the NFL is going away from the running game so much? And even though now it looks like it's starting to come a little more in vogue to have a starting caliber running back.
I think they've gotten away from the run game because of analytics. I think it's similar to how the NBA has gone to this run and shoot threes. You know, the more threes you jack up, you know, the better chance you score, you know, more points. I think it's the same with the pass game of just taking shots down the field and being able to spread the ball around and put stress on defenses. You saw a little bit of resurgence with the run game with Derrick Henry this past year. I just don't think guys are going to go right back to that kind of back, the big, heavy power back right away. I think having a guy like McCaffrey or Alvin Kamara who can do so many different things just adds another element to your offense. So having a running back like that really can change the game.
So who is available in round 2 that you guys are surprised that is still even out there?
I would have thought that it would have been at least one running back taken yesterday. So I would have thought Swift would have went. McKinney from Alabama, I would have thought would have been in the first round. So I expect them to go early today, like within the next couple of minutes here, to be honest.
I'm going to say a guy that just got taken. I'll let you announce it in a second, Nye, but T. Higgins, you know, he's a guy that on film for 3 years at Clemson was just dominating everybody. So I think really with Rieger sliding in, that kind of was surprising. So that made a guy like Higgins and Denzel Mims slip out of the first round. And those are guys that for a long time they were definite first round picks, Knight.
Yeah, I see I think a lot of receivers. You're going to see a lot of receivers go this round. I think this is going to be a run on receivers, but I was really shocked because we talked a lot about him. I'm surprised that Delpit didn't squeeze in, at least in that background. And I'm surprised that he's still on the board. I think he'll probably go within the next few picks, but he was a shocker for me. Chris?
I think Chris
stepped away
out of the mix.
Yeah, no, I'll just to piggyback off that, T. Higgins to the Bengals. My comp for him was the guy they got now, and of course AJ Green. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think he's very similar to AJ Green. He's tall, lanky. He can run. I think people were hating on him a little bit for his slow speed, but I think he's like a 4.5 guy. Like it's not terrible. And those jump ball, contested balls, he's going to go up there and get it. I mean, and to pair him with Joe Burrow, man, that's nice. That's like I said, I think Joe Burrow is going into a really good situation right now.
I think this is going to be. Go ahead, TQ.
No, that was a great pick for Cincinnati. They building on what they did yesterday. And like I said from the beginning, I just didn't feel, and I still don't feel. We'll see once it happens, but I don't feel this big gap between the receivers that was taken yesterday and this next group that are here. Like you may have they might, check a couple of extra check marks, but these guys are about to get coached up. They're about to be on NFL teams this year. So I believe that that a lot of these guys will have similar production. And Higgins was a great pick to pair up with Joe Burrow.
So I know that you mentioned receivers, and I remember watching Mike Mayock's press conference, and he said that receivers are not where they're supposed to be, mostly because they're so closely, like they pay attention to them in college where, snap happens, they look to their coach on the sideline, and then their coach tells them what route to run, which in the NFL, it's not like that. It's the big boy league. You don't look to your coach and, find out what route to run. So how do you feel that these receivers are going to do in the NFL with the big boys?
Now you just made my point. This is the point that I've been trying to make this whole draft to these guys that are surrounding you on this screen right here. All of these dudes are going to take some coaching up for every single one of them for the reason that you said. They got to learn NFL playbooks. They got to get in tune with NFL quarterbacks. They've never done it before. There is no Julio Jones. There is no Antonio Brown. None of these guys are not in this draft. You got some good serviceable receivers that will add to somebody's team, but Calvin Johnson is not here. There is no Randy Moss. It's not necessary to make tons of moves to find a receiver because any of these guys can make your team a little better.
I'm sorry, Joe. I got a good rebuttal to that. I got a good rebuttal to that. So you may be right. There might not be a Calvin Johnson, a Jerry Rice. There might be that one dude that's going to separate himself from the pack in that regard. So it really comes down to, number one, what do you need on your team, and which one of these guys fit the need the best to make other players around you better. So it's not about necessarily Ruggs being the best in this draft. It's the best pick for John Gruden's offense to make Josh Jacobs better, Waller better. And in fact, let's go ahead. If you guys don't mind, I'll play a clip and you can hear it from Mayock's mouth. He says it himself.
Yeah. All three wide receivers we felt were diverse and would bring different things to the Raiders. And I feel like Coach Gruden and that offensive staff is so good they could have gotten the most out of all three of them. However, the distinguishing factor really was his speed, his explosion, and his work ethic. When you're in the division we're in and you look at Kansas City and you look at what they have on offense and what their explosion looks like, we needed to get faster. And we think that his addition opens up our entire offense. He can run the deep routes. He also gets the manufactured touches, the bubble screens, the jet sweeps. I think if you force defenses to roll coverage, it opens up our run game. You respect our deep routes, it opens up Darren Waller. I just think it does an awful lot of things for us offensively. And I think the most important thing is I think Coach Gruden and the staff will get everything out of him.
So that's what rings in my ears when he said it. It's just that. And I heard Chris Sproles, our own Chris Sproles, say it about a month ago. And it makes total sense that it might not be one guy that separates himself from the rest, but this is an actual guy that this team can need. And it makes our offense that much better. And it helps us compete from a scoring point standpoint with Kansas City.
Well, here goes the run on receivers. USC's Michael Pittman Jr. to the Colts. So Phillip Rivers has a big target in a guy who I really, really like. I mean, look, absolutely, he is a technician as a route runner, and he's a guy that, unlike some of the other receivers, has had good wide receiver coaching with former USC and former NFL receiver Kerry Colbert as his position coach, and Kerry's very good at what he does. And USC, up until last year, receivers had to learn route adjustments when they're based off of coverage, and even last year they did a little bit of that too, which made their offense a little more different than most spread offenses. So with that being said, like, and Pittman was the guy I was going to bring up. Like, he's a guy that I think is a kind of a NFL ready guy right now. Yes, but those teams that run the guys that spread them out, when you see them run the Mike Leach offense, and what Cliff Kingsbury runs, those are guys that you do have to, the red flag has to come out on, because they're only asked to run one specific route, and that's really it. And it's just almost like the quarterback will go through his progressions, and it's almost like I'm going here, but I know my check down is right here, and it's like 1, 2, 3 check down. That's essentially what it is. So, but the one thing you can teach is speed, and that's I talked to a Raiders person yesterday, and I asked him about the pick, and he was like, he said thanks, and I congratulated him on their picks, and he goes, the only thing I can say is speed, and so that's a factor, Chris, that you really have to look at when it comes to these receivers and what's separating some of them from others and why some guys may be slipping.
Yeah, and the best example that I've ever heard was when you're creating your receiving core, you want it to be like a basketball team, right? And so why I like this pick so much is it's the perfect complement to T.Y. Hilton, right? So T.Y. Hilton's your point guard, and now on Pittman, you just got your power forward. So I think those two are really going to complement one another really well. And again, you see that with the Raiders, selecting Ruggs yesterday, he's going to pair nicely with Tyrell Williams, who's a bigger bodied guy. And, I like that when you're creating that receiving core, you're creating complements of one another. So I really like what the Colts did. It's just, with Phillip Rivers at quarterback, he's probably going to be thrown too often to the other team. So,
Wow. I like Pittman right here. He's probably my favorite receiver in this draft because it's like what Joe said earlier. I think he's NFL ready. I think he'll be able to pick up the playbook fast. He's a volume receiver. He catches a lot of balls. He catches balls in coverage all the time. He high points the ball. He can jump. He's real strong. I think he'll go in early and get a lot of playing time. That was a good pick. I kind of wished that the Raiders could have traded back and got into this spot to pick him around this area.
Again, I think that would have been nice. And the way that I look at Pittman is, a guy that you guys covered, he's NFL ready. And the counter argument could be, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but does this guy hit his ceiling? Is he so ready? Is he so NFL ready that there's not as much room to grow where all these guys have the same amount of type of skill set, maybe even better, faster, stronger, or what have you, but yet they haven't hit their ceiling. They haven't made it to that NFL level yet, so we haven't seen the best of what they can actually do when they actually learn how to be an NFL wide receiver.
I don't think he has, because he was really underutilized at USC.
Right.
Big time. I mean, it really wasn't until last year, his junior year, midway through it, where they really tried to get him the ball because they were trying to force feed Tyler Vaughns and a bunch of other guys that were there, Armand St. Brown. So I mean, there is that side of it.
Ooh.
Everything about him. But did you just see who the Lions picked at 35? DeAndre Swift, the running back from Georgia.
I like that. To go with Kerryon Johnson, that's a nice little duo.
Nice. And keep in mind, the Patriots are coming up, and Jalen Hurts is still on the board. Nobody knows Alabama better than Bill Belichick in the NFL. Obviously, Hurts played there for a couple years, for 3 or 4, before he went over to Oklahoma. That could be a very interesting fit as a potential successor to Tom Brady.
Nice. So I want to talk about DeAndre Swift a little bit since you did bring him up, so we can kind of touch base on that. DeAndre Swift is a legit running back, and since it's the first one that we're seeing being drafted, which is crazy to me because it's already round 2. But I guess I feel that most of the teams were pretty solid at running back. But I think he's really, his tempo and decisiveness, like he's a really good running back. And his father, Darren, like he has the good training for him. So I really, really like that pick. What do you guys think?
I think it's an excellent fit next to Kerryon Johnson, the former Auburn running back, who was kind of dinged up a little bit. So to get Swift right there, and some teams had him as the number 1 running back in the draft. I've talked to some that had Jonathan Taylor, and obviously the Chiefs had the kid from LSU who they drafted with the last pick of the first round last night. But Swift can do everything. Actually, the year that they went to the national championship game at Georgia was his freshman year. I thought he was the best player on Georgia's team. And that included, Calvin Ridley's brother and a bunch of other guys on the offensive side of the ball. Jacob Fromm and Swift was the one that really carried the load for him. So, Squeeze, what do you think about Swift right now?
I like Swift. Swift can catch the ball. I think that's a underrated part of his game. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's a really good catcher, and that's going to open up the offense for them to do a lot of things. Detroit, man, they always, you look at them on paper and they always have athletes, all over the field for whatever reason. They can't bring it together. So, you know, I don't necessarily expect them to bring it together, but it's a good pick for what they're trying to do.
No, I think
Pretty
Swift.
fast. I mean, you know, he got good running back speed also. So
No, and I think we were talking about the running back just losing its value through analytics and stuff just a little bit ago, and I heard somebody talking about what Dallas had grabbing CeeDee Lamb, right? They said, oh, they got all these weapons now they could pass to, they could do all these different things, and you're going to see a more fresh Ezekiel Elliott in the fourth quarter, which can do some damages and stuff like that. And I'm thinking the running back might have lost value, but if you see some of the teams that have done it well, like the Saints, have a multiple running backs, people that come out of the backfield and take the load off each other, you always have fresh legs in there constantly. So you have that effectiveness all the time. And I think that's what Detroit just did for themselves. And if you look at Derrick Henry, I mean, he was a beast, but I mean, when you got him in the fourth quarter, if you're in the right defense, he's going to burn out a little bit, right? So being able to, if it's going to be a passing league, I think the running back still carries a lot of value. And I think Detroit just stepped up their game with Swift.
Yeah, and I'll say this about it. So I don't think the running back's lost its value. I just think the type of running back that you spend a high pick on now has to be able to catch the ball. And Swift is one of those guys that can catch the ball. And then we saw last night the Chiefs taking Zeller out of LSU. I mean, he's a multi-purpose back. So those are the kinds of guys that are getting drafted early. And, you know, they're ultimate chess pieces for good offensive coordinators. So I really like the Swift pick. To team up with Kerryon Johnson, give him that 1-2 punch.
And look, let's be real about this. Let's just say that Hurst keeps sliding down, and they have an opportunity to get him there too. Because I know Detroit really likes him from people that I've talked to. That could be something. That could be something in the making. But I want to report something. Report some news that Jesse Granger from The Athletic, who covers the Las Vegas Golden Knights, is reporting the NHL is considering having Vegas as a centralized location to play out the remainder of the NHL season.
Yeah, baby.
So I think I think that's interesting, you know, for everything going on in Las Vegas.
But that would probably be no fans, right?
I'm sure.
Most likely. Yeah. But we got another player off the board right here. It's the New York Giants, and they're taking Alabama safety Xavier McKinney with the 36th pick in the draft.
Interesting.
Now they got Jabril Peppers at one safety spot, and they lost Landon Collins.
Yeah.
So is he going to play next to Peppers, or is he going to take Peppers' spot?
Yeah, I would have to imagine he's going to play next to Peppers, because that was a big part of the Odell Beckham trade, was getting Peppers as well as that first round pick. So I would imagine that they're going to play together. I didn't watch Peppers a ton, but I'm not sure that they complement one another really well. So, you know, I'm a little, you know, I can't really speak too highly of it, but, you know, I'm a big fan of McKinney. I think he's super versatile. So I like that pick by the Giants.
I don't think the Giants could have left him right there.
Yeah,
I think that's what it came down to. I think he's probably, if not the best player on the board, he's top 3. I don't think they could have left him. I wouldn't have left him. I would have picked him up right there.
Yeah. And there's another pick that just came. Oh, go ahead, Knight. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say real quick that, you know, McKinney fits there too, because if you look at, you know, we're talking about all the passing leagues, and you're talking about how they acquire picks. So look at the division with the Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles. They're known to throw the ball up there. So that makes sense to me. Big time.
And the Patriots have their pick into, it's going to be Leon Ryan safety Kyle Duggar.
Who, another safety.
He's a dude. Like his film is freakishly good.
Yeah.
Small school guy, but man, this guy
all
can
down at the
fucking
Senior
play
Bowl.
some football.
Yeah, usually
he's a fucking dude.
Is that the kid that they took a picture of Belichick at his practice, went down to some small
No. I know what you're talking about, but no, a lot of these smaller school guys, you know, they usually get that Senior Bowl invite, and that's really their time to see if they belong. And he was invited to the Senior Bowl this past year, and you know, he played up to par with all the big school guys. So I was a really big fan of him. Another name to keep in mind is Jeremy Chin. They're very similar, and you know, they're just kind of freaks. You can play them all over the field, you know. So if you're a team that missed out on Simmons, Duggar just goes, but there's still a similar type of player in Chin that's going to be available.
Chin's a dude.
Yeah,
that's another one.
He actually had better numbers than Duggar.
Yeah, but I think some people look at him just as a backer, like you do, and some people like me look at him more as a safety. So
yeah, he's just so big; it's hard to see him at safety. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's just when you see a guy that's 225, 230 pounds that can move like him, it's really hard to see him at safety. But maybe it's like Sean Taylor.
No, you can't compare anybody.
Well, I'm not saying he's Sean Taylor.
20 years of Sean Taylor in a draft.
It's that body type is what I'm going with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I got you.
You see a 230-pound player moving at that type of speed. I'm not saying they're like players. I'm just saying it's very rare to see somebody of that size move like that.
It's the hybrid players that I'm kind of looking for the Raiders and even the Broncos or even the Chargers to start to look for when you look at how Kansas City's built. You want guys that could play in the box and tackle and be big and physical, but yet can cover on the back end, guys like Kelsey and Hill that come out of the backfield. So I want the Raiders to find more players like that, guys that are more versatile all over the field that can not only pass protect, but rush the passer as well.
So since I brought up Bo Jackson to Bo earlier, and Bo can jump in anytime he's ready, and I'm bringing up, you brought up Sean Taylor, Chris. Squeeze, you and I talk a lot about, privately when we just, to shoot the shit, a lot about freak athletes, guys who are just freaks. And the two biggest freak athletes I've seen in the NFL, and I've been blessed to watch Bo play. I caught Sean Taylor in high school at a high school all-star game, but I got a chance to watch Bo Jackson play. They're the two biggest freak athletes I've ever seen on the field, and they both tragically had their careers cut short by either injury or tragically when Sean Taylor was murdered at his house trying to stop his sister's friends from robbing the house. Sean Taylor was just a different guy on the field. Like this guy at 6'3", 225 pounds, not only was he a missile, when that ball was in the air, I don't know if I've ever seen a better ball hawk as a safety. I mean, he was just crazy.
You know what, bro?
With his game,
the disrespect for the San Francisco 49ers that happens on this channel is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
All right, guys, the number 5 is in. The New England Patriots selects Kyle Duggar. Please tell me if I'm late or not, or am I updated?
That's what got it. That's what got us on this conversation.
Dang, okay, keep going. Yeah. 49ers haters, let's get it.
But no, I'm not shitting on Ronnie Lott. He's the greatest safety to ever play the game. No, hands down. I don't dispute that. I'm just saying.
Finish your point.
Sean Taylor had the best ball skills as a safety that I've ever seen. If Sean Taylor wasn't murdered, he probably was going to go down as the only person he could be compared to is with Ronnie Lott. That's all I'm saying.
All right, say it. That sounds a little bit better. That sounds a little bit better.
There's no difference.
Every once in a while, I gotta investigate you. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna be slick with shit throughout the broadcast. I gotta stay on it
all night.
We're talking about the former Raider Ronnie Lott, right?
We are talking about former Raider.
No. We're talking about the former Jet Ronnie Lott.
Oh my goodness. No, we're not. That's what we're not talking about.
Woo! No, the former USC Trojan Ronnie Lott.
Right. There we go, baby.
Oh, it's good to have you back.
Thanks. Back in action. All right, guys, we are actually going to take a quick break, but before we go, NFL announces fan experience for the 2020 draft. Millions of fans can engage from home. You got Spotify, TikTok, of course, your favorite, and Snapchat. We are taking calls when we get back. We want to hear what you guys have to say. Please join us at 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. Go Raider Nation. Please stay with us.
Las Vegas, Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
Welcome back, Raider Nation. With the number 6 pick, the Carolina Panthers pick Yetur Gross-Matos, 18.5 career sacks in 3 seasons. So my question to you guys, boys, is he the next best after Chase Young?
He was my number 2 or 3 guy, so let me double check. But I love what Carolina did right there. To be honest with you, you put him next. Yeah, he was my number 2 guy, and then Epinesa was behind him. But yeah, when you look at what you do with him and Brown, Chris and I kind of alluded to it when we did our mock draft. Him and Brown, that defensive line, Matt Rule's building from the inside out. That's how you build good teams. You got a freak guy that is young and raw that can rush the passer with this pick, and then you have Brown on the inside. I mean, that's a really good young D-line, Chris.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys that's got a pretty incredibly depressing childhood. He fell into the water as a kid, and his dad went to save him, and his dad ended up drowning. And a couple years later, his brother actually got struck by lightning and got killed. So he's got a pretty incredible story. And I think he's just a big ball of clay right now. So I think if you get a good defensive line coach with him, I think, he's got star potential because he has all the physical traits. He's long, tall, he's quick twitch. And to pair him next to that beast of Derek Brown, I mean, that's a really nice pairing and something that they can build off of years to come.
Nice. So the Miami Dolphins are next. Now I need you guys to tell me whether they picked or not because it's really slow on my end.
They haven't, not announced yet.
We haven't announced it yet.
Who do you think they're going for, guys?
That's a good question.
I could see Jonathan Taylor, the running back from Wisconsin, right here.
That would be, I like that. I like that.
To go along with the guys I already picked, it could be a receiver. Maybe Denzel Mims right here to go along to give a weapon to Tua, or you keep rebuilding that offensive line. And Johnson out of Houston is still available to go along with Austin Jackson. You get bookend tackles from the same draft, so it could go a variety of ways with them guys.
Yeah, or you could get Tua another weapon, whether that, there's a receiver on the board that you like. But so far they had 3 first-round picks, so they took Tua, they took Austin Jackson, the tackle out of USC, and then they took Noah Igby, blah, 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 for corner out of Auburn. So it'll be, when you're a team like the Dolphins and you're rebuilding, you really can't go wrong here as far as position. You got, like, I know it's cliche, but you really have to just take the best player available on your board.
Okay, gun to your head, Chris, who you taking?
Well, I like what you said there, Jonathan Taylor. I like that a lot. They let go of Kenyon Drake last year. The The only thing that worries me, I love Jonathan Taylor as a player. The only thing that worries me about him is how many carries he's had in college. You know, I think he's a phenomenal running back, but that wear and tear just scares me a little bit.
I like him. A name that I would keep an eye on is Robert Hunt. That'd be another guy I know they had a lot of interest in. So I would go gun to my head. I'm taking Taylor, but Robert Hunt is another name to keep an eye on.
But yeah, I like the safety too. So Antoine Winfield.
I love Winfield.
Yeah,
I love his game.
I like what the Dolphins have did in the first round. I do still they really needed help on both sides of the ball, offensive and defensive. Literally, the Dolphins gave up 56 sacks in 2019 and finished last in rushing yards with 1,156, which to me, that's pretty insane. Like, they need someone who is going to really give them – I know you said they have versatility because they have 3 picks, but they really need someone to help just upgrade them on both sides of the line. So I think –
And I'll be honest, I know a lot of people the past day have said how much they like what they did. I didn't like what they did, honestly. I liked the tool pick, but I didn't like Austin Jackson, and I didn't like the corner. You have 2 of the highest paid corners, and the guy that you drafted is not a slot corner. So where does that fit in? And then Austin Jackson, you know, I just think he's raw. You know, to take him that early, I thought there was better players available. I know you need to improve the offensive line, but I think that you could find, you know, more impactful players at that spot. Just my opinion.
Real quick, and I'll throw it to you in a second. The Dolphins pick is in. It is Robert Hunt, the tackle. But there also has been a trade. The Colts are now on the clock. They traded up the Cleveland spot at pick 41.
All right,
Who'd you say? You said the Colts?
The Colts, yeah.
That'd be a good spot for Jalen Hurts.
Who did the Dolphins pick?
Robert Hunt. He's an offensive tackle.
Good.
I'm already I got to start, man.
Get it in, brother. Do your thing. Do your thing.
So,
I think that's a good pick for the Dolphins. The Dolphins, when you're in that position and you're about to have that, you're in the middle of that foundational draft, you need to build in the trenches. And I believe that's what they're doing. Like, they don't have to worry about being good right now. They got to worry about building a foundation right now. That foundation is built with big, tough, strong offensive linemen that you can shift, and the same thing on the defensive line.
And they have a ton of picks too.
Big, strong guys, and they got a bunch of picks, right? So they could build a depth, they could build a foundation, they could find a star here or there. Keep it moving. They ain't gonna be good next year, no way. They're gonna have another good draft.
They're not gonna be good, no way. You never know.
The Alabama comes out in them.
I mean, you know, hey.
So just the terms of their trade, the Browns traded the pick 41. They give up pick 44 and pick 160.
Oh, so they just moved up a few spots.
Yeah. So, but Squeeze, to double back on your point. By the way, the Houston Texans took a guy I really, really like.
Who is this kid?
Ross Blacklock. He is.
Oh, that's who they took.
A big freak of a D lineman, man. I love the way he plays.
Don't get me started with the Texans. I mean, they are.
You know what? This is where I'm gonna disagree with you, brother.
They need to find a GM.
I agree, but you look at what Bill O'Brien has done. Bo, can you mute your TV? If you look at what Bill O'Brien has done, yeah, he traded Nuke, but he's given weapons to Deshaun Watson. He locked in Laremy Tunsil to the highest paid.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Ugh.
Yeah, but you got to do
what
it.
You don't like about that? What's the problem with
because you have to get when you make that sort of trade and you trade 2 first-round picks for a left tackle, you better have a contract in place before you do that trade, because that gives the player all of the leverage. So
he had the leverage already when they made the trade.
It doesn't matter because your quarterback is getting killed.
Yeah, but this dude's making $22 million now a year.
He needs to make $22 million a year. He
That
needs to make
quarterback's going to make 30 or 35.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. There's only so much money to go around.
Hey, they better, if they're gonna spend money anywhere, they better spend it protecting Deshaun's ass. They already got him messed up. Houston is notorious for getting quarterbacks murdered.
I think that
they got to get a line, man.
I think they've gotten lucky in the fact in the division that they play in is hot garbage.
Ooh.
So
Ooh.
you know, I otherwise I think what's his name be in trouble.
Ooh, okay. With the Colts traded up, they're selecting Jonathan Taylor, the running back from Wisconsin.
The Colts?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good pick.
So they traded when they made that trade up with the Browns. Now,
wow.
No, look, back to the Texans real quick.
Wow.
The way I look at it's like this. He added a guy that 2 years ago was arguably the best running back in the NFL in Johnson. He added one of the better slot receivers in the NFL at Randall Cobb. And he added a couple more pieces, which for all about the same price as what DeAndre Hopkins is going to get now from the Cardinals, right? So you added 3 or 4 more pieces, and I know you got rid of arguably the best receiver in the NFL, and I say he's a top 4 receiver, right? And then you go and now you add a defensive tackle like Blacklock to play alongside J.J. Watt. I mean, this guy is a 3-tech, a 5-tech. He is a phenomenal, he's a freak. He's a guy that to get him right there, I thought he was going to go late first round. He's one of the 2 guys I thought Green Bay could have drafted and had an immediate impact. We talked about it earlier. I would have loved that pick there, but to get him here, look, Houston, Bill O'Brien's a joke of a GM, but if these moves pay off, at least give him credit. He's going for it right now. And, you know, Bo, I know you jumped in. You must have something to say because overall, I mean, I like what they're doing there. And then now with the Colts taking Jonathan Taylor, Phillip Rivers has had a hell of a career handing the ball off to people. LaDainian Tomlinson, Melvin Gordon, and now Jonathan Taylor. Good Lord.
Yeah.
They just did some things this round, boy. That was 2 nice picks for the Colts.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Colts haven't had that big of a star running back in a while since probably Edgerrin James was probably the last one that they really.
Marlon Mack's pretty good though.
Yeah,
he had a good year last year.
Yeah, but I came in on Bill O'Brien because he's a clown. I need to say.
Go ahead, Bo. Unleash your Bill O'Brien fury.
Bill O'Brien gives me hope though that it's possible.
Seriously, that's the truth.
They just fail upward.
Yo.
How does Bill O'Brien? He's from the Belichick tree. Am I right? He was with New England.
Yeah, he was a receiver.
Is that why he still has a job?
He still has a job because of the division he plays in. Look at who's in the division.
Because of his quarterback.
They have no competition.
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence they go out every year in first round of the playoffs. The one win he has pretty much was against the Raiders with a Derek Carr-less quarterback.
I tell you what though, if I'm Deshaun Watson, I'm keeping a watchful eye on this whole situation.
Hell yeah. I mean, he saves their ass. That dude is magic.
If they don't get it right, my ass is leaving Houston and I'm heading somewhere westward, ho.
Yeah. Come over to the Raiders.
That's why I said westward. Squeeze to this side.
Bruh.
Uh-oh. Throwing the dubs.
I hated that man going there, man. That man shouldn't have went there, man. Goodness.
Shout out to that Newt. Real talk. Shout out to that Newt.
Should have been.
Welcome back.
Thank you. What did I miss? It sounds like a bunch of.
We're talking about Ross Blacklock first, and then Jonathan Taylor with the Colts.
We're talking about hot garbage. Texas GM, head coach.
But wait, think about this real quick with the Colts and Jonathan Taylor.
Right.
He's going to run behind Quentin Nelson.
No, I like the Colts. I said the Colts. I meant the Texans.
No, I know, but I'm just thinking about the Jonathan Taylor.
You said Texans.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the Jonathan Taylor to the Colts. Like,
Man,
you
the
got
coach
T.Y. Hilton,
is
T.
hurt.
Higgins, and now Jonathan Taylor, and he's going to run behind the best guard in football, Quentin Nelson, like the meanest dude in the league up front. That's crazy.
But let me ask you this. They signed Phillip Rivers. I honestly,
that's the problem.
I would rather have Brissett. Honestly, after watching Phillip Rivers last year, I mean, that dude is a walking turnover.
Well, okay, so I have a theory.
He ain't
with
walking
quarterbacks.
that good either.
No,
I have a theory with quarterbacks when they get to a certain point in their career, and I'm gonna preference what I'm saying. But my grandfather passed away from dementia in 1998, so I think it's a debilitating and horrible disease. Bo, don't go. I want you back for this because I want to get your opinion because I want you to jump in first when it comes to quarterbacks. It happened with Brett Favre, and I seen it happen with Phillip Rivers. Every time they reach a certain point, they start to decline, and then like dementia, where you get the day before you pass, you have a lucid day where you remember everything and everything is cool. You have a blip on the radar. Favre had it with Minnesota, and then he fell off the cliff and retired. Phillip Rivers had it 2 years ago when he was with LA, and he threw for 4,000 yards, 30+ touchdowns, dominated, and then all of a sudden, boom, that lucid moment just flipped, and he fell off the cliff. I think that's where it is right now. So I think, quite frankly,
shameful analogy.
Hey, it's how I feel about it, and it's the truth. And I'm just being honest.
Phillip Rivers can't get no respect. Phillip Rivers been killing us for the last 10, 15 years, bro. And you just give him no respect whatsoever.
But you look at our defense, and everybody's been killing us.
Okay, I'm gonna say, look at last 15 years. Look at
True.
What's the standard, Squeeze? What's the standard?
And what they get out of it, that's the thing.
Bo, what do you think about that, bro? Why do you think that? Bo, why do you think there's such a drop off when it comes to the quarterback position when they get to a certain age, and like even like Phillip Rivers, Brett Favre, even Peyton Manning the last year or two of his career in Denver?
I think just the processing just slows down a little bit, and their arms aren't moving as quick as maybe they would like, and they're getting the ball out later, slower. It's just that thing with age, man. It's hard to, like we talked yesterday, Father Time's a bitch, but there's been guys like Brady and Breeze who managed to overcome that and still are producing. So I think Phillip Rivers' biggest issue is he's got like 15 kids and they're wearing them out. I think that's the issue.
Yeah, right. Or making them wearing them out.
Tired. He's just tired all the time. So I
That's
think he's gonna
headache.
I think he's gonna pick it up this year. I still like Phillip Rivers. I think he's got some quality years left still. And with what the Colts have done in this draft and acquiring guys, they're going to be all right.
You got to give Phillip Rivers.
I agree with Bo. I feel like age is definitely it's a really big factor. I mean, granted, I feel like quarterback is the highest age that a football player typically goes in. At any position, you see the highest age usually in a quarterback because they can usually last the longest. I would say that they're more healthier than anybody else. They're more healthier than a wide receiver or even a tackle. They're way more healthier. But I think that the age factor is really, really, really a big deal for sure. We can't expect them to be a star for the whole life, you know? Like, you can't expect them to be a star when they're 50 years old.
Hey, real quick, there's two picks that came in. The Jaguars selected Laviska Shenault, the receiver from Colorado, but that's not the one that has me laughing. The Chicago Bears drafted tight end Cole Kmet from Notre Dame.
At this point,
the Bears and their tight ends. How many fucking tight ends do the Bears need? What the?
In defense, hey,
Farrell, I'm laughing at you.
In defense.
Oh my goodness!
Wow,
Cole Kmet
Joe
is
got
a
some
good tight
sleep.
end, though.
Oh, I did 8 hours
Right here, this early.
right here.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just Cole Kmet's a good tight end. I think a lot of people thought he was going to go back to Notre Dame.
Salute.
He's a baseball player too, so I think he's actually kind of an underrated tight end in this class. He's a pretty good player.
He's super healthy too. He literally only missed 2 games. That's it. 2 games in his last season, and the only thing he's broken is his collarbone. But I know you said that he plays baseball, and he actually has his helmet in the Hall of Fame, one of his baseball helmets. So I think that's pretty cool. That's talented. He's worked out with the White Sox. You got some type of on you working out with the White Sox, so I give it to you.
Nye's got the best fun facts, bro. I swear to God, like that shit I don't even know. But I'm gonna say this. Look,
he likes to fish too. If you guys want to know that, he's fishing and he likes to bowl. So 2 things that I like to do. Let's get it.
Well, he'll fit in fine in Chicago because there ain't shit to do but fish and bowl when you're not partying downtown. You know, but but in all jokes aside, you know, he's only a 1-year starter, and his best game of the year was his first game this year. Opening week. And after that, he kind of tailed off. He came out because he's seen this is a very weak tight end draft, you know, and you took advantage of it. God bless him for that, for having some foresight.
Make that money.
But and he was my number 1 tight end, but it was kind of by default. If I would have put Chase Claypool as a tight end, he would have been leaps and bounds ahead of this cat. But for the Bears, and I'm more laughing at the Bears for taking another tight end.
Yeah, like, they've not had the best luck there.
At all. Like the
smart teams make smart decisions. Clearly, the Chicago Bears are not the smartest
team. And honestly, if we want to go back, you know, they drafted Greg Olsen and then traded him to the Panthers. That's probably the best tight end they've had in years. So, you know, I don't know what the Graham signing was all about. That's crazy to me.
I mean, what are they going to run? 0-5 personnel all year because their quarterback sucks so bad?
Yeah, I don't know.
They could have taken Jalen Hurts right there.
Yeah,
Wow.
You know, like, just think about that. He could have traded Trubisky and get something for that bum, you know, and you got Nick Foles, who's going to be like a folding chair. He's going to get hurt, you know, at some point.
Bears,
what would it be if you had your own team? I feel like you should be a coach. This is what you should really be doing.
I'd rather be a GM than a coach. I'd let Bo coach him. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Like
Bo, draft tight end in the second round.
You saying Joe should be the GM? I'd love to play against that team.
I would smoke your team, bro.
I would love to play. That team will have no defense.
What would it be if you and Joe ran
offense
together? You guys
all offense on that squad. Trust me, we just beat them up.
Nope, not at all. You know what?
I'm gonna be a bunch of R&B cats on that squad.
Oh, but but you the R&B singer. What are you talking about, Mr. Mr. Lost in Love? Like, come on.
Lost in Love.
Nah, look, you know,
it's the area he grew up in, though, man. He's a little bit of Jodeci. He's a little bit of, you know. That's what he.
I listen to that. Hey, the worst part is I listen to that dude down there. Like, that was the homie, so like I listen to his music. What does that tell you?
Did he ever serenade you though? I'm just wondering.
I've been nope, hell no. But we've been
nope.
I want to hear what you guys think about Laviska Shenault, because we completely missed over him because we were too excited about the Bears. But I've studied about him, and they say that he's a 3-level threat, but then some say he's not a polished player. And why would you guys say that if you guys know anything about him?
I'm not a big fan.
He's just like the rest of these receivers. He's got good points. He's got bad points. He's Ayuk. He's Pittman. He's all the rest of them. It's a big chunk of them that did some great things and did some terrible things. They all are going to have to be coached up to do anything, and we don't know which one is going to be the breakout star.
Bro, the worst part about it is the guy he's 6'2", 220. He's got all the, but he's soft as cat. He's soft as cat shit. He's softer than drugstore cotton. Like, this dude is like he's Mr. Glass, bro. He's like Kanye's John in a car accident. Like, it's that bad. Like, you blow on him, he's hurt. He cannot stay healthy at all. I mean, you can have all the talent in the world, but if the best ability is availability, and you can't make the club if you're sitting in the tub, and that's all this guy does. He
had core muscle surgery, and that right there, to not be a negative, tough. But that's kind of hard to really recover from, like, without going back in the same direction.
I can contest to that. Anytime your abdomen's worked on, it's no joke. I had that done. So,
no joke.
But I'm just trying to get over what the hell is soft as cat shit, dude. Like, how do you even know that?
Hey, you know, I got a bunch of sayings. Hey, but think about that. He had core muscle surgery. He hurt his core running the 40 at the combine. How the fuck does that happen? That's Team Squeeze for you right there.
Oh, gee.
We don't have wide receivers on my team, buddy.
Oh.
We don't pick wide receivers in the second round. We wait till later on my squad, bro. All defensive linemen right now. All defensive line.
I feel like wide receivers can be taught, kind of how TQ said, like you get into the big boy league and you can be taught. And I feel like it would be probably have smart for them to wait into the later rounds to pick, because if you got a good coach, you're going to be taught the right way. So I think that's really important. I like your point.
No, that's an excellent point. No doubt about that, Nye. But if you're not on the field because you're hurt all the time, you're not going to stay in the league. Look at White. The Bears drafted him ahead of who was the other receiver that they drafted ahead of, and it was a head scratcher. And like, what the hell? And the guy played in like 6 career games. He was a top 10 pick. You know, and you're like, what? Like Kevin White, like you're coming out of West Virginia, and I forget the other receiver who was off the top of my head. And he comes in, and the other guys was more, had more accolades in college, and White 6'3", ran a 4.3, 220 pounds, and then all of a sudden you're like, what the hell? So I'm not a big fan of it at all. Guys that are hurt all the time, I don't like them. It's crazy, but there's another pick
though. I do
like Tua.
He's hurt a good amount.
He's been hurt. Yes, he has, and I do like Tua more than, and that's a very valid point. But the thing is Tua has guys to protect him. The ball isn't always in his hands. Where with the receiver, you're running and you get hurt. Tua's getting hurt because he's getting lit up. He got lit up and hurt his hip. He got the ankle sprain. He had the thing with the ankle surgery. It's crazy because he had the surgery so he wouldn't get any more sprained ankles. It's some type of surgery that they only do down there in Alabama with Dr. Andrews, I believe. And he invented some new surgery so you will never sprain your ankle again. So that's what that is. But another pick came in, and I love this pick. The Cleveland Browns selected Grant Delpit, the safety from LSU.
He fell a lot longer than I thought he would fall, man. I thought he would go a long time ago.
My number one safety on this board. He is a playmaker. I love everything about him. So
not only did he have to wait this long, he had to go to the Browns too. I feel sorry for that guy.
I know, right?
Yeah. Maybe he can be that a part of a difference maker. We may never know.
True. And look at it this way: like the Browns replaced Demarius Randall with Grant Delpit. And I think that's an upgrade. I'm going to be 100 with you guys. Randall, I like him for the Raiders if he's in a certain role, but they got to make sure he tackles, like he takes better angles. If he doesn't, he's going to be in Gruden's doghouse, and he will not last in Vegas. But I like Randall, but not as much as I like Delpit. Delpit, there is issues with his tackling, as far as angles, but he played hurt last year. The year before, he looked like he was a top 5 pick.
The same issue you have with Randall is the issue with Delpit. I was never up on him for the top of the first round. I think this is about right, maybe a little bit less than this. He's a good safety, but I feel like he makes business decisions too.
So what do you guys think when he was in college? He was awarded the Jim Thorpe Award, which is like the best defensive back in the entire country. Why do they project these things about him and you guys don't feel that way about him? I mean, it could be his game and the way that he plays, but if the NFL hypes him up, I want to know what y'all think.
For me, I just feel like the SEC was down.
Yeah.
Like it was LSU and nobody else. Like Alabama was okay, else, but yeah, everybody else. So, it just wasn't, everybody talks about SEC being the best conference, and it is, but it hasn't been all that great. It's been one team that dominates the season. So, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, him getting the Jim Thorpe, that was kind of a joke. He had a really good sophomore year, so he had a lot of hype going into the year. But if you look at what Stingley did for LSU, Stingley, right, for LSU. Yep. I mean, he was a true freshman, just lockdown corner, and then even someone like Winfield from Minnesota, he had 7 interceptions this year. I think he should have been.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Funny.
Go ahead.
No, funny you say Winfield because Tampa Bay just took Antoine Winfield Jr. with their pick.
Great pick.
Nice work.
All right.
Go ahead, Bo. I know you got something to say. We know you got something to say. Go ahead.
Buccaneer Bo.
I can't be mad about it.
Michael Thomas is going to be dunking on him year in and year out.
All right. He dunks on everyone, though, man. You can't guard Mike. I would have liked to see them go with maybe Cam Akers or J.K. Dobbins there, but that's because I'm an offensive guy at heart. So, but we do need help in the secondary. Like I said yesterday, that's probably our weakest point. So, I'm happy about the pick.
You said Winfield, right, Joe? Sorry, I'm really delayed. I didn't hear it.
Yes, you did.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah, he did say that.
The interesting thing about Winfield, so I watched his combines too, and he's literally 5'9", so he's probably a little bit taller than Joe. He's a shorty.
and just real quick, like I know
5'9", he's a lot taller than Joe.
Yeah,
he's Shaq to me.
Sorry, Joe, I had to pick on you there. I've been waiting for this since I watched his combine.
Hey, that was good, Mini Me.
All right, Dr. Evil. Sorry, Nye. Nye is so delayed. She jumped back. We can't, man. Keep coming with it, Jason Kowski, Sebastian Janikowski.
Oh, I think it's kind of interesting too. Like as a fan yesterday, I was kind of pissed off that we took Arnett that early. But it's kind of interesting. Christian Fulton, Jalen Johnson, two corners that I would have liked to see pick ahead of him, are still on the board.
So why did you say? Why are you saying you're upset that they picked him that early? Would you have rather than pick a receiver then, or maybe a better cornerback that fits?
In my opinion, I didn't see the value. That I like the player, I just didn't see the value at 19.
Yeah,
I didn't think he was the 19th best player, and obviously for the Raiders he was. So just a difference there.
I have a question for you guys. We're still on Winfield, right? I kind of got cut out.
Yeah.
All right. So as a redshirt sophomore, or even just a sophomore like Antoine Winfield, do you guys feel, because on a woman perspective, okay, I'm imagining me having a kid, do you guys feel it's okay for sophomores? I know that they're allowed to enter the draft, but do you guys feel like they're mentally or physically prepared to do so? Kind of like Caleb Chasen and, there's a few others out there.
I think it depends on the player. You got a guy like Leonard Fournette, who is built like a brick house. He's a guy.
Jadeveon Clowney.
Clowney would be another one. Mike Williams when he was at USC.
Mike Williams.
He got fat when he got to the league, but after that sophomore year, Big Mike was a real dude. Those are guys that I think, even Chase Young and it was just another one. So there's certain guys, but they have to be 3 years removed from college. And I think an interesting subject, Nye, that I think you're kind of alluding to and not even realizing you're doing it, is when you have what's going on with COVID-19, if there's not a college football season next year, those guys that, let's say, are not playing this year, they're going to be able, are they going to enter the draft? Will they hold them back, or will they allow them to play? And how will that affect their draft status since they didn't play all year?
I think they should give them another year of eligibility.
Well, I think they are, but it's just a point.
Yeah, I think they're actually discussing that. So that would still be nice. That would suck.
But I think it is. But to your original question, it just depends on the player and what position they play. Because you don't want some scrawny dude coming out. You don't want Bo coming out playing quarterback after his sophomore year. You want someone, kind of like.
You don't like winning games or what?
Oh, my bad. He got the strongest arm west of the Mississippi. My bad. I forgot.
Yeah, best hands too.
but at the end of the day, it just depends on the position. What do you think, Bo?
I completely agree. It's definitely on a player-to-player basis. If this college season doesn't happen for whatever reason, like a guy like Trevor Lawrence is still going to be the number one draft pick. It really is just person to person. Some guys just develop a little bit more. And go ahead.
I feel like for me as a woman perspective, it may be a little bit different for you guys because you guys are men, right? So imagine if I had a son. If he got obviously an offer to go in the first round, okay, I get it. I think a lot of the guys focus on the money perspective and also not wanting to get hurt so early. And in obviously college, because who's going to look at you if you're hurt for the most part. But I feel like if you were to wait till you get to the NFL, imagine if they were to get hurt, then they have nothing. They have nothing to back up on, as far as like a degree or anything like that. And that for me as a woman, I'd be like, no, you're going to finish school and you're going to get your degree. I mean, unless you're just Chase Young, I guess. I don't freaking know.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick because he is a redshirt sophomore that came out. KJ Hamler from Penn State. He was just drafted by the Broncos.
Yeah.
Also, cool.
I thought this was pretty interesting too. Adam Schefter just tweeted Antoine Winfield Sr. actually intercepted the new Bucks quarterback Tom Brady back in 2001, and now Antoine Winfield Jr. is going to go play with him. I think that's pretty cool.
That is cool.
That is.
But that Broncos offense.
But yeah, I like KJ Hamler.
Wow.
I think he's a good player, good route runner, and that's. I mean, they're building something. That's what I'm saying. The AFC West is getting better.
This is exactly why the Raiders need to be focusing on their defense.
Or do you load up on an offense to keep up?
Hey, the Raiders still have time. We got 3 picks. We got 3 picks in the third round. We can see what we're coming with.
Do you guys realize that there's another side of football? There's another side of football. You have to stop people from getting to the end of the field where the paint and the name of the team is printed at. Come on, man.
When you got defense,
we got to stop people. Oh my goodness, you guys, bro. These guys.
Oh, well, let's talk about that for one quick second, Squeeze. Like, what do you see us doing? I mean, I know we talked earlier, but biggest defensive need right now. First, third round pick. What is it?
I'm starting to feel like we've pretty much built a secondary.
Uh-huh.
I'm starting to feel like the secondary. I want to see what this secondary could do as is, right? Linebacking core is pretty good. What I believe builds your championship culture is the ability to shuffle defensive linemen in and out throughout the whole game, so that when you come down to the end of the third quarter, the beginning of the fourth quarter, you got fresh legs coming in to go get quarterbacks. That's how you win consistently and get to Super Bowls. That's how you build a squad. That's how you start over a culture. You got to have depth along the defensive line. Raiders are doing their thing. I feel like their best moves were made in free agency. They did a lot better in free agency than I was expecting. I was expecting for them to build onto the draft more, which I feel they've done. But the splashes in free agency is going to make, especially the defensive side of the ball, a much better squad than it was last year. So let's get the beef now. Let's get the depth. Let's get them guys that you can rotate in and out that can come in and play next year. All of them get a little bit of time. Then they get better together. Next thing you know, you're in the AFC Championship game. Why? Because you got people that you could bring in who aren't tired, who go get quarterbacks and knock them down. If Mahomes is on his back, he cannot throw balls to them fast dudes.
Well,
that's my philosophy.
To your point, I mean,
I like your philosophy, TQ. That's
and I agree with you, Squeeze. And to your point, like I'm going to tell you Denver's weapons, okay, for Drew Lock, their quarterback. Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Melvin Gordon, Philip Lindsay, Noah Fant, and now KJ Hamler. That's a loaded offense in the AFC West. You need to hit people, young, and it starts up front, and very young, every single one of them.
We're going to have to deal with them. We're going to have to deal with Kansas City. We're going to have to deal with San Diego.
Our division,
a long time.
The division is no joke.
These teams, our division is not getting any easier.
No,
it's going to be hard to contend in our division. And if we're going to do it, we better get somebody that can hit quarterbacks.
And what I'll say to that too is that's why I like the Ruggs pick, because I think the Raiders needed that. I think that was the one piece that the Raiders needed to even be in the same conversation as everything we just mentioned about the 3 other people in our division. So I'm with you too. Now that's said and done, let's really focus on what is going to make the biggest difference, the biggest impact. And I do believe it's the defensive line. I can make an argument that we find another hybrid, strong side, nickel type back player that could come in and on a rotation as well, or, especially when it comes to rushing the passer. But I do like our secondary. But, the thing that's scaring me right now is I keep watching every pick go pass and pass and pass. There's one player that keeps falling that could really put a wrench in all this, and I hope it doesn't become a reality at this point. And that's a quarterback that's missing off this list right now.
Well, and
I know you don't want to hear that, but I want to throw that out there.
And I want to piggyback off what TQ said about, building on our defensive line and having a rotation there. If you look at our division, there's weapons all up throughout the division, right? But I think where our division is weak, besides the Raiders, is the offensive line.
Offensive lines.
Right.
Offensive lines, 100%.
So I think where you attack those teams is be able to beat them, right? So you want to beat them in the line of scrimmage. And I think that's what we could do. So, again, I agree with TQ. You build up that defensive line to get after the quarterback so he can't get the ball to those weapons.
There it is.
I agree. And right here, look, Brown's gone, Kinslaw's gone, Blacklock's gone, but look, Marlon Davidson,
bro.
Gilmore out of Oklahoma.
Gilmore, Raekwon Davis, James Lynch.
I don't really like Davis.
No, I like Davis. Yeah. Lika Futu, my guy out of Utah.
Yeah, everyone keeps mocking him to us.
I did, and hey, I love his game. Yeah. I love
what a big ass Simone in the middle.
Ninth Island, baby. Ninth Island. Come on.
Real talk. Like, I love it. And I think the more polys, the better. But you got to get –
I agree.
You got to get big up front, and you got to be able to bang people and punch them in their mouth up front.
Right.
The Raiders – that's why the pick at 12 with Ruggs was a great pick. Because now, like you said, you can focus –
That was my argument.
The defense, we can focus on defense the rest of the way. And maybe if one of those third-round picks, if John likes a quarterback, if Hurts is there, which I don't think he will be.
And that's what I'm worried about,
Let's say James Morgan will be there, third or fourth round. You take him there. But the rest you go defensive line, maybe add another safety, maybe add another corner just for the hell of it. Add my guy Willie Gay Jr., add Chip Gay, Mike Mack. Add him.
Good one.
Now you're cooking with some real fire right there. Now it is.
You're really cooking with some soft cat shit right there.
For me, I take the gamble on Terrell Lewis out of Alabama. I think from a talent perspective, he's a first-round pick all day. It's just he hasn't been able to stay healthy. And honestly, if you're in the third round, you have 3 third-round picks. Use one of those to take a gamble on someone like that because the upside is high.
Because it's a rotational piece anyway.
Real quick, guys, there's been a trade in the draft. The Seahawks traded up to get the 48th pick. They gave up the 59th and the 101st pick. The Seahawks are on the clock. So we'll see where I think they're going to go.
Davidson.
There goes David. So,
Marlon Davidson to the Falcons at 47.
Damn it.
He played defensive end at Auburn. He could probably slide in and play that 3 technique.
He move all the way up and down the line, bro.
Yep.
All right, guys, we are actually going to take a quick minute break, Raider Nation. When we get back, please join us on our phone lines, 253-993-3651, 253-993-3651. I see you guys building the comments up. I love the comments.
Call in.
Comments when we get back. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, like, share, subscribe. Follow us on Instagram, Pinterest. I was going to say Pinterest, guys. Follow us on Instagram.
Women.
Hey, get your Raider recipes here.
Is this where I put my Pinterest plug in?
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship. You've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From tour-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday night lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back, Raider Nation. Before you left, we were talking about some good Raider stuff. And while we wait on the next pick to come in, I want to finish this conversation. And I want to take a look at some of these comments. They're all rolling in. One says we need to trade up and get Mims. Now, what do you guys think about that?
I know, Sean, you're my guy. Go ahead, Knight, but I'll let you go first.
No, because, again, we just had a nice conversation of why I say that's not a good move. You know what I mean? Like, I think at this point we need pass rushers. Whether that's coming from the strong nickel backer or whatever you want to call it these days in this hybrid defenses that we're now seeing, or on a defensive in front or more beef in the middle. I think we just talked about exactly what all the rest of the teams in our division are doing from an offensive standpoint, except for protecting their quarterbacks. So we need to capitalize on that. I think that's been a great segue into as we get ready to hit up to round 3 is find guys that are going to make problems for Locke and for Taylor and for Mahomes. We need to get in these guys' faces. So for that, no, I'm against that one right now.
I am too. There's a reason why Mims is slipping. I'll tell you, if you're going to trade up for anybody, AJ Epinesa, who's slipping for some reason.
Yeah.
That's an edge guy that fits the Raiders like with his size. 275, long, athletic. He doesn't do anything great, but I'm going to comp him to somebody that maybe before a little bit of some people's times, and that's Aaron Campman. He's a former Green Bay Packer, former Iowa guy. He was a 3rd, 4th round pick. He was a late guy, but he ended up being a hell of a guy that just sacked the quarterback, played the run exceptionally well. He did a lot of good things. He wasn't great at anything. He was a master of none, but exceptional at everything. And that's what Epinesa is. And he's my 2nd-rated or 3rd-rated defensive end. For him to not be there. Now, the Seahawks, it just came down to Darrell Taylor out of Tennessee. He's a guy that can play the edge, but he's also been injured a lot. So Pete's gambling a little bit right there, but Epinesa is sliding. And he's a guy, if he's there when the Raiders are picking one of those picks in the 3rd round at 80 or 81, that would be a hell of a pick right there. But there's no way I'm trading up for a receiver right now. The defense has got to get better, and Mayock alluded to that at his pre-draft meeting with everybody. And Chris, I think that's what he's trying to do right now.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they took a receiver at some point today. But I agree, I wouldn't trade up. And I like what you said about Epinesa, and I've comped him to a guy like Carlos Dunlap for the Bengals. Very similar body types. You can move him inside on 3rd down and play him at defensive tackle, but he's a big body defensive end on 1st and 2nd down. I'm a little surprised that he's fallen thus far because, going into this year, a lot of people saw him as a top 10 pick because of the traits that he has. He's a double-digit sack guy. And, like you said, if he falls to 80, that'd be a tremendous pick.
Real quick, the Steelers. No, go ahead, Nye. Go ahead, Nye.
I agree with you, Joe, as well. I've watched a good amount of tape on AJ Epinesa, and he's pretty legit. Like, I thought he would have been gone as well. Like, they call him the legacy player, and for a reason. Like, his father, his name's Epi. He's like his football coach. Literally in his backyard, they create like different football drills. He invites his entire teammate over, and his brother, and they just literally just practice football, practice throwing, practice everything. And I really like that about him. And I watched his combine, and when they interviewed him after his combine, because he ran a 5.04 in a 40-yard and then a 7.34 in 3-cone, which a 5.04 in a 40-yard is not the quickest, which I get it. I understand for him, but he was really, really upset with his times. And to me, that's a player. If you're going to announce worldwide that you're upset with all the times that you've had and you could have done better, that's the type of player that I would like to invite to the Raiders, because that means you can take criticism really well and you really want to get better.
I'll say this. I want Epinesa to end up in Green Bay, But I'm gonna tell you right now, I've seen Gus's comment Epinanza's probably going to Pitt. That's not that's not the case. Pittsburgh just took Notre Dame wide receiver / tight end Chase Claypool with their pick. So they're trying to get some weapons.
They need a quarterback. They need a quarterback. I'm surprised they didn't go Jalen Hurts there.
Hurts keeps slipping. And
that's what scares me, Joe. That scares me big time because, and it's not because
it doesn't
of all
scare
the rumors.
me. I would love for the Raiders to get him.
Well, I mean, Hurst. I mean, I think we could utilize him in different ways. So you know how I feel about Hurst, but from the standpoint of seeing what the other teams in the division are doing, I don't necessarily think with Mariota and Carr that's an absolute need at this point, right? And because we're talking about John Gruden and his love for quarterbacks, it'd be hard to pass up a Jalen Hurts in the third round. I mean, it would be a smart pick. I just want to see us really build that defensive front.
Yeah. But it comes down to who's available at 80 also. So you don't want to reach for a guy either just because, we need defensive line help. Again, I know it sounds cliche, but you really do want to take the best player available on the board at that time.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the Jalen Hurts thing because actually Joe had him before Herbert, right, Joe?
I had Jalen Hurts.
I'm pretty shocked. I'm pretty shocked by that.
And real quick, just the corners are the ones that are surprising me. You still have Christian Fulton. You still have Trayvon Diggs, Jalen Johnson.
True.
Those guys are all still available. So, obviously how us, people that just follow the draft, we're a lot higher on those guys than maybe the NFL guys were.
I think those guys I think they're COVID victims, man. They all got medical issues, right?
Right. Yep, and where we may have been low on our net, maybe, the NFL guys were a lot higher on him than we were, or I was at least.
Yeah, that's true. I had Hurts as my number 3 quarterback in this entire draft because for me, he has traits that I look for in a quarterback. He's got the arm strength. He's accurate. He's mobile. He's a coach's kid. He's smart. He checks off all the boxes. But the 1 year at Oklahoma, if he was at Oklahoma 2 years, he's a top 15 pick, maybe even top 10 pick, maybe top 5 pick. But because only there 1 year and he really wasn't a great passer at Alabama and he lost his job to Tua, that people are going back and looking at that tape just a little bit. But I really think Hurts has the tools to be a very good starting quarterback. And I'll say this, and Squeeze is going to get pissed, and I really don't care because, he's going to be pissed at me no matter what. And Knight, you may not like it either. If he's there in the third round, he's the only offensive player or quarterback I take in the third round. Anybody else, I'm going just defense. Hurts is the one exception because a couple years with Gruden, if DC doesn't get it done, if Mariota's not the guy, you have your guy right there that you can build around, and it's in the third round.
Jack,
saying that Mariota is not the guy is going to be a really high one. He's literally the highest paid NFL. Like he's coming up.
Yeah, the thing is that me and I this is a guy, Joe, that I talked to you about early on when we started doing this stuff is and talking about these players. I was really big on Jalen Hurts. If we were going to move on from Carr, I knew that they shouldn't move on from Carr. I didn't want them to move on from Carr. But it made the most sense as far as his athletic ability, especially where we sat in the draft. But again, I could make all the case all day about how he could fit. I said it yesterday. This is a guy that you could put in the backfield. You could maybe even line him up on the outside so he could take a look at NFL defenses, get used to the speed of defenses, and that's just going to help him prepare. He's not one of those guys that you're just going to sit on the bench for a few years. He could actually be implemented into this offense as a gadget guy. So if it's going to go down, I can make the case all day that it would be a good move. I'm just saying that, seeing what the rest of the division is doing, I think there needs to be a more of a pressure of emphasis on defense right now. So Squeeze has got me on his corner right now.
Come on, man.
So speaking of corners, one just got taken by the Dallas Cowboys. Trayvon Diggs is now
and Jalen Johnson the pick before that.
So they both went back to back, huh?
Yeah,
back to back.
I should have kept my mouth shut.
You and your
that's twice. That's
mouth.
Twice, by the way. That's twice. That's twice.
So Jalen Johnson went to the Bears. Just so
I like Jalen Johnson a lot.
He's got that injury history, and that's what
he got his ass beat by Pittman, but I really like him a lot, though. I like his. I see his attitude is what I thought would fit well with the Raiders. You know, because he's a feisty dude, and he's from bumfuck Fresno. You know what I'm saying?
There we go, man. Hey, lucky for you, I'm actually from just a few miles where you're at right now, but I do reside in Fresno, bro. Come on, man.
California's butthole.
It's more like the armpit. We're the armpit.
No. The butthole is Bakersfield. The armpit is Fresno. Okay.
Hey, our economy is a lot better than Oakland.
Hey, just let them stimulus checks keep going.
We support our sports teams here.
No.
I know. I just threw that out
Shot
there.
fired.
Hey, thanks, Libby Shaft.
Wow.
Shots fired and kill shot.
She's getting rid of all of our teams over here,
man.
So just to be clear, I really, I like Diggs a lot, and going to the Cowboys, Diggs is a guy that I think is going to fit in well there. He's long, he's lengthy. If he's healthy, he's got star potential, and he's really raw. Sorry. He could be. No, you're good. Jump in.
Yeah. I think he's really just super raw, like you said. So I think it's just a ball of clay. You get him with a good defensive back coach, and like if you're playing at Alabama under Saban, he's a defensive back coach at heart. So you have to show something to be starting for them. But like you said, he's got all the athletic ability in the world. He came in as a receiver, so he knows how to play the ball. But I think it's going to take him a couple years to develop.
And the Rams selected a guy I liked a lot, and it's 2 rounds earlier than I had him. But Florida State running back Cam Akers, he's going to be the replacement for Todd Gurley. It looks like
good pickup, really good pickup.
Yeah, and if Akers can cure his fumble problems. He's got special ability. On top of that, he played for some very, very, very bad Florida State teams with their offensive lines, and when Jimbo left, and it's a situation where he could be something real special for the Rams. So I really like that pick for LA.
Yeah, no, I like that pick a lot, especially with getting rid of Todd Gurley with his arthroscopic knee. Cam Akers is a really nice player. And like you said, Florida State, their team has just not been the same the last few years. And, so it's hard to evaluate someone like that when there's not much going on around him.
So you had him in round 4, Joe?
I had him going in round 4, round 3, round 4. When I look at my running back rankings, I'll pull them up real quick. Cam Akers was my 5th best running back. I have him going in the 2nd round high, 3rd round low. So he went midway through the 2nd round, right where I projected him.
Yeah.
But J.K. Dobbins is still out there too.
And that would be my only thing. It just surprises me that he went ahead of a guy like J.K. Dobbins, who I think is really a great running back. I mean, he went over 2,000 yards this year. But again, he had a lot more talent around him too.
Yeah, it really helps when you have a lot more talent. You can learn from these guys. That's for sure.
Right, and I think you have to take that into consideration too when you're talking about like receivers or quarterbacks, or you really are as only good as your weakest link. And when you see some of these receivers, it's hard to evaluate them if they don't have the quarterback play. So someone like Pittman, while he went in the 2nd round, if he would have probably had better quarterback play around him, he may have gone higher.
Yeah, and I want to say this, and it's not on this subject, but I want to talk to San Francisco Squeeze to my left. So just so you know, I'm going to break some news to you, San Francisco Squeeze. The 49ers are in on possibly trading for Redskins offensive tackle Trent Williams.
Oh my. I don't mind
that. I don't know if that's been reported yet.
That's a win now mode.
That is, and I'm putting that out there, So I mean,
that's the same mode. That team that expect to win now, like the 49ers.
Does that mean you think Joe Staley's going to retire?
Joe Staley's he's at the end of the rope regardless.
Because where would he play? Where would he play?
Bench. He'll play on the bench.
Yeah, but Joe Staley's he's been a perennial Pro Bowl tackle.
So hardcore, TQ.
Yeah, because it's like Joe's. It's the same thing with the offensive line. Once you get old, you get old.
But I mean, it's not like what's his name's any younger. I mean, he's pretty old himself.
Yeah. How old is Trent Williams?
He's in
his 30s.
But he's younger than someone Staley, though, right?
Can someone Google that? Because I don't want to take down.
He's
how
31. He turns 32 in July.
What do you want to Google?
Well, no, it's how old Joe Staley was.
Yeah,
but
31 right now, 32 in July.
Or is it Trent Williams? One of the two.
Yeah, Trent Williams is. Yeah, Trent Williams is going on 32 in July.
And he wants to get paid, and that's the thing. The 49ers are going to have to break bread or tear ass with him. That's just how it is.
And Joe Staley's 35, 36 in August.
49ers just got rid of a lot of money.
Yeah, but they're going to have to start paying the piper.
Yeah, but they're when? By the time they have to start paying the piper, the Super Bowl window is over. This is the difference between them and Green Bay right now.
No, Squeeze. You're not understanding what I'm about to say. They're planning ahead because there's another Bosa that's going to be a free agent that may want to be reunited with his brother.
That's fine, and that's cool too. I like all of that. The point that
get him out the West.
The point that I'm trying to make is
our West
is in the Super Bowl this year. You don't seem to value that at all because your team was one game away from the Super Bowl this year. When you're a game away from the Super Bowl, that means
whoa, breaking. I got something breaking right here. Don't worry about Jalen Hurts. He's going to be a Philadelphia Eagle.
Good.
What?
We'll take it.
That's that. Okay. Hey, that makes me happy. That takes pressure off. But I did not see him going to Philly, bro.
Damn, that's crazy.
I don't think he could be happy about that.
Wow.
What does that say about?
He said he's a quarterback.
Carson Wentz? What does
but
that
they
say
already
about
paid Carson Wentz.
But so, what is that exactly? What does that say about Carson Wentz now that Jalen Hurts?
I don't like that if I'm the Eagles. I do not like that if I'm the Eagles.
Contract.
Is that pick in, or does someone hit you up saying that's the pick?
I got someone I have there telling me it's the pick. That someone that is that's with the NFL that's feeding me the picks. So yeah,
like what's left on Carson Wentz? Because the time goes faster than we think.
They just signed him. It was like 2 years ago. They just signed him.
Big contract.
2 years or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years ago. This is year 6 of his career. So it's year 4. He got it.
How much money did? But was his contract like fully guaranteed or something? Right.
Go to the.
You got rid of the quarterback that took you to and won the Super Bowl for you. You got rid of that guy. Kept Wentz. Now you're drafting Hurts. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And then the cold part is now like you got a team like the Buffalo Bills that have a ton of options, and the Bills can get better.
Carson Wentz is signed through 2024, and he's making over $20 million a year.
Wow.
I mean, that helps us out though, Squeeze. Like, remember that. That's like, I mean, on the bright side of that, I mean, screw Philly, right? Like, I'm looking from a Raider perspective. I'm like,
we'll take it, man.
You just took, now there's no excuse for Gruden to say, hey, I need that guy.
I really like what the Dallas Cowboys have done. Getting CeeDee Lamb at 17 and then getting Trayvon Diggs in the second round. I think that's a really solid draft for a team. Like I said, when we talked about going into this draft, that I thought had the most pressure because of all the players that left. I think they've done a really good job of selecting players thus far.
I completely agree. All right, guys, we are going to take a quick commercial break, and when we get back, we're going to continue the organic draft talk. Okay, don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Periscope, Twitter, at franchisesportsmedia.com.
Las Vegas. Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutters is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
What's up, Raider Nation? We are back with your organic draft talk. We want to hear what you guys have to say. Call us at 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. We want to hear what you guys have to say. And I don't know if I'm late on this. Jalen Hurts, Eagles. Am I delayed?
No, you're not delayed, but it's official now, so you're good because we were just talking about it.
Jalen Hurts to the Eagles. I'm delayed a little bit, guys, but we got Hurts to the Eagles. Finally off the board, boys. What do you think? It took him a long time.
Well, Wizard Joe already announced it about 17 minutes before the NFL.
I know. That's why I was like,
No, it's not you, though. That was Joe. That was Big Joe.
Right.
Oh, don't hate because, I'm
Hey,
gonna.
we ain't hating. That helps us. That helps us, dude.
I'm gonna stop tipping picks. How's that?
No, tip it, dude.
I like it.
Hey,
I
you got to
like
show that. You got to show that this is real, dude. That this is not just fanboy radio right here. This is legit business you're doing right here. So do it. Own it.
All
right.
Just not with the Raider picks, dude. We want to be surprised.
No, Raider picks. I'm not gonna say anything.
Make it happen.
Chris, I want to know what you think about Jalen Hurts and him being picked so early.
Who do we get to yell at for that? Who do we get to yell at for that? That's good.
No, that's not me. My door's closed.
That's ghetto ass Chris. Ghetto shit again.
I promise that's not me this time.
Hey, pay your dealer and move on, bro. Come on, man.
What the hell is that sound?
What is that?
The vacuum.
Who is that right there?
It's not me, I promise.
Not me either.
Your cleaning lady, TQ's your cleaning lady, cleaning the floors.
Man, I got nothing going on over here, bro. Nothing happening here.
As far as Jalen Hurts, I just don't get it from the Eagles' perspective. They just paid Carson Wentz a ton of money. He signed through 2024. They were terrible at receiver this year. I thought they reached on Rager in the first round, and then they come back and take Jalen Hurts in the second. I really like Jalen Hurts a lot. I think, and I think he can develop in this offense, but man, I don't. What's his future with the Eagles? That's interesting.
All right, so I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Look at his injury history, and who's the backup there? So you have a young guy now. If Wentz isn't gonna be healthy, he's not healthy all the time, which he isn't. Wentz is injury prone, more so than almost any quarterback in the NFL.
But then why sign him long term?
Because they're gambling on potential, and they're coming off a Super Bowl win. So for them to do that, now you got a young guy. You can build around should the guy go down. And look, we'll see what Doug Peterson can do with them. But for their perspective, they got their maybe their future or their backup quarterback, and for them to get him right here, it's shocking who it is. But if you really look at it, like you drill down into it, you have something that, quite frankly, is a guy who could come in and play probably right away for Philadelphia should Wentz go down.
And you know what pisses me off about this as a Raider fan is we have to listen to all these national pundits talk about the Raiders quarterback situation and slander Derek Carr and the Raiders are going after a quarterback, this and that. And we are never the team that does it. It's teams like Green Bay that goes and gets love when they already have a quarterback. It's the Eagles when they go and get hurts. They already have a quarterback. Like, why do we attract that so much? I just think it's so unfair.
Why do I let you people Why do I let you people worry me and think that that's going to actually happen in this draft?
We like messing with you.
You guys had me worried about all of these fucking quarterbacks, and we were never going to take any of them because Derek Carr is better than all of them put together.
My only worry for you was Jalen Hurts. That's the only one I wanted to put on you, and I believe it was legit. I think if he would have failed to us in the third, I think that might have been the pick. But I love what Chris just said, dude. I think that's beautiful, man, because for the last 2 years, that's all we have to hear, whether you call them experts from national media. That's all they want to say is Carr needs to go. Who's going to be the next guy? Mariota's going to take the job. But then you got Philly going out and getting a quarterback when they got Wentz. They're going out, Packers, all due respect, Joe, right? But, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is still that dude, and they had to go out and get Jordan Love. Derek Carr is the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders, ladies and gentlemen, and I think it's time that you just accept it and embrace the guy that has been putting up the numbers he has. It's time, right? Let's give Carr his due. Like, hey, he's still got to prove something this year. I get it. But if you look at his numbers, he's improved under John Gruden's system in the last 2 years. Now he's into year 3. I'm telling you, in a new town like Las Vegas with a new stadium and all kinds of hype, this is going to be a fun year.
There goes that Vanessa.
I want to hear what Bo has to say, our quarterback analyst over here. The real deal.
Yeah, the Jalen Hurts pick doesn't make any sense to me. They've obviously committed to Carson Wentz, just like you guys were saying. So I don't get it. I'm not sold on Carson Wentz. Don't get me wrong. Like I've never really been that big of a fan of him, but to go all in on him and then to draft a quarterback, it just doesn't make any sense.
Come on, Bo Exotic. You got to give us a better analysis. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to call you Bo Exotic.
That's so insulting. It's just like the meanest thing you could have said.
Oh, you don't feel that, Jalen? I know that you guys don't think that he is a good pick, but I feel like as a GM and a coach's, like their perception is they really want someone, and especially, right? They really want someone to, like, so that they can teach them and they can kind of grow. And Jalen Hurts, not only does he have a cannon arm, he can literally grind out yards. Like I think he's a pretty solid quarterback. But you don't feel like as a strengthening, like keep him at the, like, as a backup or so, like you don't think that's good for him to just learn so that he can be taught. I think they're thinking, the GMs and coaches are thinking long-term, and we might be thinking short-term.
Yeah, but Carson Wentz is a young player, so it's not like he's, an older player. And again, when you've got a young quarterback like that, you want to surround him with weapons and build an offensive line. And again, I think the Eagles have a lot of holes that they need to fill. And I'm not sure in the second round you have the luxury of taking a quarterback like Jalen Hurts. I would have liked to have seen them get Carson Wentz more weapons or build that defense too. That defense is pretty atrocious.
Yeah.
Well, they did give him a weapon in round 1 with
Jeremy. And I thought that was a bit of a reach.
Middle to late round 1, that's about where he was supposed to go. I would think that's the early spot for him, but I would agree on the defensive side of the ball. But again, Philly is not the same. I think I'll say this: when they won the Super Bowl, they just got hot at the right time. Bottom line, they just got hot at the right time.
The thing is, they won the Super Bowl. Like it's not a lot of pressure on them right now. They can take this pick if they want. They just won the Super Bowl. Like they saw their window and they went and got it. A bunch of other teams that are in their window, like the Green Bay Packers, are not going to get it. They making this kind of move like they won the Super Bowl already. They haven't won the Super Bowl. Philly just did. So if you want to spend a pick this high on another quarterback who's not going to get on the field, you can do that because you got a ring. You just got a ring a couple of years ago.
Guys, I want to just give out 2 picks real quick. The Buffalo Bills they took AJ Epinesa, the defensive end from Iowa, who we were just talking about, and the Ravens just added J.K. Dobbins, the running back from Ohio State.
2 guys they were just talking about.
Wow.
That's scary.
with Ingram.
It's always the same way, man.
That's why I said last night about front offices, man.
Yeah, it's always the same
best
way.
front offices that
every year
players just fall into their lap.
But it's not just that. It's the fact they follow a certain formula for their squad.
Right.
That's a very Baltimore pick right there.
Yep.
Patrick Queen was a very Baltimore pick. Like,
and think about, like, he's coming from the same style of offense with the same type of quarterback in terms of I don't think Justin Fields isn't the same type of runner. No one's the same type of runner Lamar Jackson is. No. But you're still running that zone read. And Bo, you can speak to this because this is what you coached up and ran for a while, and we ran it together in Vegas. When you're running that zone read and you got the best zone read quarterback, and I'll say maybe ever in Baltimore, and now you add J.K. Dobbins to that mix. Good Lord.
I mean, yeah, they have in the tight end sets that they run, they could run like 23 personnel, wishbone kind of weird shit and make it work, and then stretch out Hollywood Brown to run by everybody. So they have just so many things, and Harbaugh does some great things. That offense, they do great things with their uniqueness to it, and they're going to be fun to watch, man, and they're going to be everyone's first choice in Madden next year with the Madden cover athlete. It's ridiculous.
And let's double back to the Buffalo Bills real quick. The Buffalo Bills are going to win the AFC East, and
I agree with you.
100.
They are.
Yep.
They got a chance to make a deep run in the playoffs, maybe to the AFC Championship game against Baltimore. What they and Kansas City, like, those are the three class teams of the AFC right now. The way they build defense. Sean McDermott's a hell of a head coach. That secondary is legit. The pass rushers.
Yeah.
Everything.
Buddy.
What'd you say?
Don't count Pittsburgh out. They will be back.
No, I'm counting them out because they don't got good quarterback play, and Big Ben's not the same guy.
All right. So let's see.
Baltimore's gonna boat race the Steelers.
I think as far as Buffalo goes, if Josh Allen takes another step this year,
good Lord.
I mean, I really think that they could be something to be reckoned with. Yeah. And I totally agree with you. With the Patriots down after losing Tom Brady, I think, the Bills, the AFC East is for their taking. I love how they've built their team.
Absolutely. But that's why, when you look at the Buffalo Bills, Stephon Diggs, that receiving core, that running back group, that quarterback, that offensive line, that defense, and the most important thing, the king is dead. He is no longer in New England. So now
he went to some other garbage team.
The prince is dead. The king is still in New England.
There you go. The prince moved out. He went to go to retirement land in Tampa while the king is still in New England. But we love giving Bo a hard time about that. I'm waiting for Bo to start shooting back. I don't think he's got enough beers in him yet.
Oh, I'm just loading up.
So are your Buccaneers. They're trying.
I'll see you on Monday night. How about that?
Yeah. But
can't wait.
I can't wait to see what the Bills are going to look like on the field because, last year they gave teams fits and the way they go about their business, they really have taken the city of Buffalo's kind of like mantra and attitude and really absorbed it. And it's like, we're going to be a tough physical team.
Yep.
We're not going to take shit. We're going to punch you in your mouth. We're going to get punched, but we're going to come back and punch you harder. They're an old school mentality. And you remember Jim Johnson, the defensive coordinator for the Eagles for many, many years?
Yep.
Well, Sean McDermott was his hand-picked successor and heir apparent in Philly. So that's what you're seeing now. The same way those Eagles teams back then were built, with those just physical blitzing defenses that were just tough as nails. That's what Buffalo has. And to get Epinesa right there, oh my God, I kudos to the Bills personnel department.
Yeah, and I think his name is Brian Dabble. I think that's a perfect point that you made about just the team fitting that city culture. It's blue collar. You know what I mean? And like I said, I really like the way that they built their team. And, the Raiders should look at that because they've done it in a couple of years. I mean, the Bills were a laughing stock. And in the last few years, they've built that thing right, and I think they're going to make a push in the playoffs this year.
So let's talk about the AFC East real quick. With the Bills, I like what the Dolphins have done in this draft.
I do too.
And they're coming up to pick again real soon. I would think, a defensive tackle. I think Raekwon Davis would make a lot of sense there. I like what to go along with what they've done with Brian Flores and what he likes to do on the defensive side of the ball. Raekwon Davis fits, big time what he likes to do. And then you got the Jets who got the tackle and they can add some weapons for Sam Darnold. I think the biggest interest for the Jets is their head coach, to be honest with you. And then you still have the Patriots and Bill Belichick and what he's done. Where do you see the AFC East as overall, just between those four teams?
Yeah, I think you can never count the Patriots out just because of Bill Belichick. He is the greatest coach of all time, and they still have a good defense. But like you said, I really like what the Bills did. I think that's the favorite right now. I really like what the Dolphins are doing. It's kind of a slow rebuild, but they've got a ton of picks. And then I think it's an interesting division. I think maybe one team comes out of there for the playoffs, maybe two. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening.
Knight, I seen you. You seemed like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, always. I'm a talker. That's what I do. So when I look at like Miami, I'll give them another year. They got to let this young team develop. They're bringing in a lot of pieces. They got to see how it's all going to fit together. But I like what Miami's doing. I think by next year you're going to see an insurgence from the Miami Dolphins. Buffalo Bills are getting a lot of the attention right now, and rightfully so. But this is going to make Bo happy. Last year you saw the Patriots do just as well, and they fizzled out in the playoffs. And we talked about Father Time all day yesterday, and we talked about Brady and Belichick, and Belichick has been the constant in that organization. So this is going to tell a lot, right? Like last year, people said, well, Brady didn't have all the right weapons. He didn't have all the right receivers, and he didn't have a running game. He didn't have enough of this or that. He has no excuse over there in Tampa this year, right? But Belichick is sitting back saying, I believe in my system. I believe doing the same thing that I've been doing for the last 2 decades is going to carry me through, no matter who my quarterback is. So it's going to be interesting. I'm not counting the Patriots out until they actually fall, because I've done that for years. So I'm still going to give it to the Patriots. I'm always that type of guy. They're the king of the mountain until someone knocks them off, which could be the Bills. I'm going to go with the Patriots.
TQ?
I'm actually going to take the Bills. Yo, what is that?
Hey, that's your cleaning lady, man. Tell her, hey.
Sounds like a plane, actually.
What do y'all got, an airplane in the backyard or something? Yeah, anyway.
It's Joe's barber.
Yeah.
I go to the same one you go to.
Tell him to come here next. I'm due.
Hey, man, dude is making money, whoever he is. Keeping us tight.
All day.
Where were we? I just got thrown off.
You're talking
about the Bills. You're going with the Bills.
Yeah, but I'm taking them for the AFC. They've been building for a while. That Diggs thing came out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting that. That gave the quarterback that weapon that he needs to stretch. That quarterback is a real athletic dude, and he ain't scared of nothing. Like you said, they definitely have the face of the city across the board, and they can't be down forever, man. Back when we was growing up, the Bills was a hell of a team.
Pissed me off. Miami Dolphins pick is in, and it is Raekwon Davis, the defensive tackle from Alabama.
Makes sense.
Good. It's funny how Alabama, to me, this year, they're athletes. I feel like you get the best value later on in this draft.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Raekwon Davis. I think he underperformed. He's like a physical specimen, but it seemed like all the players around him outshined him. So, in the second round, it's fine, I guess.
Yeah. He's not a big pass rusher.
No.
And he got bullied at times in run defense, but I think he's so raw. He's got a lot of tools for them to really do some special things. You got to tap into it.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's why I really think he could work there. But it is a strange fit. Now I think about it with Miami. But again, Belichick guy, no Saban, connect dots. That's how you get there.
And they took Christian Wilkins last year out of Clemson, defensive tackle. So
yeah,
they'll probably play next to one another.
Yeah, man, they plugging it up in Miami. Miami is doing what they should be doing at this point.
The Rams just made a pick, and it's a guy that is a coronavirus guy, and that's Van Jefferson. He went a lot higher than expected for a lot of people. I love Van Jefferson, route running ability. This was the pick that traded Braden Cooks to. This would have been the Texans pick. So, Texas also had Braden Cooks on that roster. We were talking about them earlier. Now the Rams have Van Jefferson to go along with Robert Woods and that receiving core. I like the fit Van Jefferson right there. I love everything about his game. If he wasn't hurt, this guy probably would have gone a little bit higher than when he was drafted today.
And I think he was lucky because, honestly, before the whole COVID thing, he got to participate in the Senior Bowl. So teams did get to see him. And like you said, he's a pristine route runner, probably the best route runner at the Senior Bowl. And it's funny that you brought up Robert Woods because I can see similarities in their game. So it fits the kind of mold of receiver that they like. Makes sense. Cooper Kupp, again, too, also a pristine route runner.
Yep.
I love Robert Woods. I was a big-time Robert Woods guy when he was at Sarah. And I was a big-time Robert Woods guy while he was at USC. And
Buffalo gave up on him too soon.
Baby.
Oh yeah, I forgot the guy down there. Went to freaking Gardena Sarah High
That's
School.
house, baby. That's house.
Hey, from the vacuum to the kitchen, who's making noise now, man?
What's going on
in there?
Well,
doing dishes now.
My mic was on mute before when all that noise was going on, so I know it's not me.
I'm in a soundproof room right now. I ain't tripping.
You really gonna call it a soundproof room?
Outside, do you?
I was gonna say I'm at the stadium right now.
You're about as soundproof as me, dude.
So I put the thing on the board right there from Gus, and that said, my guy Willie Gay is still on the board.
Yes, right? Please.
Not after Baltimore come up in the next couple of picks.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh shit, yeah. That would be.
We still got 20 picks to go.
Right, and we're coming to the end of where Mayock said he really liked the guys in this wheelhouse. So let's see if the Raiders make a move. There had to be someone he was targeting.
Right, I know they're just going to draft Jacob Eason for TQ.
Come on, man, stop. Enough is enough.
I think it'll be McDonald's. McDonald, the kid from Hawaii.
Someone's hungry.
Oh God! Don't.
Yeah.
You got that Phillip River ass throw. Like, please no. I do not want that.
Yo, have y'all noticed like the younger coaches' cribs, bro? Like,
it's ridiculous. Honestly, all these places, like when they show these people's house, it makes me feel terrible about myself.
McVay and Kingsbury are pimping, man.
Yeah, I want to move out. And Kingsbury, he's single.
Yeah.
Like, and
not for long.
Sorry,
bro,
his house.
Yeah, someone coming up at his house with a shovel real quick.
Kingsbury's got so much.
Can't tell me he's not crushed.
Oh, bro, that's the bachelor crib of all bachelor cribs. You kidding me?
He's having a life right now. You understand?
But I don't have a TV in the room I'm in. I haven't watched anything of draft coverage live. I've went back and watched it a little bit last night and this morning when I first seen Cliff Kingsbury's house. That is a sick setup, bro. Like that backyard is epic. That's some shit that Squeeze probably seen in Europe visiting. Posh Bison and David Beckham.
It's nuts. It's nuts. But I'm saying McVay's was sick too just now. He had a hell of a spread he was working out of too, for real. It's the young ones, man. They got all the swag. You know what I'm saying? They got
right.
They got the swag.
And it's funny you said that because if you look at coaches like Bill Belichick and Andy Reid, if you saw their houses, it's like night and day. Man.
They got the.
Well, you're talking about Andy Reid. He's probably got a couple.
But those are the dudes that are winning, though. So
right.
To be fair,
Andy Reid's got a couple of recliners, some homemade blankets over the top of it and stuff.
Man,
with the pipe next to him. Old school TV with dials.
You said a pipe next to him. What do you think? Is that Squeeze's house?
Why you snitching out my business? Damn.
Hey, do you got a red velvet smoke robe too?
Yo, this guy.
Yep, he does. No, it's blue. It's blue velvet. It's blue velvet.
Oh, it's blue velvet. My bad.
Yo, stop it.
He's on that Prince shit. I'm sorry.
Van Jefferson, John Jefferson's son.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like, look at Mike Zimmer's house.
Hey,
this man looks like he lives in the Midwest.
Yeah, man, he got
real shit.
Deer heads and shit all over.
Real shit. Hey, my mom just texted me. She said, quote, Squeeze got some swag, end quote.
I love her. What's up, Mom?
Oh, good pick by the Vikings.
Yeah.
Vikings just picked Edgeworth Cleveland. Fits their system well.
He does. Very movable, loose guy. For him to
that zone running scheme.
That fits real well for them.
I'm surprised he went this late. I thought he was going to be a fringe first rounder.
I thought he was going middle of the first round. He was my fifth best offensive lineman.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you figure Matt Pert, he's still available, and Prince Tagovailoa.
From Auburn. Yeah,
that's a beast.
Yeah. You know what? If I'm the Raiders,
I wish we could have got in this round, man. My goodness.
But if I'm the Raiders and he's there in the third round, that may be a way I go too. Because you could plug him in at guard if need be, and you can also teach him how to be a better tackle. He hasn't played a lot of football in his career, and he's a natural zone fit.
Yeah, right. It's funny you said that because Josina Anderson put out a tweet this morning talking about when the Raiders were on the clock at 12 that they were talking about potentially taking a tackle. And
really?
that kind of surprised me. I was well, that's what it made it sound like. So that was pretty interesting.
Wow.
I mean, you never know. The Jets are on the clock now.
Yeah. And they could have taken Ezra Cleveland too.
Yeah.
Well, they picked the tackle in the first round.
Right. But I mean, they need as much offensive line help as they can get.
Bad. They need it bad.
So I can tell you guys this, and Vinny Bonsignore's reporting it now as well. Van Jefferson was actually, Green Bay was trying to move up for him, and the Rams made sure that they didn't get him.
Yeah.
That would have been a good pick right there for them.
Yeah.
I will say right now at this point, I think we're going to see some of those other receivers start coming off the board.
Well, that's going to help.
Denzel Mims is still on the board.
I think we're going to see some quarterbacks come off now too, shortly.
So, Squeeze, who do you think's left on the board right now, or at least by position? What do you think that could hurt the Raiders right now, as far as taking them away from the defensive perspective of this draft? You think it could be a guard, maybe another wide receiver, or maybe another complimentary back to Jacobs?
I once again, if that makes sense, that I don't know if it makes sense or not, but if what Chris is saying is true, then yeah, I could see them taking another lineman here. But
especially if Jackson's on the block,
Right, but it's still some guys that I would love for the Raiders to pick up. I don't know if they'll still be around.
I think a name to watch is Josh Uche out of Michigan. He's been like a defensive end linebacker. I know they met with him at the combine. He's a speed outside end linebacker type. He could be a name that they may be able to get in the third round. That's the type I'm
looking for.
Yeah,
that's kind of a guy I'm looking for right
Uche,
there. Sure.
I like him.
Yeah.
I just think of that '90s hip hop song, Uche, Uche, la la la. Uche,
Oh
shit. You remember that squeeze?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, what do you think about this, though? What about in the third round going to Meek Robertson, even though you took Arnett in the first round? Would you do that?
I think we got more needs now than I think we got more needs up front than we have in the
I like our secondary, but
I like our secondary too.
Okay, so
but they might look for someone outside if they're planning on moving Arnett inside, though. They might still be looking for another answer on the outside.
I like Meek Robertson, man. Like I would go gay. I would go gay, and
you already are, bro.
You did yourself, bro.
Say that one more time.
Give that to yourself, buddy boy.
I would draft Willie Gay, okay? And that's the first time Knight's got anybody through this whole thing. So
bullshit, dude, bullshit.
Oh,
dude.
come on,
Jason. Bullshit on that. I call bullshit on that, bro.
Sebastian Jason Kowski. So
no, you're using my brother's shit. You're using my brother's shit, so you got me.
But I was gonna say, but Robertson's interesting. I love his game, and they got another dude there that's a hybrid safety corner. I think he's more of a corner at the NFL level, and that's Snead. He's another guy that in that secondary, I like him a lot. But Denzel Mims to the Jets right here.
Okay, good pick for them. They need a weapon for homeboy.
Yeah, big time. And
what impressed me about him was his 3-cone. He ran a 3-cone of 6.66, which means that he can get in and out of routes a lot quicker than maybe people thought. Because at Baylor he had a very limited route tree.
So
oh yeah.
I put it too, yeah.
What happened, man? What am I missing?
So Gus put on there, Joe, I'm getting you a gay Raider jersey.
Oh, what?
No, see, I could say something very mean right now.
Don't do it. Oh my goodness.
But I'm not going to. But no, I'll throw something out there that could be very interesting. You take William Gay and you get Jeremy Chin at 80 and 81, and then come back with offensive tackle.
Sign me up for that. Sign me up.
Now, pretty nice.
That would be
right.
That would be a
pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Dang, dude.
The problem is we have another 20 picks to wait.
I know.
That's not gonna happen.
Well, I think as we enter the third round, if the Raiders really want somebody, that's where they'll move up. I don't think they're going to jump into the second at this point. So
no,
they might. And if they have somebody on their board that they have to have,
the second round's almost over here.
But how quick do they jump up in the third for what?
What are their picks on? What's the pick in the third? What's the first pick?
80 and 81.
80, 81.
And then 91, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be interesting if they did jump up.
Jennings or Terrell.
You said Denzel Mims here to the Jets?
Yeah. That to me is I like it for my guy Sam Darnold. You know what I'm saying? Like honestly.
No, I agree. Yeah, I do too.
But he's just gotta, the thing that I worry about when it comes to Mims is, I know he played with a broken hand last year, most of the year.
Yeah.
But his releases and his limited route tree really worry me.
But those are things you can work on.
Absolutely
when it comes to physical traits, you can't. I mean, there's only so much you could do, but you get with a good receiver coach, you can work on those releases. You can work on your route tree. So, in the second round, this late, I'm gambling on a guy like that, and he's got a freaky arm length.
Yeah, big time.
What, did Arnett break his hand too?
Yes, he broke his wrist.
He
broke his wrist.
All year. Played with it like that all year.
Apparently, he's real close with Chris Carter, the receiver.
Someone said that was his father.
No, not his dad.
Daddy or something.
No, he's just real close with him. Kind of like that mentor type.
All right, guys, update me on the pick because I'm still a little delayed. Is it the Titans or am I late?
The Jets are just about to make their pick, and that's Denzel Mims.
Yeah, they announced the pick.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, there they go.
So Patriots next. I'm seeing.
Correct. And their pick is in. They haven't announced it yet, though.
Cool.
Yeah, they traded up to number 60. So they gave up picks, pick 129. Or no, excuse me, the Patriots
129 for 71 and
98. Yeah, that's what it is.
So you guys were saying that you like that Mims pick?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, for sure.
And especially at that point, again, it goes to like talent and value. To be able to get that type of talent at the later part of the second round, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, there's actually still really good talent that's left.
Yeah, your boy Fulton is still on the board.
Yeah, that surprises me.
He could end up in Green Bay.
Boo.
So look,
and he's not going to Green Bay.
Hear me out. King is a free agent after this year. They may not re-sign him. They have one lockdown corner in Alexander, but you don't have.
Just laughed at that.
Yeah, no, they keep showing Bill Belichick's work desk, and there's either the dog sitting at the work desk or there's nobody sitting at the desk. So it's like, what the hell is going on? And he looks like he's like in some 1950s home with some checkerboard table.
Hey, I want to put a bow on Denzel Mims real quick. Here's the Kevin Bacon 6 degrees of separation. Denzel Mims played for Matt Rule at Baylor, he goes to the Jets to replace Robbie Anderson, who went to the Panthers to play for Matt Rule, who he played for at Temple when Matt Rule was the coach at Temple.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to mention the connection just between Matt Rule, being the coach at Baylor, as well as when he was the coach at Temple. And, losing the receiver there, Robbie Anderson, and now replacing him with Denzel Mims. Ooh, Josh Uche. Damn.
Say Uche. I'm saying Uche to the
Patriots.
I
like him.
Wow.
And he's going to, with Vinovich, he's similar type players, honestly.
Uche, Kuche, la.
I like that pick.
There it is.
You're ridiculous, Joe.
Oh, Lord.
How do you guys feel about Uche? It's Uche, right? Josh Uche.
Yeah.
Josh Uche.
He's a good player. He fits in that 3-4 system, so he's going to be an outside rush linebacker. He's really quick off the edge.
Yeah.
I like that pick a lot. I think pairing him with Vinovich out of Michigan last year, they're going to have two guys coming off the edge that are going to be applying pressure to the quarterback. And I know the Raiders were interested in him. They talked to him at the Combine.
Not only is he quick off the edge, I studied that he led his team in sacks for his past 2 seasons, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And you got to remember, Bill Belichick is a defensive-minded coach. I know that he's known for his relationship and Tom Brady and what the offense has always been able to do. But, losing Brady, you're looking at Belichick saying, you know what, I want to go to what I know. And he's building this defense. It was already good last year. He's solidifying it right now. He's like, hey, if I'm going to need to find that answer at quarterback, I'm at least going to have a defense that keeps me in games.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that the Patriots took him. I think when it comes to Mike Mayock, his player evaluations are going to be very similar in that Bill Belichick mode. Those are the type of players that they like. So the fact that the Patriots traded up to go get Josh Uche, leads me to believe that the Raiders were probably interested at some point too.
And I'll go as far as saying I think what Belichick is going back to doing is he's going to rely on his defense to win ball games.
Correct. No doubt.
The ball versus having Tom Brady out there slinging it and chucking it.
Now maybe they exclusively lean on their run game and play great defense.
Well, that's how you end up in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and that's what he was doing when he was with the Giants and even with the Browns. He didn't have the explosive offenses.
And his coaching acumen makes up for a lot of holes or deficiencies your team may have. So, I think you put any other coach with that roster, it's not nearly as good. But, again, they're perennial playoff teams. So,
yeah, when Bill Belichick goes up and gets a player, a linebacker specifically,
the
type of linebackers that he's drafted to that organization, bro.
Yeah, and Daniel Jeremiah just tweeted, Uche is a very similar player to Kyle Van Noy, who they just lost to the Dolphins this past year. Mm-hmm. So he can come in and fill that void.
And we kept talking about patterns with like the Ravens and now the Patriots, and I think you're starting to see that. You're starting to see that pattern with even the Raiders and how they handled their first round after Mayock handled the first year. So they're really picking their guys and they're sticking to what they believe is the best fit for their system, which is exactly what Belichick does.
Right.
It's the formula, man. The season.
And that's what I like about Mayock and his drafting. Is that they do have an identity, right? And they do have a type of player that they want to go after. And, you know, everybody that they draft seems to fit that mode. So if you're going to make a mistake, at least make it in your wheelhouse, you know, of the type of players that you like.
You don't deviate from who you are.
No.
You know, that's the reality. If you're going to be a power team, you run power. If you're going to be zone, you run zone.
Right.
If you like this guy or that guy. For instance, let's talk about the Tennessee Titans, who just came on the clock or made their pick, actually, and we just talked about him, Christian Fulton to the Titans.
Yeah.
Now when you look at what the Titans are, they're another team that's built a lot like they're built a lot like the New England Patriots and what Bill Belichick does, and that's by design.
Right.
So when you see that, you have to understand now that the Titans are going to be a ground and pound team. They're not going to put everything on Tannehill's shoulders. They're not going to try to trick you into anything. They're going to go out there and they're going to punch you in the mouth, and they're going to play good, hard-nosed football, and they're going to win on defense.
Right.
And that's what good teams do. They don't lose their identity when it comes to the draft to go we want to make a splash pick. We're just going to go ahead and get the guys that fit what we like to do. Damn everything else.
Yeah, and the Titans probably, while he's still unsigned, they probably lost Logan Ryan this offseason, who was a Patriot, who played really well for the Titans last year. He's kind of that corner safety player. And now you can bring in a guy like Christian Fulton and just, you know, plug him right in that corner position where Logan Ryan was. I really like that pick a lot. And again, especially at the later part of the second round.
And that also could say something about Adoree Jackson. You know, Adoree's coming up on his contract. And Adoree's had a last year, Adoree played out of his mind. People don't realize how good he played, especially in the slot. And Adoree could be a guy that a lot of teams have interest in the very near future. So you have to, again, look ahead. Oh, another Gardena Sarah guy, no doubt. You know, and he was one of the freakiest high school athletes I've ever been able to watch in person and cover as well.
Yeah, I think he was the only dude that caught Christian McCaffrey last year. It was kind of, Christian McCaffrey still scored, but it's the only time I saw him get caught from behind.
Dory's back to Christian Fulton for a little bit. I want to talk more about him because he got a 2-year suspension because he failed a PED testing because he said he smoked a little bit of marijuana, whatever. He had someone actually use their urine for him. The NCAA found out, and he was suspended for 2 years. Now, I know, Joe, you were telling me, we had the conversation the other week about now marijuana being used and how they don't get tested on it anymore. How do you guys feel about that? Do you feel that they should be getting tested?
No, I don't, because it is something that helps with alleviate the pain. If it's legal in states now, there's no reason for it to be tested across the board. It's a gateway drug thing. It's a joke. And I just feel at this point, you know, as someone who has family that play in the NFL and they use it pretty actively because they are in pain. That makes to me, it makes a lot of sense for him to do that because when it's not, it helps him. It helps alleviate the pain. I'm not a person that partakes in it personally, but I don't begrudge anybody that does.
So what if a player smokes before practice and comes high? Because a lot of people, when they smoke, they don't feel that they look high. But what if that were you as a coach?
Is it affecting the way he's playing? If it's affecting his play negatively, then he need to quit smoking or get fined. Outside of that, if you come out here and ball out, because from the stories that I know from the 80s and the early 90s,
right.
Bruh, it was a lot worse stuff than smoking before you go on the
right.
field. And guys was playing out of their minds, completely zooted out of their brains. So, you know, it just depends on the situation. Some people handle marijuana differently than other people. But the point is, if you ain't testing for alcohol, what you testing for weed for?
True. Well, very, very, very true.
And the thing is I understood it from a corporate perspective when it was illegal, regardless of how you believe whether it's a harmful drug or not. It was illegal. So as a company standard, I could see, okay, but I mean, it's legal in pretty much everywhere at this point. There might be a few hot spots that are not legal, but this is actually something that's good. It's safer for them to have marijuana than it is some of the pills and shots they up these guys with. So, now that it's legal, there's no sense to put restrictions on it at all.
Let's just be real about the situation. Like, I'm just going to be conservative about it. 40% of the NFL actively smokes weed.
That's a low number.
I would say 40% of the NFL conservatively doesn't smoke weed. Okay, I know a lot of dudes in the league, and I would say the vast majority of them, and they know when they're getting tested, so it's not a big deal.
I would say 95% are up in the White House. Just saying.
I'm not getting into politics, but hey, the Packers pick is in, and they took a guy that I had mocked to the Raiders, running back AJ Dillon out of Boston College.
Wow,
big dude.
Big.
See, now you're cooking with soft cat shit, because that's you need some running backs. That organization's always needed some.
No. Aaron Jones had 19 touchdowns and ran for almost 1,300 yards last year. Like, Aaron Jones is a legit but he's coming up on a contract. But that's more for Jamal Williams, their power back, a guy that they're probably not going to end up keeping him. LaFleur likes to have multiple running backs to do multiple things. You got to keep Aaron Jones healthy. He's one of the elite running backs in the NFL. So you have to do a good job of keeping him upright and make sure, should he go down, that the drop off isn't that bad. Now, the problem with AJ Dillon is he doesn't do any, like 15 years ago, he's a top 15 pick in the NFL. I mean, he's got the old school skill set. But in today's NFL, he doesn't do some of the things in today's NFL particularly well, what coaches are looking for. So for me, AJ Dillon right here, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the pick, but I understand the reason why. I probably would have gone with the receiver or a trade back. Or hell, I would have taken Willie Gay or Jeremy Chin right there, to be honest with you, to get that defense a little bit of extra juice. But, it is what it is right there.
No, I think it's a good move. I'm just saying, you're not necessarily known for your running backs.
Is TQ talking about hockey? Question mark.
What is he talking about?
What is he talking about?
Kalani Lua, are you talking about the marijuana situation?
I think it's talking about the 40%.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Hey, don't underestimate hockey. Everybody probably does it right now, so.
Yeah, for real. You know what it is? I know I got too many relationships. I don't want to be sitting up here dry snitching nobody out. You know what I'm saying?
No, never.
So we're gonna leave it on 40, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, TQ, we didn't get your opinion about this pick, right?
The Packers, I don't know what the Packers are doing. I have no idea what the Packers are doing. They're not acting as if they was a 13-3 team. I don't. I mean, I guess he's okay, but it's like you guys they got a serviceable running game. The team was 13-3. They were 13-3. They was a game away from the Super Bowl. I don't know. Matt LaFleur,
I know when he said LaFleur, I was like,
he's gonna have to prove himself a little bit better than this, man. I don't know. I can't put my finger on what the Packers are thinking about, unless they have some type of rift in house where they offer Aaron Rodgers for some reason, and they about to tank or whatever or blow it up. I don't know. I don't get it.
This is Joe's true team, so Joe should feel the most.
I understand what they're doing. They're getting a guy again. I think it's more for Jamal. They're gonna have to pay Aaron Jones, and once that happens, they're going to have to make some tough decisions. And I know a guy like Jamal Williams, who I think the world of. He's from the same area. He's from the IE. So one of my close friends I played football with growing up, Darnell Pugh, was his position coach at Summit High School in Fontana, California. They're going to have to let Jamal walk probably. And you have to have somebody back there. Jamal, This is year 4, so it'll be after this year.
Okay, so I have a question.
So why didn't they get somebody to help right now?
I just want to know. Do you guys care about this year? Do you believe that you're one of the best teams in the NFC or not?
No, I think they do, but I also know that both Aaron Jones has an injury history, as does Jamal Williams. Jamal missed times last year with the concussion. Dexter Williams, who they drafted late last year out of Notre Dame, he only seen the field in one game as a special teamer. He didn't really show a lot. So I think what they're trying to do is protect themselves, and they want to get, and maybe they just want to get a power back.
So you believe this kid's gonna get some PT this year?
Potentially, if something should happen to Aaron Jones, yeah, he very well could be.
I feel like Aaron Rodgers is sitting at home like, what the hell is my team doing to me right now?
Well, I could tell you something else right now. The Raiders need to watch out because the Kansas City Chiefs just traded up, and they selected Willie Gay Jr.
God damn it! There it is. Damn.
So I guess I'm not getting a gay Raider jersey, Gus.
No, it's not happening. Not happening, buddy.
That sucks. I love Gay's game. The only knock on Gay has been, there's some off the field stuff with him. Nothing that I would be.
Doesn't bother the Chiefs at all.
Never. Right. That's one organization that nothing bothers when it comes to that.
Chiefs are they're getting stronger. No matter, doesn't even matter who they pick right now. Like they're pretty strong.
That's terrible.
That is terrible.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. What do you have to say about this? Why is it that the teams that consistently win like this are always the ones that make moves like this?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say Kansas City is the team that just consistently wins. I'm not
ready to go there.
Andy Reid's coming to town.
I mean, because they're not scared. They're not scared to make these moves and take a chance.
No,
because they have a strong organization that will back them and back the picks, and because of that, they're not worried about what anybody else says. Organizations that are scared to make this type of move or draft those type of guys don't have the backbone or the strong belief from people around them, and they won't make those type of moves.
It's just crazy, man. Like, they have gotten exponentially better, and they just won the Super Bowl.
Matabuke is about to go to Seattle. Who Seattle's about to pick, Joe? Who do you think?
They just traded it to the Panthers.
They traded?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
So someone just emailed me about A.J. Dillon. He said, I'm watching your show, and there's some notes on A.J. Dillon. And you asking who Carolina's going to pick, they're going to take Jeremy Chin. They said A.J. Dillon.
You got us Raider fans thinking we're going to get Gay and Chin back to back. And this is what happened.
They went back to back. Right? So he said, Joe, A.J. Dillon tested in the 97th percentile for speed score as well as spark score. Yeah. He's a big bruising back who also has speed and burst to rip off chunk yards. He's a suitable pass catcher and has some shades of a prime and skinny Eddie Lacy.
Yeah, think Derrick Henry. I mean, dudes that are 240 plus pounds don't move like that. And I thought he was going to be a target for the Raiders in the 3rd round to pair along with Josh Jacobs. Plus, he's from Boston College, which is Mike Mayock's alma mater. He's got that connection. I was surprised, a little bit surprised that he went in the 2nd, but I mean, yeah.
So you guys, so once again, you believe he's getting some PT this year?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like I said,
Go ahead, Nate.
So. No, I think that he'll get some PT for sure. I mean, like guys like that, you have a place for them, whether it's in short yardage or not. You're gonna get him an opportunity. You need more multiple backs in this league than you do just one.
So if we're looking at the Raiders and with Gay going to the Chiefs and Chin to the Panthers, a guy that's been making a huge fall is Zach Braun.
Yeah, he is. He had the diluted sample at the combine.
So you're talking about?
I would go after him.
Diluted with what?
Water.
Yeah.
He's not gonna be on the board. We got another 16, 14 picks.
Yeah.
He's gonna be gone.
But Kalani brings up a good point as we're approaching the end of round 2, going into round 3. Scared money don't make money. You know,
nope.
He's 100% right. So you gotta be able to kind of, this would be a guy you'd want to take a chance on. So, you know, this is the Raiders' money time right here. They have 3 picks in this round. This is where they're gonna really make some hay and build their roster. And I'm kind of surprised, to be honest with you, that they haven't traded back or done something to accumulate more picks. I think we're probably gonna see that.
Yeah, another linebacker that hasn't been selected yet that I really like, and he's got all the intangibles in the world. He's just not the super athlete. Is Logan Wilson out of Wyoming. That would be a target that I could like to see the Raiders go after. Really instinctive linebacker. And I thought he would be going in the second round, but he's still available right now.
Well, also, if we're talking about big boards, Jacob Phillips is still on the board from LSU.
Yeah.
David Woodward from Utah State. Evan Weaver, Shaq Quarterman. Those are some inside guys that I like a lot. I think a sleeper guy is Dante Olson from Montana.
There's the guy from Appalachian State too.
I have him as an outside guy.
Yeah.
Akeem Davis Gather.
That's it.
Malik Harrison is still on the board. He says
absolutely.
Zach Bond, Okura from Notre Dame, Anthony Jennings from Alabama still on the board.
Another good one. Terrell Lewis still on the board.
Terrell Lewis, exactly. And the thing is with Anthony Jennings, I'll talk about him for a minute. I had him going projected high early second round, projected low fourth round, and in overall projected between the second and third round. So this is that time where I think Anthony Jennings could be selected.
And you guys are Pac-12 guys. I like Zach Moss a lot out of Utah if they do decide to get a compliment running back.
He's a big guy, and I like Moss too.
I like his feet.
The only thing I don't like about Moss is like he gets like little nagging injuries. Even though he comes back in the game, he'll get hit and he'll go out for a couple, then he'll come back in.
Yeah.
And then he'll get hit, and if I don't know if that's gonna work well. And I don't like his body type. He's got a belly that kind of hangs out, and here body type, it is like an Eddie Lacy.
Yeah. He could be like, yeah. I mean, Frank Gore is, you know what I mean? Like, he's not some super built dude, but he's got those natural feet, and he always falls forward. And as far as the injuries, if you're sharing carries with the Josh Jacobs, maybe he's not getting injured as much.
That's true.
All right, gentlemen, and all right, Raider Nation, when we get back, our phone lines will be open. We're going to take a quick break. Round 2 is officially over. Give us a call at 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. We really want to know what you guys have to say. Third round is the Raiders' time, our time. We'll see what we do.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday Night Lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
There goes my linebacker. I need to stop talking. Logan Wilson just got drafted by the Bengals.
See, that's number 3, Chris.
Yeah,
that's
I just need to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. Regardless if it happens anyway, at least we can't pin it on you.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome back, Raider Nation. We are officially into round 3, and I'm going to let Chris announce the pick since Chris is not getting as delayed.
Yeah, no, I just said Logan Wilson was the pick. He's a linebacker out of Wyoming, really instinctive player, not the most athletic guy, but to get him in the 3rd round, that's a nice value pick for the Bengals. I really have liked what they've done thus far in the draft, getting Burrow and then T. Higgins and now Logan Wilson. They've had a really solid draft, so a really good pick for them.
They've had a really, really solid draft. What do you think, Knight?
No, they have, and I just want Chris to start picking the bad players that should be going off the board because we're coming up. I wanted to touch on something real quick. I don't know if the boys are back, so we might want to wait. But do you think the Raiders are not being as aggressive just for the simple fact that maybe that where we're at in the cap?
Well, I think, too, if you think about it, we don't have a 2nd-round pick. So I think if they were going to be aggressive, it would be to move back, honestly, to accumulate more picks. I think Mike Mayock, he wants more stabs, more chances, more choices, because obviously the more choices you have, the more likely you're going to make a right one in that scheme. So, it's kind of interesting. We've had to be patient thus far. We're about 14 picks away from the Raiders selecting, but it is tough to watch all these good players go off the board and the Raiders not be able to select them.
What's interesting, Mike Mayock actually said that they're not trying to be aggressive this draft. The only thing they're trying to do is really be patient because they want to find who fits for their culture, which is what I think they did with the Devon Arnett pick. So we'll see what they do with the next picks, but what is our advantages now? I know you guys talked about there's a lot of talent left in this draft. What is the Raiders' advantage this round?
Well, they have 3 picks, so they can kind of let things fall to them. And then they can move back as well. We would have thought because they had 3-round picks that they would have maybe potentially moved up. But it looks like they're going to stay still unless they move back at some point. But, yeah, just having 3 picks in the 3rd round, that gives you a leg up on the rest of the teams.
And I see them moving back early considering that they got 80 and 81, right? So that would be a spot where they don't necessarily need to take back-to-back picks. They could afford to move back and get some other guy that they've targeted, but make sure they get the guy they want in that area.
Right, because after this 3rd round, we only have a pick in the 4th round and a pick in the 5th round. So, again, if you can add picks, I think that's the way to go, especially if you trust your general manager to make smart decisions. And I think they do with Mike Mayock.
You got a couple of real Mayocky, Gruden-y guys here that are still available. And one thing that we have to recognize, maybe Raider Nation doesn't really understand this, but Raiders have all kinds of time. They got a lot of slack, man. They don't really have to rush to do anything. The only consequences of the Raiders not making the playoffs or whatever is just our mouths. That's it. At the end of the day, they right back in it. So I thought at the beginning that they would be more aggressive to try to get into this 2nd round, but looking at the players that are left and the things that they need to be doing at this point, considering what they did already in this draft and what they did in free agency, which was a big surprise for me. I think they can take their time and find the kind of guys that Mayock likes. Keep on building this thing up.
But I've been saying it since we got on today too. When you look at our roster, our starting lineup is pretty much set. I mean, I don't think we're forced. We're looking
Right.
for rotational pieces.
Absolutely.
We're looking for depth pieces, maybe guys that we could groom for the next year or two. So
Right.
I think that's the other reason why we're not being as aggressive, because we really don't have to at this point.
Yeah,
It's
and
about getting the right guy to develop.
Yeah, and where I would push back is I think our offense, I think that starting lineup is pretty much set. It's
True.
on defense. I think there's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of guys that are
Depth.
unproven because there's a lot of young players on that side of the ball. So again, like TQ was saying earlier, I think, if there are defensive players worth picking in this range, that's where you got to look at, because, our defense for years now has been abysmal. And to keep up with these offenses now in our division, we've got to get better on defense.
We're talking decades.
Decades. And we just missed a whole round.
Yep.
And
it's tough to watch as a
everybody
fan
got
to see
better.
all those guys go and get picked.
Right. And everybody in our division, man, looks like they all got better.
Yeah,
They all got
totally.
Well, and I'm gonna be confident in what we've done too. I think we've gotten a lot better.
Yeah,
too.
we've gotten better. Absolutely right.
I think in one pick, and I know this is your favorite pick so far, TQ, but Ruggs, right? I think in that one pick, it just didn't make our receiving core better. It made our running game better. It's going to make Derek Carr better. It's going to make our tight end class better. So, I mean, that's why I still stand behind that personal pick. So I think our offense is in a really good position right now. Like I said, you want to add maybe a backup back. I don't think it's necessarily necessary. I think you can get an undrafted guy to fill that need. And if you want to try to find that other diamond in the rough receiver, I guess you could do that too. But the focus should be on defense. And I think as long as we find the right development depth, rotational pieces in this third round, I think we're sitting pretty well to compete with these guys.
And explain this to me, because what I don't get, and I've had this conversation with Joe several times. Okay, what's you guys read on the Zay Joneses and the Keelan Dawson, these guys? Like, do you guys feel like that we have some receiver talent already, or no? As I don't feel like we need another receiver out of this draft.
With the Keelan Dawson, we got talent there.
Oh yeah,
we got talent.
Yeah, well,
I feel like we got some talent with Zay Jones also. Right.
He could play all three. And then we also got Nelson Aguilar, who's a speedster. I know he has his issues, but he's going to be a situational type guy. Could you imagine being in a 4 wide receiver set where you got Ruggs, Nelson Aguilar, Williams, and then you got Renfro coming across the middle somewhere?
It's exactly what I'm saying.
And we're not even talking about Waller. So that's our 5 wide receiver set right there. So
we set right there. I feel like let's see what that looks like.
Let's pile up Renfro's a speed guy that gets over the top too, but Doss is more of an all-around guy, and players make their biggest jump between year 1, year 2. He got some playing time. He showed a lot of talent. He wasn't ready for this past year, but Doss is one of those guys that could be a surprise in camp if we have a camp, unfortunately.
And all I'm seeing is, and all I've been seeing is Derek Carr and Zay Jones at the park working out.
That's a speedy guy right there, man.
That is a speedy guy, bro. Too. That's a speedy guy. So, this was partly my issue in the beginning about the receivers. Listen, I'm not down on Ruggs. I'm cool with the pick because of the circumstances. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we couldn't get up to get Simmons. That's who I wanted. That was a pipe dream anyway. But I feel like getting Ruggs with all of that speed should solidify this wide receiving core, because I feel like we wasn't that far away. We was Antonio Brown away from the playoffs. As far as
that's why I think Ruggs is the pick. Mm-hmm.
So there it is.
I think Ruggs is a pick as well, but I feel like we are talking about the same positions. Like, we're talking about receivers, we're talking about quarterbacks, but I know you guys said we need to pay more attention on the defensive end side. So how about maybe a linebacker to sit alongside Littleton and Kwiatkowski, or maybe a safety to sit aside, Abrams? Like, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I believe in these two Alabama guys coming up here. Are some real good athletes, and they fit into that rotation that I was talking about. I feel like the Raiders need to get deeper in the front 7. That's kind of where we get tired at the end of games. That's the part that I'm trying to that we really need to address. At times, when you're playing against certain teams that have you on the field forever, right? They playing that type of ball control offense, and you're on the field all of this time. Come the end of the third quarter, the fourth quarter, your defense is out there gassed. We lost a lot of games like that. So I'm looking at these guys that we can bring in rotationally. You platoon the defensive line, have fresh legs constantly coming in, getting to the quarterback. So that's what I hope we do for the rest of this draft.
And I'll take it a step further, and I agree with everything you said, right? So, you talk about safety, we talk about defensive line, linebackers. That's why I'm looking for more of these hybrid guys that could play that strong side linebacker that can come up to the line of scrimmage and rush the quarterback. I think that's where we could benefit the most, because we're playing nickel primarily. That's just what this league has become. So to right now in this draft, in this part of the draft, to go out and get a strong side linebacker type guy that can cover, rush the passer, I think that's where we need to go right here.
All right, guys, I want to pay attention to make sure that we're paying attention to the picks as well, because everything's delayed on my end for the phone. So if you guys get picks, definitely announce them so we're not falling behind. But I think we are falling behind, right?
Yeah. Who's moving the fastest? I'm having some technical difficulties.
I'm pretty delayed too.
Chris, are you having technical difficulties? Because I believe that we're on the clock is Miami Dolphins at 6, so that means we're behind by a lot.
The Seahawks they're about to make a selection right now.
Yeah, my thing is just okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, tell me what you think. We're talking about Raider talk right now. I think maybe a linebacker would be a good fit for us. Let's dissect it a little bit more.
Yeah, I would look at defensive tackle.
Yes.
I think that they may have interest in filling the defensive tackle position. I think there's a couple names, Gallimore out of Oklahoma, who grew up in Canada and came onto football late. There's Jordan Elliott from Missouri, who's a 3-technique defensive tackle. And keep in mind, Rod Marinelli is now the defensive line coach. So if you have somebody that's kind of raw at the position, you're entrusting Marinelli to be able to come in and develop that raw guy that has a lot of potential. And so I could see them going that route as well.
I don't think Matabuki will still be around, but he's a dog.
He is.
Not too big, but he's strong and he's fast as hell getting off the line.
Damian Lewis of the Seahawks went to the Seahawks, the guard out of LSU.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you know about him, Chris?
He's just a big physical guy.
Big dude,
yeah. He. I mean, SEC offensive linemen are just big nasty dudes. He got beat up kind of bad by Derek Brown, who went to the Panthers.
Everybody got beat up by Derek Brown.
Yeah. So in the third round, he's a fine player to take. Nothing real special, but just a solid player.
All right, guys. So kind of touching back on the Raiders now, because we are talking about the Raiders. And I know that we had such a hectic schedule last year with the way that we were just scheduled, period. Literally, our last game, so this is kind of how the schedule works. September 15th, we played in Oakland. We didn't see Oakland until November 3rd, and we gave up a game to play in London. Do you guys think that our schedule affects the production of the guys?
Yeah, absolutely. And it actually affects all of the West Coast teams because we give up time when we go and travel the other way, where the majority of the teams are. So I think that all of the traveling that the Raiders did last year was just absolutely ridiculous to keep a team away from home that long. That is already going to be one of the most traveled teams regardless every year. The LA teams, the Raiders, the 49ers, Seattle, they're always the most traveled team. So to mangle up the schedule like that, throwing London games and all of that in between, that was ridiculous. But at the end of the day, even with all of that, a game away from the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's why I'm sorry, Chris. That's why I said that we were a playoff team last year, in my opinion, just because that took a toll on us and we carried a lot of momentum. And the thing that we did not make the playoffs, I will still go back and say, man, we built some good character in that period of time. We grew together. We fought together. It wasn't until we came out of that where injuries and suspensions really started to take its toll on this football team that we started to kind of fall apart at the seams. But the fact that we were still only one game out of it, man, right. I mean, that's why I say this team is, I mean, we had a lot of rookies during this process too, a lot of rookies that are not used to this kind of a schedule to begin with, let alone a road schedule like that. So it's very, very promising as we move forward for this team, not only to be better talent wise, but be more cohesive unit when it comes to continuity.
Yeah, and part of the Raiders, getting the approval to move to Las Vegas is accepting that international game and accepting that international game where you're the home team. So you really only get 7 home games, which is, that's pretty tough to ask for a team. And then, like TQ was saying, just the back and forth between the East Coast and West Coast that we had to go. I mean, that's tough. But at the end of the day, it's the NFL. You can't really have excuses. You got to play the schedule that you're dealt, and you're either winning or you're losing. So, we're, and like Knight said, we're a young team, and a lot of young players got to play and develop, and that's good, especially when you're a team that's trying to come up. So, hopefully in year 2, year 3, they make that jump.
I feel like I know we had a good amount of rookies, but I feel like they did really good. Like our rookie class did really, really, really well.
Yeah, a lot of them played hurt too. A lot of them guys had little nagging injuries throughout the season, and they still got on the field and did pretty well.
Yeah, and just because we had injuries, it allowed those young players to play. And if you're not going to make the playoffs, you might as well be getting your young guys experience so that this year they can come in and feel good about where they are.
And just from the offensive part of the ball that we've been talking about all night too, I mean, you got Renfro, you had Farrow, you had Ingold, you had Jacobs, you had guys like Dawson, Renfro that got some action. There's a lot of guys that are going to have, they always look for that year 1, year 2 jump. And these guys actually got some significant playing time in year 1. It's going to help their training and what they're doing in the offseason. That's just the offensive side of the ball. So, this team has a lot of promise just with what we had last year, and they're just adding to it at this point. And I think that's what we got to focus on when we were talking about defense. And in that front 7 is really about adding some key pieces, rotational pieces, and depth pieces.
Yes. The thing about creating depth is guys got to get on the field. And one way to do that is, besides getting the young guys to play early on the field, and when that happens and they're playing, good minutes and good series on the field, like legitimate serious series, that means guys are hurt or not performing. But most of the time those guys get that on special teams. That's where they get their minutes, and then those practice minutes, and then they'll have a couple series here and there, and they'll get their splash moments. The Raiders last year were able to get some guys on the field, and really, I don't want to say it was a throwaway year, but it was a year you can afford to make mistakes because you were so young and because you had so many draft picks. And then you had guys like Evan Ingold, like Keyshawn Nixon. You had these guys that were undrafted that were coming in, and they were getting good minutes. I mean, look, and I'm not saying this because he's a good friend of mine. What I am saying is, when it comes to like a kid like Keyshawn Nixon, he was their best cornerback on the field in the preseason.
Yeah,
I don't even think it was close. And even when he got in games, when he got burned in his first game, he gave up a couple plays. But after that, he settled in, and I can make the argument he may have been and graded out as their top corner for the entire season. Yeah. Like, he's a legit dude. And for him to get that time is invaluable for a young team like the Raiders.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the year, that was what kind of frustrated me with the Raiders, was that they kept putting Daryl Worley out there. And I would have liked to have seen the Isaiah Johnsons, the Keyshawn Nixon get more playing time on defense. And that was a little bit frustrating. When it was obvious that we were out of the playoff run at that point, I would have liked to have seen those two guys, because right now I can't really, I can't say without a doubt, let's put those guys opposite Trayvon Mullen, because I haven't seen enough of them on defense. So it would have been nice last year to see them get some playing time.
I think it was the opposite effect, to be honest. I think they were trying to see if they had anything with Worley.
Yeah,
let's give him the games and see, and then let him get him out of here if he ain't.
The Miami Dolphins pick Brandon Jones. I don't know if I'm still delayed. I don't know if that already came in.
No, you're good. I just read it right now too.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, cool. All right, Brandon Jones, gentlemen.
Well,
Brandon Jones, a safety from Texas. Again, they're just building their secondary at this point. I mean, they're really covering all their bases right here, and they're rebuilding a football team. So, I mean, be real, I don't have a lot on Brandon Jones himself. I'll kick it over to Joe, but I just like what they're doing from a position standpoint. They're really spreading it out.
They really are.
Yeah, and I like what they're doing there. I mean, they're just taking their best players. Brandon Jones, I had as my 6th best safety. Had him going projected high in the 3rd round, low in the 5th round. So I kind of put it in the middle at round 4. He's 5'11", 198. He ran anywhere between a 5'3" and a 4.57, depending on who you talk to.
TQ, the Ravens just took your boy.
I knew it. They do it every year. That's why I'm sitting here quiet. I'm like, the Ravens are up. I know they're going to take a player I want.
Yeah, the Ravens just took Justin Matabuke from Texas A&M, the defensive tackle.
Every year, man. Every year they take somebody I want.
Yep.
But
you could drop the Niners and become a Raven fan, bro.
No. We ain't going that far. But it goes back to the theme that we've been saying. They draft a certain way, man.
Yep.
They just do. The rich get richer here again.
Yeah.
Yep. But they also they're smarter. You can't
Right.
blame for that.
Keep in mind they picked up Calais Campbell for,
oh my
peanuts
goodness.
this year. So,
Is that ridiculous or what, bro?
And Zach Bond is still on the board, the outside linebacker out of Wisconsin. It's obviously, that diluted sample from the combine. Like you said, Joe, earlier, scary money don't make money. I'm if he's available there at 80, I'm taking him all day.
Yeah, he's a beast. It's a lot of good. It's a lot of good linebackers that still ain't been picked yet. We this is looking good so far.
I like if he's there at 80, he would have to be a guy I take a hard look at. I'm gonna look at my guy from Alabama.
Absolutely.
I know I stepped away. He's a guy that I would definitely take a look at. Terrell Lewis. I know
For
there
sure.
is an injury.
Bradley and I too, from Utah. He doesn't have like the physical. He doesn't have long arms or whatnot. But the dude just produces. You put him on the football field and he just produces.
Look, a guy I've seen for the last 3+ years, is Curtis Weaver from Boise State.
Yeah.
And he's a freak.
Yeah,
he cut up.
Yeah. We watched him.
He cut up bad.
And he's a guy that I would definitely, again, 80, 81, somewhere around there, take those picks.
Yeah.
That would be the guy that I personally, would. But I like Terrell Lewis a little bit more. I think that's one of those scared money don't make money. And he's a freak. Anthony Jennings is still there too.
Both of them. I'll take either one of them, man.
Yeah.
I'll take either one of them.
So those are guys, and you know what? And I may go a little bit different here too. I know you're talking about D tackles. Leke Futu from Utah.
Yeah.
He's a guy. I mean,
Big
he's
dude.
6'5", 330.
Big dude.
I mean,
man.
you put him next to Malik Collins, we got action. We got some serious action right there. And lastly, and I know they already took the corner in round 1, but my guy who I think the world of, if he was 2 inches taller, he's a first-round pick, Amik Robertson from
I like him too.
Louisiana Tech. He may be my favorite corner, like outside of
He's a dog
in this draft.
All right, guys. At number 8, sorry to interrupt you, Arizona Cardinals select Josh Jones. I thought he would have been off the board a lot quicker than that, but tell me what you think.
Go ahead, Chris.
I mean, he's super green. He's going to take some time to develop, but you need offensive line help if you're the Cardinals. You got to protect that young quarterback. So it makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of people saw him as a fringe first, second round player. So to get him early in the 3rd, that's a nice pickup for the Cardinals.
I actually got him as my second-rated guard in this class. I have him as a guard, not a tackle. So, I mean, I had him projected 1st or 2nd round. Low projected was honestly 2nd round. The projected was late 1st or 2nd round. So, to get him there is really that's good value across the board. That's good value for them.
He was a 4-year starter too, so I think that's good. I haven't seen a lot of 4-year starters at all. I mean, granted, he is a tackle, but he only allowed 4 pressures and 325 pass blocking snaps this year. So I think he's pretty solid overall.
And another player for the Raiders to look at that I could see is Terrell Burgess out of Utah. He's kind of the safety, nickel corner, versatile defender. I could see them going after him. And if they do decide to go receiver, a guy that I like a lot is Antonio Gandy Golden out of Liberty. Kind of a freak athlete, 6'4", like 225 pounds. So we'll see if those guys are still available too.
I know we're speaking not Squeeze's language, but the name to watch is Cordier out of I'm trying to
Liberty not Liberty, but Rhode Island, wasn't it?
Out of Rhode Island.
Yeah, he's nice too. Yeah,
6'2", 198, 4'4" guy. I mean, he's a freak too. And it would, and I'm gonna tell you, and you guys may not like it. I could see the Raiders doubling up at receiver, adding a receiver at one of these next 3 picks.
I know they will. I know they will. Yeah.
You got Aguilar, you got Jones, you got Dosh, you got Renfro.
Too many receivers, man. We got tons of receivers.
Ruggs,
we need no more receivers.
Williams.
But the other name I would say to keep an eye on when we're talking about defensive backs is L'Jarius Sneed out of Louisiana Tech. He played with Amik Robertson. He's a guy that's a hybrid safety type corner. I think he projects more at the corner level in the NFL than a safety, but he's also a nice little freaky type athlete right there. Like that he'd probably be like in the 4 to 5 range versus the 3rd range.
Right.
All right, gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll talk more about what is the best fit for the Raiders and overall. Give us a call at 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. Join us live, Raider Nation. We want to hear what you have to say.
Las Vegas, Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the Strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
Welcome back to the Franchise Draft Show. I'm Joe Arrigo, along with the fellas Raider Knight, TQ, Chris, and Nye, who's stepped away for a moment. We are also be joined shortly by Bo Warpel. We want to invite you guys to call and give us your thoughts so far. 253-993-3651. 253-993-3651. Join the show. Don't forget to follow the franchise on all social medias and subscribe to our YouTube channel and whatnot. So we have a situation. We were talking about him, and we were talking about Zach Bond, and he just got taken by the New Orleans Saints.
Good pickup for them.
Hey, hate to interrupt, guys. We got our first caller of the night. So I want to bring him in. Caller, welcome to the franchise. Who are we talking to? Caller, you're live.
Surprise. I know.
Caller, I'm sorry, you're live.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Ron.
Yeah, now we can.
All right, what's going on, you guys? It's Kalani from Las Vegas. What's good with you guys?
No, it's Kalani from the franchise. It's all good, man. Don't not say
that.
that.
Kalani from Las Vegas or Kalani from the franchise?
Thanks for keeping us company.
I'm so used to calling in saying where I'm from.
Yeah, you're good, brother.
I got you, brother.
What's the word, homeboy?
What you got, bro?
Hey, good show as always, guys. There's two names I'm interested in that I'm not hearing a lot of, and maybe it's because they're a little bit lower ranked. But coming up with our pick, linebacker Troy Dye out of Oregon. I understand that he's a little bit undersized, and yes, we did get 2 linebackers in the offseason. But when you got the receivers, Judy and Denver, and you got the passing attack of the Kansas City Chiefs, it doesn't hurt to have some extra bodies out there to cover those guys down the middle, and he's fairly good in the passing game. And then also, if we want to double up in the secondary, cornerback Bryce Hall from Virginia, pretty good in man-to-man coverage out there on the island by himself. And, you know, it's one of those positions where we've had some pretty good draft picks from there. They just didn't work out. So it wouldn't hurt to have some depth there, especially if Marcus Joyner continues to struggle a little bit on the field. We're trying to figure out where he goes. Wouldn't be a bad move to maybe pick up somebody to add to the secondary with Arnett that we got in the first.
Let me start with Troy Dye, since he's from my neck of the woods where I grew up in the Inland Empire. I've watched him play in high school, and he was a really good football player at Norco. His brother ended up going to Oregon too. His dad was a coach at Norco High School, still is. But the problem and the reason why Dye has slipped a little bit in some people's eyes is there has been a lot of rumors about him testing positive for steroids early on at Oregon. So I'm not sure, whether or not that actually happened. That's all allegedly. So let me throw allegedly out there. But he slipped on a lot of boards because of that. And he's been dinged up a lot at Oregon. Let's not make no mistake about it, bro. And one of the things that if you're a linebacker and you're getting dinged up with college receivers and running backs, what's going to happen when grown men run at you, and whatnot. So his size, there is limitations there. And I like Hall from Virginia. Honestly, I do. I have him as my 10th best corner in this draft. He's 6'1", 200 plus pounds. He's in a 4.4 range, 40 wise. But the thing about him is, he's another guy that, quite honestly, he was dinged up a bit at Virginia. He got hurt here and there. So that's one of the problems when it comes to some of these guys. Now the medicals are coming into play.
Yeah.
But if I'm a Raider fan, I wouldn't mind, Chris, either one of these guys.
Yeah.
Wearing silver and black.
And I'm not a big Dye guy. But going on Bryce Hall, he's a press corner. He's an outside corner. I think it was his leg or his foot that he broke this year. Otherwise, you're talking about a first, second round player. So if you can get him in the third, I'd be all over that. And again, I don't think Arnett is an outside corner. I think you're going to play him inside or move him to safety. So if you can add Bryce Hall, I think that would be a great addition because, again, he fits that scheme really well.
No, I agree. I believe we've been talking about the outside linebacker, strong side linebacker that can rush the quarterback. We've been talking about defensive tackles, and I like Arnett, and I think you might be onto something. I think they might play more inside or maybe even back at safety, but I think that his versatility is why they picked him there because they have options, but it wouldn't hurt to get somebody to play the outside. Are you still there, Kalani?
I guess you could say that's oh, yeah. I guess you could say that's part of the reason why these guys are still available in the third. There's always going to be some knock or ding on them that you can always bring up. I mean, when Russell Wilson was picked in the third, there was definitely criticism for his size, hand size, for his actual height. Could he get it done at the big level? Obviously, we'll see how these guys turn out. Now that Hurts is gone, with the remaining quarterbacks, what will probably be the best situation for guys like Jake Fromm and Jacob Eason going forward? I mean, Fromm is somebody who's had a lot of success in the SEC that just had the record for most first rounders picked in a draft, and he did fairly well against those competitions. So we don't know where they're going to go, but if you guys had to pick, what would be a good situation for either one of those guys to walk into?
Man, Fromm for me is the Saints. He has the same skill set as Drew Brees. He doesn't have a cannon for an arm, but he's highly accurate. I think you put him, give him a year with Sean Payton or a couple years with Sean Payton, and allow him to be a guy to learn that and come in against
Patriots.
Patriots could be good, but see what I think that Eason is more of a Patriots guy because of the arm strength, and you got to deal with Buffalo and New England in the winter, and that's stuff that I think about. Even New York too. So you can't have balls that are up there floating. I think with Fromm, you'll see that in the cold weather, his ball will float. That's why I think a lot of cold weather teams backed off of him. But a dome team like the Saints, and I think New England and Eason, and I think James Morgan. And I'm gonna throw a name out there. New England and the Raiders, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I think James Morgan's the name to watch with the Raiders. I think they thought really highly of him. He went to the East-West Shrine game and was one of the better players in that game, which earned him an invite to the Senior Bowl, and he played really well there. I think he caught the eye of a lot of scouts and general managers. So I think I know Vic Tafers reported this of The Athletic, that the Raiders are high on James Morgan. I wouldn't spend a third-round pick on him, but if he's available in the 4th or 5th, I might pull the trigger on him so you can develop him.
Yeah, the consensus is that the Raiders ain't done in that position. So when you look at where we sit, I just, I know TQ's not here, but this is where I don't think we need to address that in the 3rd round. So a guy like Morgan would be someone you can get later. That I think that might be the ideal spot for that.
Kalani, you still there? Yeah.
I was going to ask, my final question is there any player that's still available that you guys might be surprised has fallen this far and not gotten picked up yet? Again, obviously with whether it's injuries or size, there's a reason these guys are still here. But is there any surprise to either one of you that's like, man, this guy's still here?
I gotta check my board.
I'll say Brian Edwards out of South Carolina. He was injured, and he was supposed to play in the Senior Bowl. I think if he's not injured, he's probably going in that 2nd round, and he'd be a nice pickup for somebody.
Yeah, you could. I'm actually gonna say Fromm. I thought he'd be taken somewhere in the 2nd round.
He just reminds me too much of Alex Smith.
Yeah,
without the mobility.
Yeah, but Smith was the 1st overall pick, and I think there's that side. Jacob Phillips is still there, I believe. You know, and that's
Malik Harrison.
Malik Harrison, that's another good one. And again, Amik Robertson. I have him going 3rd, but I've talked to teams that thought that he's a guy that could probably sneak into the 2nd round. So there's a few of those guys that are still there. But I think this round you're going to see some of them quarterbacks, those later quarterbacks, Fromm, Eason. I even think Morgan could sneak into the back end of the 3rd round. I think this is the round where they're going to start coming off the board pretty quick.
Yeah, and if there's anything else you got, Kalani, I ain't got nobody for you, bro. I'd love to tell you a name, but I just don't have one. I'm not going to try. To be real.
Nah, you good, brother. You good, man. Hey, good stuff as always, man. Thanks for the questions, but you guys doing a hell of a show. Enjoy listening to y'all.
Thanks, brother. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you, bro. Hey, and if you guys haven't checked out Kalani's article, he wrote a badass article that's really thought-provoking on the Last Dance series that ESPN put out for the Chicago Bulls '98 team.
I'll have to read that one. I'll have to check that out.
We released it last week. I think on Monday or Sunday we released it right around there. And very good thought-provoking article. So if you guys get a chance, visit franchisesportsmedia.com. Check out Kalani's article regarding that. And Kalani also covers, besides football and stuff, he's a big MMA boxing guy. So he's our combat sports, one of our combat sports journalists.
All right, gentlemen, we are down 2 picks. So Detroit Lions at the 11th pick went with Jonah Jackson, and number 12 Tampa Bay Buccaneers went with Keyshawn Vaughn.
I'm not a big Vaughn guy.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised at that. Go ahead.
When he played UNLV, he tapped out at one point. I was talking to UNLV players, guys that are some still on the team, some are no longer with the team, and he got banged up by them. And there was one point in the 3rd quarter where he tapped out and didn't come back in. I think the tight end did that in the first, and he's a guy that's going to get drafted too. He's a guy that did that in the first half against UNLV. So I'm not a big guy. I know he was a transfer. I want to say he transferred in from Northwestern. I believe it was a Midwest school. I'm not. So that one's kind of surprising, especially with some of the other backs that are available. But he may fit what Arians likes to do, and so I mean, this is preference in running back. Chris, what do you think about Vaughn?
I'll be honest, I'm not too familiar with him. I've not done enough background on him to even really comment on him. But
so who's
I think there was other running backs that might have been higher on my board, like a Zach Moss or someone like that. I think there's the guy too from Appalachian State who's a pretty good back that's still available. So maybe not my choice, but again, these guys are a lot smarter than I am.
Who's one of your top running backs, Joe?
That's available. Zach Moss. He's a very Darrington Evans from Appalachian State. Anthony McFarland Jr., who I really like, out of Maryland. Josh Kelly. LaMichael Perrine from Florida. Eno Benjamin from Arizona State. All those guys are rated ahead of Keyshawn Vaughn. And Keyshawn Vaughn was my 14th best running back.
And Kelly, he played at the Senior Bowl from UCLA. And he was really a player that stood out at the Senior Bowl. So I'm a little bit surprised he's available too. And Emo Benjamin too from Arizona State. He's a pretty good player as well.
Yeah, and a guy that's a big time sleeper for me, and I'm partial because I've known him since high school, his high school days. And that's JJ Taylor out of Arizona. He's a smaller back. He's like 5'6".
Yeah.
But he can go, and he's a load to bring down. He runs hard. He's physical.
A little bit like Tariq Cohen.
A lot like Tariq Cohen, except I would take his JJ's spin move is the most lethal spin move I've seen from a running back since Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
You watch his spin moves, it's ridiculous. And Eddie Lacy was good at those too, but JJ's even better than that. He hits it, you get him, he spins out, and he's gone. Arizona just wasn't really good this year, so his numbers went down. But go back to watch his junior year tape, and you're seeing a running back that's probably a day 2, early day 3 pick.
Yeah, I agree with that.
How do you guys feel about? I know you said he's like a small running back. Do you feel like that it's an advantage for running backs to be small? Like, do you feel like it's more of a quicker pace, maybe like a Josh Jacobs, or how do you feel about that?
It depends. Like, if you have a creative offensive coordinator that can get them out in space, that's where you can really utilize their speed and their ability to make defenders miss. But those guys can get beat up as well if you try to run them between the tackles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on the scheme of what you want to do and how you want to use them. I mean, Aaron Jones is a 5'9" running back, and he had 19 touchdowns last year. He was right behind McCaffrey for the NFL lead. And he's a guy that's a speed guy, and you have to kind of limit the touches, so to speak, and that's why you get a big guy. And looking at it, that's why A.J. Dillon makes some sense where he went, and that's why I think a Josh Jacobs and let's say a J.J. Taylor for the Raiders late, that could make some sense because you have a guy that can get out and go, but Taylor's going to get most of the carries. I know I'd like to see a bigger back there, but
I think when it comes to the Raiders, you want someone to complement Josh Jacobs, and I think right now that's probably a bigger back that you can run between the tackles because you have Richard, that's your third down running back. That's a pass catcher out. He's one of the better pass catching running backs, third down running backs in the NFL right now.
All right, guys, the Denver Broncos, sorry to interrupt you, select cornerback Michael, and if I'm pronouncing this right, Oji Madua. How did I do, Joe?
Yeah, that's close.
Sounds good to me.
Yabba dabba dua.
Yeah.
He was my 17th best corner, and he's out of Iowa. 6'1", 200 pounds, runs in the 4.4 to 4.5 range. I had him projected 4th round. Projected high was, 4th round. So that's different. I like a kid named Harrison Hand a lot better than Ola Madua. But again, it's all about scheme, and he's big. He's tall and long. So, if they like it, I love it. He's a guy that is kind of raw, and to me, he's only a boundary corner, and he's more of a zone guy than he is man press. So, we'll see how he fits what Vic Fangio likes to do on defense over there with Ed Donatel.
Yeah, and Vic Fangio's if not the best, one of the best defensive coordinators. So he obviously has a type of, player that he's looking for at that position. So, when it comes to him selecting defensive players, I would trust him because he has led multiple defenses that have been very successful.
How about you, Knight?
Yeah, the analogy I'm going to start giving to our division when they draft a corner is, are they faster than Ruggs? I'm playing. No one bid on that, but that's all good. I thought it was good. Anyway, they can get size all day. Corners are hard to get. It's really a scheme fit. Are they press man? Do they play off man? And it's really designed by the defensive coordinator. So I think that's still a good pickup for the Denver Broncos. But I think you're going to start seeing a lot of secondary picked up in our division.
How about you, TQ?
I'm starting to feel more and more like opposing defenses in the AFC West don't necessarily want to see the Raiders right now. So this guy's going to have his hands full with the rest of the ponies, as far as I'm concerned.
Pony up.
I agree. All right. So go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
I would say, and the thing is what I love about this is what we're doing right now. Is we're having this discussion and we got all kinds of people hitting us up, and I got hit up on my guy Westside Tay and Steve, and they're over there saying we're crushing it right now. So I want to give love to Westside Tay and Steve.
Thank you.
Thanks, Westside Steve.
Thanks, Westside Steve. Is that one?
It's Westside Tay.
That's Hub City
Tay
and Steve.
And Steve.
You guys forgot
that is
more than that. Like
that's Verb, man.
I fucked that up.
Verb messing up the hood. You know what I'm saying? That's them IE dudes, man. That's them IE dudes.
All right, gentlemen. The number 14 pick, the Atlanta Falcons choose Matt Hennessy. That Henny.
Boy, that jersey going down.
Yeah, it is.
In Atlanta,
that jersey is going.
That jersey is
lit up. Everybody buying that boy jersey tonight. They just opened up the city today.
Magic City Follies,
right?
For real. Boy,
They
Magic
just opened
City
up the
Follies, Blue Flame, all of them. It's a wrap.
Boy, it's going down. Everybody gonna have that Henny jersey.
What kind of endorsement deal you think that guy is going to get
Oh
there in
my
Atlanta?
goodness,
Right?
he's the man.
He's going to be wearing one of your velvet robes, sitting there with the bottle,
bro, all the way out there, chilling. You understand me?
Hey, Squeeze. I swear, it's probably either in the deck or Zone 4 in Atlanta. It's a wrap down there, bro.
Atlanta just opened up.
Man.
They just opened up. That crazy ass governor just opened up today. It's Friday, baby.
That is great. So did they open up? What did they open up? I'm sure they have restrictions.
A bottle of Hennessy right now.
No. They opened up. That's funny though too. They opened up movie theaters, hair and barbershops, and then Monday it's something else. I forget what it is.
And they must be crazy, man.
That's crazy.
Bowling alleys or something like that.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's
probably like movie theaters as well, because that's what they were trying to do with Vegas, at least thinking about doing.
That's too tight. I don't know. How's Vegas doing with that anyway? So I mean, because I know that they're heavily impacted.
I went out the other night, and it was dead as a doorknob. Actually, I'm gonna post some pictures I took tonight. It was dead as a doorknob, man. I think it seems to me, and I haven't been going nowhere but from the crib to the studio, but it seems to me as if Vegas, for the most part, is taking heed and following the rules, because it's a ghost town out here. Places I've been.
Speaking of following rules, the Jets pick is in, so the Raiders are up at pick 80 and pick 81.
Here we go.
Let's get it.
So
come on,
baby. The question
is,
do we move back? This is where I would like to see a trade happen.
No, we pick up Terrell Lewis right now.
We've been waiting too long.
Anthony Jennings.
We get Terrell Lewis right now, and then we get Anthony Jennings right behind him.
And that's it.
That's it. Let's
call
keep
it a wrap.
moving.
Go home, right?
Go home, baby.
No, you still got pick 91.
Oh, do we? Oh, all right. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
That'll work.
He's ready to get started.
Man, so So we got Farrell Hester laughing right now. We got Big Hess in the building. Guys, give us a call. We want to hear from you, especially after the Raiders pick. 253-993-3651. 253-993-3651. Make sure you hit us up. Give us your picks. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow on all social media. All social media other than YouTube is at the Franchise LV.
Yes.
I'm not going to tip the Raiders pick. So
yeah,
I'm gonna
keep
be
your mouth
surprised.
shut.
I'm gonna be
Thank
surprised as y'all. I want to see the reaction.
Yeah.
The reaction of it.
Who's interesting too is Cushenberry out of LSU that hasn't been drafted thus far. The center out of LSU.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm surprised he's still available.
Is that some name of some vape juice or something?
Yeah.
We go from Hennessy to Cushenberry.
The Jets took Jabari Zuniga, the defensive end out of Florida.
Zuniga.
Zuniga.
Yeah.
Tomato, tomato.
I like him.
I do too.
He didn't test well, but on tape, that guy's got some juice to him.
He does.
This may be where there's a run of defensive ends like coming.
Well, this is where I'd like to see that.
Yes, indeed.
Matt Hennessy and the Falcons. I don't know if there's a better fit name
Bro,
than that.
That's the jersey, I'm telling you. Be all over the place.
Do you guys feel like that okay, so besides Jabari Zuniga, that's how you say it, Zuniga. Do you guys even feel that there were even a good set of edge rushers in this draft?
Not like in years past.
No,
Not like in years past, but there's some solid
guys.
guys, yeah.
I feel like it's mediocre. Like
it's rotational guys though, Nye. You know what I'm saying? It's just having other bodies in there that are strong, that are fast, that can try to get to the quarterback for a couple of plays.
Unless you're a Chase Young though, because you're going to be an all-around type of guy.
Run stoppers and situational pass rushers is what you got in this draft.
Yeah, that's it. So again, it's something to build. It's when you build it, when you're in a position like the Raiders are in, when you're in a position like the Dolphins are in, you know what I'm saying? You gotta take advantage of these guys. Even if they don't become, the star guy. Yeah. They're functional and they can come in and they can take some weight off of the star guy. You know what I'm saying? So
well, the Raiders pick is in, so whoever gets it first, just announce it. Because
I got it. I know who it is, and I'm not telling.
Yeah. If the pick is in, go for it, man.
Nope.
Play it.
No, I don't want him.
You know what?
Are they announcing it?
They just showed the stadium.
Tragedy assistance program for survivors, TRAPS, which offers care to those.
Yeah, they're going to announce it.
Of a military loved one. For more on that, we'd like to introduce the mother, stepfather, and brother of a fallen hero, Petty Officer Rico Peavy Jr.
Booyah, Navy.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us here at the
She's not doing the Raider pick, though, is she?
We are very excited to be here, and we're here in honor of our son, and he is very happy to see the Raiders come to his hometown.
Oh.
And we're just all so excited to welcome the Raiders to our city. Go Raiders!
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you to the Pruitt family. The entire NFL family joins me in offering our condolences as we join you tonight in honoring Rico's memory by making this next pick in his honor. With the 80th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Lynn Bowden, running back, Kentucky.
I like him. That's a weapon right there.
This is really curious because
I look at him more as a receiver / running back.
He played quarterback last year. He's a weapon.
I don't know how I feel about that.
He's a Deebo Samuel type guy.
Exactly. Good call, Joe. Yep, exactly.
Deebo Samuel. If you like Deebo Samuel, Squeeze,
yep.
you're gonna like this guy right here.
He can run the ball, throw the ball, catch the ball. He's a do-it-all.
Really?
Right.
I mean, I don't know him. I know one thing about him. He does not play defense.
No.
Hey, well, I knew he was gonna say it, and I'm with you, bro. But I did say early on in the offseason even before free agency, I did say that the Raiders should look at getting a complementary type guy to Josh Jacobs. And with Rashard getting up there in age, this sounds like to me it could be the guy that we were looking for. I just again, man, I don't know if this is the time. But
if Raider fans remember a receiver that they had back in John Gruden's original days, Ronald Curry. This is
Ronald Curry.
Yeah, this is a Ronald Curry type player right here.
So
Squeeze. I want to read that one. Squeeze, you known me and Steve spent $16K on season tickets for the Raiders. You think we're going to have a season this year, especially with this running back we just drafted?
No, Westside, Dub City Tay.
They all jumping on him now.
Yeah. So look,
it's a gang tackle.
Lynn Bowden Jr., I had him going as high as the second round, as low as the fourth, so he's right where he's supposed to be. In a tier, so I have tiers A+, A, B. I had him as my 21st best receiver. I didn't look at him as a running back, but he has tier A ability. So he's 5'11", 204. He's got juice. He could be a very special player. I just, again, when you're talking about defense, they may be looking at it like, okay, we got our offensive guys. Now let's go ahead and add our defensive guys as well. And what he does, he's a returner, so he can return kicks and punts, but he also can fill two positions. So that, again, now for position versatility, he adds that to it as well. So it's another weapon for Derek Carr.
Right.
And you have to, and you can't now. There's no excuses.
And Derek Carr is
not a quarterback.
And Derek Carr's got to be feeling the pressure because they just took another quarterback. Lynn Bowden played quarterback, so watch out.
What happened?
He also played quarterback.
Yeah, he played quarterback at Kentucky.
I was like, wait a minute, man. Wait.
Oh, they got three receivers. They just selected Brian Edwards now too. Wide receiver out of South Carolina.
Oh, squeeze.
I know you're feeling that one.
hey. On sale now is an Atlanta jersey with the name Hennessy right on it, brother.
that tells me Bowden's playing running back.
Look at him right there.
That's not funny though. Hey, real talk. Does this make any sense?
I'm laughing at him because all the shit he talks. I'm laughing at him.
I am juiced. I love it.
Ridiculous.
Look at.
Bowden would. Edwards is not going to be available in the third had he not had that injury.
Yeah,
dude's a player.
Yeah, he's 6'3", 212, runs in the 4.4 range. I had him second to third round. I had him projected in the third round.
Look at these highlights.
He's a legit dude. I like Brian Edwards a lot.
And who played quarterback for them? Nobody.
No. I'm not going to talk about a freshman in Helinski.
Right.
Like, he was a true freshman that came in and took over halfway through week one and played the rest of the year. He's doing that with a true freshman at quarterback that was up and down.
You know who's making all these picks.
Hey, can we take a picture of Squeeze right now and make that our thumbnail?
Hey, I was going to say.
Raiders pick offense in the third.
You got this bullshit defensive player in your background right now. You need to put all these receivers back there.
So I think you called it right, Chris. Double up on the receiver, right?
I said, man, it's
you jinxed us. That's the fourth time you jinxed it all, dude. That's the fourth time.
It's really a Noah's Ark draft. You got to get two of everything.
I do not believe that Chris is a Raider fan.
No, I'm a Raider fan, baby.
I do not believe that.
He's from the Bay.
I do not believe
with the Chiefs in the division, if you can't stop them, you might as well score with them. So that's what we're doing.
That's obviously the philosophy right there.
You cannot score with them.
Yeah, we can now.
The only thing you can we cannot. That's what we cannot do. And if we're trying to score with the Chiefs, we're not going to go to the playoffs.
What does this say about the receiving room, though? Marcel Amen, he's on notice.
Let me say this real quick.
Rico Gathers on notice.
We didn't mention any of those people.
Let me say this real quick.
We didn't talk about any of them when we was just talking about our receiving core. We left those names out, we just felt fine about. Me and Knight was just talking about this, and we didn't even mention them dudes.
Hey, real quick. As far as Ian Rappaport just put out, as far as Bowden's concerned, the Las Vegas Raiders see him as a running back, not a receiver. So that explains that a little bit.
Yeah, but that's still not a defensive end or linebacker. And I really do think that, we're missing something here. We really are.
Even as a running back, do we even need that right now?
Not as bad as we need people to go and get the quarterback.
And I like this question. Autumn Win TV said, might as well go for a punter next. Really, honestly,
I mean,
are we wasting the picks? Like, what are we doing? What do you guys think?
If you're not concentrating on trying to stop Patrick Mahomes, you're not going to the playoffs. But that's as simple as that.
With the NFL, the way that it's set up and the rules, right? It's designed for the offense to score. So in that light, you got to be able to score with them.
Chris, you need to understand something. You need to understand that you're talking to somebody who's also a 49er fan.
Yeah.
All right. I've seen this happen 2 times. 49ers done been to the Super. They lost them both.
Yeah.
They've been to the bowl. They won their conference 2 times off of this formula.
Yeah.
Baltimore, this formula.
Yeah, but that was back in 2000.
No, I'm saying Baltimore just won the championship in 2013. What?
You're talking about you're talking about
against the Niners.
Yeah.
But I'm saying these teams are a step away all the time. Why? Because they get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
If Patrick Mahomes is allowed time, there is nobody that can stop him. Period. Yeah. The 49ers did the closest job to it because they got in his face. They rushed him, they moved him out the way, and they still lost.
But at the end of the day,
nobody's going to be able to score with that team. There's not enough players in this draft to make any other team score with Kansas City this year.
Yeah,
nowhere.
But even in the 3rd round, I mean, how many defensive players are available that are going to be difference makers?
Oh, so many. Oh my God,
you think so?
Yes. Especially linebackers.
I mean, we still have
2 Alabama kids, Harrison from Ohio State. All of these, they could have got 2 or 3 of them right there.
Yeah, we still can. I mean, we picking like 7 or 8 picks.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to let you guys get back to this, but we're going to take a quick break. You guys call
I need a break anyway. Thank you. Nah, I'm out of here.
I'm going to go watch out this receiver tape real quick.
993-3651. Don't forget to subscribe our YouTube channel. Follow us. Join the franchise. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Periscope. We got you. We love you. We'll be back, Raider Nation.
Oh, shit.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From tour-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday night lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
This is great.
Welcome back.
Woo! We about to score on them.
Welcome
I can't
back.
wait.
And before you guys left, TQ was getting a little frustrated with.
Yeah, he ran out. He went home.
They're debating on if Bryan Edwards, wide receiver / what, quarterback Chris or running back Chris? What is this? Is worth the.
So Bryan Edwards is your big body receiver, and then Lynn Bowden, he's going to play running back. It sounds like for the Raiders, but really he doesn't have a position. You just list him as weapon. And so you have a creative offensive coordinator in John Gruden, and you just let him go to work. So, I mean, just listen to this real quick. You got Henry Ruggs, you got Tyrell Williams, you got Hunter Renfrow, you got Bryan Edwards, and you got Lynn Bowden, and Josh Jacobs, and Darren Waller. I mean, good luck.
And Keelan Doss.
And Keelan Doss.
Nelson Aguilar.
Now.
Nelson Aguilar.
I don't think either of those guys are making the team now.
Zay Jones.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to get back to the Raider talk, but we got to move on with the number 18 pick, Neville Gallimore. He is a defensive tackle from Oklahoma and also a 5-time Big 12 championship from Oklahoma at Oklahoma. Tell me what you think of him, Chris. Tell me.
Who'd you say?
Neville Gallimore.
Yeah, he's a guy from he played at Oklahoma, and he's a Canadian guy. He came on to football late. And now that's the second Oklahoma guy the Cowboys have selected. Very athletic. He's just very raw. It would have been great for a guy like Marinelli to get with him, but obviously he's with the Raiders now. But yeah, just a very athletic defensive tackle, going to play 3 technique for the Cowboys. So good pickup for them. Going to take a little bit of development, but he's a nice pick, especially in the 3rd round this late.
Volleyball, soccer, basketball, and he was dunking at the age of 13 years old. So to me, you're athletic. And he's 304 pounds and he run a 4.79 in the 40. Not too bad.
He's my 5th best defensive tackle, and I had him going late first, early second. So I mean, to get again, this is what we call value at this point.
Hey,
to get.
And Keyshawn Nix is crazy excited about the Edwards pickup from South Carolina.
All right, guys.
He said practices are going to be fire.
Oh, damn.
All right, guys. Lloyd Cushenberry, center from LSU, is off of the board with the Denver Broncos. You guys have been awaiting this, so tell me what you think.
Well, you got the Cushion Denver, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Cushenberry up in Denver.
He's going to have to get his own line.
I'm telling you, it's a vape. It's a name of a vape, dude.
Oh, he could play. I think I had him as a guard though. I didn't have him as a center. I gotta find his name in my rankings right now.
I have him as center too. So
you have him as a center?
Yeah, strong caliber center with big hands and long arms.
Oh, actually, he was my number one. I'm looking, and he's my number 1 center.
Yes.
I'm looking at
that's why I was surprised that he's available this late. I think Denver's killed the draft. I think they've done a really good job. I think they did a really good job.
It sounds like they should have got another corner.
Looks like your boy just went
squeeze. Yep.
Squeeze. Yeah.
Terrell Lewis, the edge from Alabama, is officially going to the Los Angeles Rams. TQ, I want to hear what you have to say about this one.
Man, I can't believe the Raiders passed on that dude for a receiver.
I can't believe that either, actually.
It's like somebody left a comment earlier about scared money, and like
scared money don't make money.
Yeah,
that's what I said. There's teams that are scared and teams that aren't.
Some dudes is just got that toughness. They got that thing about him. This dude is a bruiser. He'll go. He had his injuries or whatever, but some guys you got to roll the dice on. This boy is a beast. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the injuries.
Well, that's the thing, but he's been injured a lot.
Yeah, he has.
This is a guy that if he wasn't injured as much, you're looking at a guy that's probably a middle to early 1st round pick.
Right.
He's got that much talent. So for him to be hurt as much as he was, that's going to cause a slide. Again, this is the COVID-19 situation where they weren't able to check out the medicals.
Right.
I think Anthony Jennings could be coming off the board real soon now, because now you're seeing that run of those edge rushers and those super freaky athletic guys that may have some type of injury questions. But now's the time where you see these guys start to come off the board, because teams are going to say, damn it, we're going to take our shot and get this guy.
Where did Terrell – he went to the Rams? The Rams took Terrell Lewis?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's a good. Especially they lost Dante Fowler this past season, so he can come in and take that position. The thing with Terrell Lewis is he's had injury issues throughout his career at Alabama, which have kept him off the field. And your best ability is availability. So
Man, everybody at Alabama have injury issues, bro.
Yeah.
But his injuries are like he had an upper arm injury and he torn his right ACL. Those are injuries that are indeed so repetitive, especially an arm injury, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Especially at the position that he's going to be playing, also.
Exactly. He's got he's playing outside linebackers,
and he got some real long arms. He's a rangy dude.
Yeah, Chandler Jones. That would be a comp for him. Chandler Jones, who's with Arizona, who's
good one, Bert.
Really did a lot of things down, as far as sacks.
Who took Burgess here? Somebody took Burgess.
Let me check see if I.
Terrell Burgess from Utah. Looks like somebody took him.
Blackman is off the board. Is he from Utah?
Who?
Yeah, he's a nice player.
Julian Blackman. Utah.
He's raw and he can go a little bit. There's some deficiencies in his game as a safety, but overall he's a guy that could down the road be a really good safety for somebody in the right system. But Squeeze, I wanted to ask you something. I've been wanting to ask you this, for 2 days now, but I think it's the appropriate time, and I'm not even trying to be funny. I know, if anybody knows you in Alabama, and how the ties and stuff that you have there, what makes the players from Alabama get injured so much, with that program and under Nick Saban? What do you think?
It's a grueling program, man. It's just so much tougher than everybody else's. The training is so much harder. The strength and conditioning program is just it's at such a level. And these are young guys. You know what I'm saying? They coming in, they 18 and 19 years old. They still growing, they still developing. They're not completely, they don't have they man muscles all the way yet, right? So you just have a lot of soft tissue stuff, a lot of nagging injury. Guys that go to Alabama, they leave something at Alabama. It's just as simple as that. And they leave something there.
And they typically play longer too, because they're always making the playoffs. They're always, competing for a championship.
They have a longer season, all of that. And then the off-season program, it's just Alabama is a whole different level of. That's why I was saying the other day, it takes a certain kind of guy to play there and have fun. Every player is not going to want to deal with that. Some players are going to feel like, nah, man, that's too much. I can win without doing all of that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's grueling. But the players that come through, man, 9 times out of 10, all of them got something, some kind of little something, or some kind of big something.
Zach Moss just went to the Bills, pick 86, so that's a nice pickup for them, man.
They're crushing it. They are crushing it.
Bills are doing their thing.
He'll complement Singletary really well. Singletary they drafted last year, I think around this time, and no, they did. They don't have Frank Gore. Yeah, he's a free agent. Yeah, yeah. So Zach Moss and Singletary. That's a nice little 1-2 punch.
I like that.
But TQ, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I know you guys are saying there's a lot of injuries out of Alabama. How about high schools like LSU or Clemson, who also have really, really good players as well, but they're not as hurt though, but they're still really good.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with that strength and conditioning program in Alabama.
Okay.
I think that, and it, don't get me wrong, it's the best, but it's grueling. And when you come in there, especially if you're really good, and most of the high school kids coming in Alabama are really good, they trying to get them on the field pretty quick. So they have to adapt to this really high level, which is such a big gap between what they were playing in high school. Whereas a kid that's playing high school ball at one of the best schools in California or in Los Angeles, when he goes to USC, the difference between what his body is going to go through between high school and college is much of a smaller difference than Alabama high school to college. You get what I mean? And these kids are still growing. So, you know, it's just kids are still growing. So, you know, it's just harder. It's harder, and it's going to be a lot of nagging injuries coming out of there.
I look at a guy like Najee Harris, who's just down the street from me from Antioch, California, and he went to Alabama, and he didn't play for almost the first 2 years. You know, so a lot of those guys, you know, where they may play right away with these other teams, they really have to work for it at a place like Alabama to even see the field. So
and just because they wasn't playing, it don't mean they're not practicing.
No, yeah. And they're probably trying to do everything they can to get on that field. So, you know, which may lead to injuries.
Another thing, Alabama is one of those teams, and it's not everybody doesn't do this, but Alabama, they practice ones on ones a lot, like most of the time. And so, like the collisions in practice, it's just a whole nother level.
And I'll tell a story. I was talking to a recruit who's at the time he was a freshman at Alabama and coming in. He was telling me that the day one, when he got to Alabama and went to camp, they went to him, other guys in his positional group, and was like, "You got to lose 15 pounds." He goes, "What?" I'm like, "I'm 205." They go, "No, you need to be down to 190. The safeties they're like, "You need to drop 20 pounds down to 200 because we need to keep our speed up and keep up with Clemson players." So these guys are on a completely different mindset compared to other kids going to college. We need to gain weight, we need to add weight, things of that nature.
Right. Hey, TQ, your boy Anthony Jennings just went to the Patriots.
Look at this. Look at this.
I had to break the news.
Oh, my God.
Break it as soon as you see it, Chris, because it still hasn't.
All the people. You see that? You see that, Joe? Now, Joe, you had him picked. Good, nice work. But you see who picks who, right? You see who picks who. Belichick picks Jennings. Yeah, perfect. Exactly.
But man, we're gonna be fun to watch, aren't we, on offense?
Man, yo, bro. You're gonna be sitting there crying when Kansas City beats us both times by 7 points.
Here comes Jacob Eason, pick 9. Oh, it looks like we trade. Oh wait, we got to pick 91. Never mind.
So the Browns are on the clock, right, guys? If I'm super delayed or what?
Yeah, no, the Browns are on the clock right now at pick 88.
Got it.
My goodness, Raiders.
Now, you know what would be? I think it would be a mic drop moment if the Raiders took Jacob Morgan at 91, the quarterback from from FIU.
I'm gonna tell y'all
as
soon as they do it, I'm gonna tell y'all good night.
Why would you do that, bro?
Because I am. I'm done. I'm going to drink a beer, eat some wings, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Hey, and I think it should be said, you know, with this virtual draft, you know, nobody's there controlling Gruden. And this draft has Gruden written all over it.
Bro.
No.
This draft is driven me.
He's over there, Tyrone Biggins. Let me get a receiver. Come on, man.
So, Squeeze, as much shit as you're giving me about Green Bay and what they've done, you look at what the Raiders have done, bro.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't think there's any room to talk.
No, there's a lot. There's a lot.
Hey,
of room
I'm not mad about it at all.
There's a lot of. Let me address this. There's a whole lot of room to talk because there's something that you, for whatever reason, I don't understand why you forget or that you don't. Or I get it. It's 49er syndrome. That's the same thing with the whole team. You're scared of the 49ers, so you just punt it on the draft. You're going to wait until our Super Bowl run is over so that you can try to get you one. That makes sense. That's the only thing that I've come up that makes sense for a 13-3 team who gets a game away from the Super Bowl to not help the team get better. That doesn't make sense. The Raiders are going to be doing this for the next 6-7 years. And then Gruden's probably going to redo a contract for another 10 years.
But if you look at the Raiders, if you look at the Raiders, they spent their whole free agency on defense, right? They added a bunch of defensive players. Now they're taking their time in the draft to fill their offensive needs. And so it kind of makes sense.
I mean, I'm going off of somebody who feels like they overachieved last year and that they're on a faster trajectory than they thought, than all of us thought.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then the most blaring need is the defense. So let's fix it and get ourselves off into the playoffs and see what we can do.
Yeah. This
is a slower build. I'll tell you, I'll say that much.
Yeah. And I agree with you that they need to fix their defense. I don't disagree with you at all. I just think, if there's a player there that makes sense from a defensive standpoint, then yeah, you go that way. But it just seems like there hasn't been somebody sitting there for us to, jump all over.
Okay, let me say this part. Let me say this.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick just drafted Anthony Jennings.
Yeah.
We could have drafted Anthony Jennings.
But Anthony Jennings also has Bill Belichick calling the defensive plays,
Yeah, so what does that mean? Still a damn good player that the Raiders could have used.
Yeah.
To help the Raiders go get the quarterback, which is what they need to do more than anything else. The whole AFC West got better, including the Raiders.
But you could say that they improved their 3 technique in Malik Collins.
That's why I say including the Raiders.
Carl Nassib. So
yeah, we got better.
It's not like they didn't pay attention to their defense. They got a couple linebackers. They got a safety. They got Arnett in the first round. So, I mean, they have paid for guys to come over and play defense for them. And now you have to think of just look at what the Broncos did. I mean, and look at what the Chargers did. Like, they've all improved their offense. So I think a lot of these teams, if you look at the way they've drafted, are saying, shit, like we can't stop the Chiefs. We got to try and score with them.
But
and whether that works or not, that's yet to be seen.
Everybody should already know that they do not have a quarterback that's as good as the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They do not have an offensive coordinator that's as good as the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And they do not have players that are as fast as the Chiefs.
But how do you keep
if that's the case, you need to get somebody that's big, strong, and hits the hell out of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Knock the Chiefs' ass all over the field for the whole first 3 quarters, so that by the time the 4th quarter comes out, let the ball go, because the Chiefs can't do nothing to you.
Yeah.
They hurting. They broke down. You got to do it like the Niners do it.
Yeah.
You got to do it like the Patriots do it,
Niners
like the
were able
Ravens
to run
do
the
it.
ball. And I would say that to keep the Chiefs off of the field, their Chiefs offense off the field, is to be able to control that clock with the run game. And now you have all these different options that are going to open up our run game even more. That may be your best defense, and just keeping the Chiefs offense off the field.
Do you know how? Do you remember how the Rams got to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, they ran the ball.
And Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Getting to the quarterback.
Well, we already done a trade in our Aaron Donald.
Yeah, I know. So I'm saying you got to replace him. You got to get to the quarterback.
That's a generational player. I don't think we're replacing him.
We'll replace him with 4 or 5 of them. Yeah. That's my point. Go back to the way that the Giants used to do it. Get a bunch of defensive linemen and keep rotating them into the game. You do that all the way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Put Patrick Mahomes on his ass.
Well,
Put him on his ass.
If nothing else, you guys in Vegas are going to be able to enjoy an exciting offense, because we have so many weapons now.
Chris, who did the Browns pick? I see that it switched, but it didn't update.
Yeah, they haven't announced it yet.
Okay, cool.
Look at the bottom line, and I would say this, when it comes down to it, Gruden is addressing the receiving core right now. So it's not going to be – he doesn't want to be an issue going forward, and he can do the things that he wants to do. Now he's got all the tools to be creative, calling offensive plays with a guy like Swan or
Brian Edwards. I'm telling you, I think Brian Edwards is going to surprise some fans.
Yeah, I mean, people that didn't see him play before he got injured, South Carolina puts out good receivers.
Yes, and he's like the all-time leading in a lot of categories.
What's our receiver list?
A lot.
The Raiders.
Yeah, just could you just name our roster of receivers, please?
Off the top of my head, you have Ruggs, you have Williams, Renfro, Doss, Jones, Aguilar, Gafford,
Edwards,
and
they see Bowden as a running back,
and Aitman. And I don't think Gathers or Aitman make the team.
Yeah, I'm not even considering them.
Okay, I think Doss is Doss, I think he's on the borderline, but I think he ends up making it.
Oh, I don't know.
Zay Jones, bro. What about Zay Jones? Why is there no respect for Zay Jones? Oh, you said Jones? Okay, all right.
I said Jones. Yeah, I said Jones. You know, Aguilar's there. Aguilar's gonna have to show something. It's a $875,000 if you cut him. That's what the hit is. I mean,
he's gonna have to ball out in the preseason.
He's gonna have to be a kick returner, punt returner type.
And
guy.
also the Browns just selected Jordan Elliott, defensive tackle out of Missouri, 3 technique, really athletic but inconsistent, but very athletic. I thought the Raiders might go after him with that next pick.
I like him a lot.
I do too.
He's a guy that inconsistent. I just think he was really raw. He was my 7th best defensive tackle in this draft. And he's a guy that when you watch the tape, teams had a scheme for him across the board. And that's something that, that says something. He was that guy on the defensive line.
And Missouri develops defensive linemen. If you look at the way they've had most of their defensive linemen have had off-field issues in the NFL, but I mean, they have some freak defensive linemen that they produce.
But back to the receivers and the Raiders, I don't think at this point, I think it's defense. I would hope it's defense the rest of the way.
There's only 3 picks left.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean the rest of the way? What rest of the way? Rest of the way. That's 3 players.
But if you again look at it objectively, you have an offensive defensive guy in round 1, 2 offensive guys in round 3 so far. And if you go defenses the rest of the way, you're gonna have more defense than offense.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Max Crosby was selected in the 4th round. So again, you're trusting a guy like Mayock to be able to find these diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, but you just said that John Gruden was somewhere in a room with his phone off.
Oh,
and not listening to Mayock and nobody else.
But I will say this: just keep this in mind. Even if you get one player like Crosby right in this draft, I think our defense looks pretty good.
No.
He said nah.
No.
All right, guys. The Minnesota Vikings pick Cameron Dantzler, a cornerback from Mississippi.
Slow. He's gonna struggle. He's slow.
Oh gosh, what kind of slow?
I think he's a tall press corner, and then he ran at the combine, and it was not fast. If this is the guy that I'm thinking of, let me double check.
No, he ran slow.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He ran slow.
Yeah, really slow.
I love the pick for the Vikings.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Draft more of them guys over there.
Yeah,
I've been sitting here processing.
He ran a 4.65, which is very slow for an outside corner.
Yeah, that's super slow.
What's your process tonight?
The Raiders are coming up, and I'm dumbfounded, right? And I'm trying to think of why the emphasis is so much on these specialty players, wide receivers, running backs. Not that it's not good picks, right? It's not that they're not going to really make us a better offense. The only thing I can think of is you pay John Gruden $10 million a year. He's coming into his 3rd year. We've been talking about Derek Carr playing the third year in Gruden's system, and everybody's been saying too, this is the 3rd year. Gruden's got to pay off. And the only reason that Gruden can sell himself a paying off is he has to be one of the prolific offenses in the NFL. And he is doing everything that he can to make sure that he has the weapons and the tools that he needs to become that dude. And if the Raiders are going to struggle in any shape or form in their first inaugural year in Vegas, he wants to be able to come out and put on a show, so to speak, right? It's the entertainment capital of the world. I mean, I'm just trying to make sense of it all because, as much as I believe that both sides of the ball are set as starters, just from a depth perception, I think that we were better off at wide receiver than we were at defensive end, so to speak, right?
Yes,
we were
better off at offense, period, than we were.
I think
was our strong suit.
But I'm trying to get myself to respect that if you're going to be the head coach, you got to draw that line in the sand and say, dude, this is my team. I'm an offensive-minded coach. We're going to be an offensive powerhouse, and that's kind of what it feels like right now. And I don't know how Mayock's going to react to it. The Raiders just traded the pick to the Patriots.
So there's more picks. But like you bring up a good point. But look, they signed Carl Nassib. They
right?
have
No,
Max Crosby.
they spent money on defense.
No. I'm saying no, but they have Max Crosby. They have Cleveland Farrell. They have Arden Key returning. Those are 4 guys right there at defensive end. Now, are they like, is it Lawrence Taylor or Reggie White or Dexter Manley or, Javon Curse?
Verb,
No.
we need another set of those. A whole nother set.
But you're too deep. You're too deep in both positions, though, is my point. I think the bigger need is interior more than exterior, because they're going to kick Farrell inside on pass rushing downs to the defensive tackle spot to get Nassib on the field with Crosby. Yeah, 3rd and 4th down, excuse me. So in those pass rushing situations, that's what you're going to see, with Collins staying inside as well. So they may feel that, okay, the defensive end spots are in better shape than you or me or anybody else. They may feel like, you know what? We don't have the dogs at wide receiver. Beyond what Squeeze, Knight, Joe, Nye, Chris, anybody else may feel, we don't have the dogs because these dudes were on the squad last year and they didn't do Jack Diddley shit in the red zone or for Derek Carr.
Yeah.
True.
So let's go get the guys
were
that
hurt.
Just real quick
real
quick on the trade. On the trade, the Raiders traded pick 91 and pick 159 for the Patriots pick 100 and pick 139.
And pick 172.
Yeah.
So they gained 3 picks then.
Yep.
Cool.
Well, they gained 1 pick.
Well,
they gained 2. Yeah, it's 1 pick and moved up in the other one.
So where are we picking at next? The 3rd still?
I'm
100.
I'm putting on the ticker right now.
I'm just going to announce that the Houston, Texas, they got edge Jonathan Greenard.
Renard, yeah.
I like him. My fourth best defensive end in this draft. I like him a lot out of Florida. He's a guy that does a lot of good things. He's an edge rusher. I think he's a guy that can probably make an impact in the really, really quick future. I like him a lot.
Yeah, and he tested really well at the combine too.
Watch Baltimore pick up y'all boy Robertson.
Yeah, that'd be on par.
Baltimore.
And then the Patriots got tight end to UCLA Devin Asiasi.
Yeah. I think he moved up recently. He's kind of a move tight end, a little bit more athletic.
I'm not looking. I watched him at De La Salle when he was at De La Salle.
Yeah, right down the street, Concord, California. What up?
And he made a mistake. He should have stayed on the defensive side of the ball. He was a monster as a defensive lineman, one of the best I've ever seen. He went to Michigan. He didn't fit in well there. He chose Michigan over USC, ended up going to UCLA with one of his De La Salle teammates, another Poly kid, and now Devin came out. But he's a big guy. I just think he's more of a blocker than he is an inline guy more than anything. So he's going to be blocking the hell out of people. I'm not enamored with him as a receiver, and there's other guys, I probably would have. The kid out of Florida Atlantic, I like him a lot more than I like.
Yeah, Troutman. I'm surprised Troutman's not been taken. I know a lot of people were speaking highly of him. I would have thought he would have been selected in the 2nd round somewhere.
I mean, look, I had Devin Asiasi as my 9th best tight end going in the 4th or the 5th round.
Yeah.
I'm not big on him.
But I mean, he does gain some points being from going to De La Salle then.
They beat the shit out of our Corona Centennial team. Well, 1 year we got them another year, but it was all bad.
I grew up literally like a block from that school, so it's like a college tuition to get into there. That's another story.
All right, guys, we're going to head on to a quick break. Don't forget to join the Franchise Live. Subscribe and like our YouTube channel. Join us and follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, Twitter. And don't forget to call in 253-993-3651, 253-993-3651. When we get back, we're going to discuss a little bit more what the Raiders need and why they may have traded that pick with the Patriots.
Las Vegas, Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the Strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
Welcome back to the Franchise Raiders coverage on the NFL Draft Round 3. We've seen a lot of good talent leave this draft, but some news, the Raiders actually gained 3 picks and traded the picks with the Patriots. Where are they going with these 3 picks, guys?
No, I wish Squeeze was here to answer it.
Yeah.
You know, I think honestly, you're gonna see. You know, they're probably going to end up doing something on the defensive side of the ball. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he's available. James Morgan, the quarterback from Florida International University. I could definitely see them now. If they added a pick, let's say at 139, roughly right around there. You know, I could even see an offensive tackle. You know,
guard.
There's a guy that can slide into guard. Did my guy from Auburn get taken when I was gone?
No.
And so he's still on the board. He's a guy that I think would be a great fit for him. You can even take him at pick 100, and you know, so there's a few guys that are still there, but you know, I know we're cracking jokes about the receivers, but look, in my opinion,
I'm not.
You know, in my opinion, that was probably their biggest need going into this season. And John Gruden said, you know what, damn it, I'm just going to address the need completely.
And it's not like they just took any receiver. I think they took 2 like legitimate weapons. Like, I'm excited about Brian Edwards and Bowden. Like, I think those 2 guys are going to be nice weapons for the Raiders. So it's not like it's just, you know, they wasted a pick on a receiver, just any old receiver. I think they found 2 solid receivers to go with Ruggs, and now, you know, you have Tyrell Williams and Hunter Renfrow. I mean, good luck, you know, covering all those guys.
Yeah, this is, and I said it in the last segment, man. Like, John Gruden has to be sitting there saying, "I'm done." After what happened with the Antonio Brown debacle, and that I think that took a lot of wind out of his sails personally, because he really backed that dude up, and he really felt that guy was going to be a difference maker in his offense, especially alongside Williams. I think that was what he was banking on. He was banking on that.
And just think about all the players that we traded for in season and tried to pick up in season, you know.
He tried to fix it. He really wanted to go out and find some speed. He wanted some speed. He keeps saying, "We need some." You could do it, Joe. You need some playmakers up in here. You know what I'm saying? Like he really wanted to go out and he's doing it. He's saying like, "Hey, if I'm going to be the head coach of this football team, I'm tired of my name being dragged in the mud, telling me I'm too old. I'm Mr. Monday Night. I'm only made for TV. I'm going to go get the guys that I want, that I know that I'm going to make this team, this offensively anyway, one of the greatest you've ever seen, and then you could tell me why I don't belong in Vegas." I think it's a John Gruden thing.
Hey man, let me tell you.
Hey,
man,
there you go.
right? Let me tell you, man.
I'm juiced about the weapons they added.
Hey, man, Gruden talking, all right? Hey, knock out some wood if you're with me. I'm sitting here drinking my Corona, all right, man? I got to get juice with my offense. And you're right, Knight. I got to get some receivers, brother.
Thanks, Hulk. Thanks, Hulk.
All right, guys, the Baltimore Ravens go with wide receiver from Texas, Devin Duvernay. Did I say it right? Duvernay?
Yeah, you did. He's a baller. Ran real well. He's a baller. He does a lot of good things. Ran real well at the combine. Comes from a family that played it. He was actually the least recruited out of his family that went to Texas. But he was just a guy that was slept on a little bit this year. So I really like him.
Who are we talking about? Duvernay?
Yeah. Duvernay.
Oh yeah, I like Duvernay a lot.
And for him to go right there, in fact, like, I know Green Bay's on the clock, and he was the guy I was kind of hoping I was one of the guys that would kind of slide them right here, for them.
This is a Raider show, Joe.
Duvernay.
I know.
Duvernay is just a guy. You get the ball in his hands, Duvernay makes plays happen. He's a little tank. He's short, but he's thickly built, and he's a blazer. I know he's a track star. I like Duvernay a lot. I'm going to third round this late. I know there's so many good receivers. He probably goes sooner in any other draft.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But Knight, you brought up an interesting point, and I think when it comes to the Raiders and it comes down to, where they're at overall as far as being a franchise and what they're looking for. Right now, you have a coach that is literally at the point where he's done with excuses.
True.
He's providing Derek Carr with weapons.
Yeah.
From Bowden to Ruggs to
Edwards.
to Baldwin, Edwards, yeah. So he's giving them weapons, okay? And he's like, enough is enough. And I think you're right. I think he was just kind of like done with the Antonio Brown situation. And I think a reason why they didn't go after any wide receivers really hard in free agency, other than signing Aguilar to a below, veteran minimum contract.
Prove it contract.
Not even prove it's below veteran minimum, because it's like, either you come here, you want to play your, whatever, what else you got going on for you. It's because you get the young guys in, you develop their work habits and culture at the professional level. So when you're going out there and you bring Antonio Brown in, that's a guy that's already been doing it his own way, and he has his own way of doing it. So he's not going to, he's going to do his way. And Tyrell Williams fit the culture. Well, he's bringing young guys in that he's going to mold them to his culture. And I think that speaks volumes. This is what you're going to get away with. This is what you're not going to get away with. This is the Gruden and Raider way. And if you don't like it, your ass is going to be on the street. You're going to be getting off Russell Road and be hopping on the 15 freeway or right past Raider Way, getting on the 15, hopping your ass either up to McCarran or down to LAX or Ontario Airport and flying somewhere else, because you're not going to be here in Vegas.
No, and I totally agree. And I just think that this, Williams is not guaranteed to be healthy all year with the foot stuff, right? There's no more excuses for this offense. They have plenty of depth at wide receiver. They have plenty of depth at running back. They've shown that they had a really solid offensive line last year. And look, Jackson's still there. We haven't moved him yet. So, there's money to be spent there. They're planning something big. And, I know Squeeze don't like it, but they say you can't score with who says we can't score with the Chiefs? The difference between, the rest of the league and what the Chiefs are doing is Mahomes. And I'm sorry. Carr might not be Mahomes, but Carr can deliver the football. And as long as we protect him with all these weapons, he doesn't have to throw the ball that far for these plays to be made.
Yeah, and the Titans just took Darrington Evans out of Appalachian State, the running back. But you're right, Knight. All Carr has to do is get the ball in these guys' hands. These guys are playmakers. So, our short, intermediate passing game, just get the ball in these guys' hands. And we have a great offensive line. So, Carr's a fine quarterback. All he has to do is just hit these guys and let them go to work.
Yep, I agree. So we have Brian in who says more picks for more wide receivers. How many wide receivers do you think we need to pick up, Chris?
I think that's it right now. I think we're done. But I think because Lynn Bowden was announced as a receiver, it seems like we've gone overboard at receiver. But I think Bowden is going to be used more like a weapon, and I think officially he's going to be listed as a running back for the Raiders to back up Josh Jacobs. And then Gruden, will just have fun using that chess piece. So, the competition breeds the best in everybody. So let's see who wins, And I really, honestly, as much as I didn't like the Arnett thing yesterday, I like what they've done thus far today. You trade back, get more picks. I'm a big fan of what they've done thus far.
I think you've been spot on with everything, Chris. Besides you not liking the Damon Arnett, you literally have you've guided us our way with everything that the Raiders are going to do. So congratulations.
Yeah,
I want to add, like, people are kind of killing some of these picks, but when you have those type of weapons and you have Darren Waller and Foster Moreau, and you have some of those other guys, that could be something that you have to also understand, because this is literally a time for defense in the NFL. And I think Gus or somebody was saying that you got to outscore people in today's NFL. That you don't go with the curve. You kind of set your own.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Gruden's trying to do. He's not going to go out of the way and say, okay, because look, I'm going to run down the receivers, okay? Tyrell Williams, Henry Ruggs, Hunter Renfrow, Nelson Aguilar, Zay Jones. Lynn Bowden's a running back,
right?
But he's a weapon. Brian Edwards, Marcel Aitman, Keelan Doss, Rico Grafford, and Anthony Ratliff Williams.
And I think, Joe, I think you're right, too, and you and Knight both said this about, there's no more excuses for Derek Carr. I mean, this is as stacked of an offense as you can ask for. So now we're really going to see what he's about, And if he doesn't produce this year, there are no excuses, It's
they got a backup plan in the house. He wants an offense.
Yep.
I know we want a balanced team, and some maybe even want more one side or the other. But at the end of the day, this is what he wants. We're going to be an offensive team, and he's setting it up. There's no more excuses for nothing. I mean, we got the backup, we got the starters. Now
what'd you think of the tight end there, Joe?
He fits a need for him. I kind of feel like Squeeze when it comes to their drafting, like as far as
looks fast.
He is. They want somebody. They want matchup problems. So I could definitely see why they took him there.
Josiah Deguara out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati. So I mean, he's a guy that is fast. And a lot like Mayock, I think if you're a fan of that organization, you got to trust your general manager. He's had a few good drafts and
yeah.
They went from being a team that didn't make the playoffs to going to the NFC Championship game in 1 year. That's a huge jump. So
with a rookie head coach, you expect him to be better in his second year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just think at the end of the day, when back to the Raiders, like I really like the fact that there's going to be continuity, and the guys are legitimately going to be with Gruden, and they're going to know what Gruden wants to do, and there's going to be no excuses. Or this is my way of doing it. If you don't like it, bounce. Like I said earlier, this is Gruden's team, and yeah, they have a bunch of I won't say a bunch of issues on the. Well, they had a bunch of issues at the receiver position, but defensively, they needed to shore up some things, and they did that in free agency. And I said it earlier. When in the second round when we were getting started, I don't think the Raiders are going to take another DB. I think they're I like Amik Robertson at some point, but I mean at the same time, they may be done on that side of the ball, other than maybe a defensive tackle.
And that Fotu, I can't really pronounce his name, for the defensive tackle of Utah, is still available. Yeah. The defensive end out of Utah, Curtis Weaver from Boise State, still available. the Raiders picking 5 picks. So there's still, players available.
What about you, TQ? What do you think?
You
quiet for the first time.
Yeah, because I don't understand where they head. I don't understand where their heads are, to be honest. I mean, I get offense, whatever, but that's just not the philosophy of football that I believe in, that I've ever believed in. I'm a defensive guy, and I believe that bottom line, I don't care about analytics or philosophies or none of that. If you hit the other team's quarterback, a lot of times you will beat that team. And that metric right there works. It has always worked in the NFL. And when you have somebody as dominant in your division as Patrick Mahomes, you need to be making sure that you're going to hit him and put him on the ground numerous times so that it plays into his psychology that, damn, I see the silver and black. That means that I'm going to go home in pain. And once that plays into your head enough, you'll be able to beat that man one of them 2 times. And right now, as we're built, I get it. I'm not saying that we've had a terrible draft. Some of these players I didn't really know, which is different from what it was last year. The things that were reaches last year, I didn't feel were reaches at all. This year, like I say, I don't understand the philosophy with a defense that performed the way ours did, and then to have a defensive offseason, free agency like we did, to not get guys to support, to not get that the next level of what needs to happen right now to get towards a championship is defensive depth in the front 7 with guys that can go get the quarterback in the 3rd and 4th quarter. I don't believe that the Raiders have that yet. And I don't believe that we're going to be able to beat Kansas City until we have that. That's just my philosophy. And I've seen it work. I've seen it work with the Baltimore Ravens. I've seen it work with the 49ers. I've seen it work with the Patriots. I've seen it work with the Giants. These teams have won championships off of being able to rotate big, strong defensive linemen that don't get tired late in the game, that can go get the quarterback and make them punt the ball.
And
that's what I believe that this team now is lacking. It's the last 2. Maybe we won't get it this year. Maybe Gruden feels like, hey, I'm just moving into a new place. I got a long contract. Maybe I can build for the future. I don't necessarily have to do this, regardless if I overachieved last year or not, whatever. I build a team the way I want to. I understand that. He's the man and he's got the time. But I still believe today the whole AFC West got better offenses.
Well, what's funny is Gil Brandt.
Go ahead.
Gil Brandt just tweeted, which I thought was pretty funny. He said AFC West next year is going to look a lot like the Big 12. And I don't think he's wrong.
Exactly.
I think people are loading up on offense. I think it's going to be a shootout in the AFC West all year.
Nobody in the AFC West got better than Kansas City.
Miguel Ruiz says somebody sounds like a downer today.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. I'm absolutely down because the bottom line is what I just said. Nobody's offense got better than Kansas City's today.
Explain that though. I want you to explain that a little bit more in depth for us. Like why do you feel like with the addition of Ruggs, Edwards, like even guys like Witten and having Waller, and how do we not
at every single position on offense, with the exception of maybe running back, Kansas City has a player that's a bit better than we have. You don't have players available that are better than those players. So what you should be trying to do is stop those players, because that's possible. There are players available when you platoon them. It's not about one player, 2 players. It's about 4, 5, and 6 of them constantly coming at them, hitting them over and over and over again, because you have more of them than they have that can constantly come in and punish. That's the only way you're going to beat them. So maybe Gruden feels like he don't have to beat them right now, because he doesn't. They'll be over their whole Super Bowl run before Gruden is done with the Raiders. So maybe he feels like he's building for the future and he wants to take care of his offense. He's an offensive guy. That ain't what I would do. I'm sitting here with y'all. Gruden is picking for the Raiders. So
all right, guys. The Denver Broncos select McTelvin Agam, defensive tackle from Arkansas, and then the Kansas City Chiefs. Tell me I mean, you might not know who this guy is, TQ, but his name's Lucas Niang, a tackle from Texas Christian. Give me some knowledge on that, because since we're talking about the Chiefs, it seems like the Chiefs is who is kind of our competition right now, right, TQ?
Everybody's competition. Everybody's competition. And then if they pick up an offensive player, you know who's behind it. So you know what it is. It's kind of like that. Honestly, they are turning into the Patriots light, because Andy Reid, having the brain that he has, just has all of these little trinkets and toys and tools that he could just go into a lab and become a mad scientist, and they just a step faster than everybody else on top of it. So you got to start looking, just like I said earlier, when Bill Belichick moves up in the draft and picks a defensive player, pay attention to that. Same thing with this guy.
Lucas Niang is a 6'6", 315-pound offensive tackle that's from New Canaan, Connecticut. Running the low five range, and he was my 10th best tackle, a B tier guy. There's a lot to like about him, but he's a guy that's going to take some time to get on the field, and that's fine in Kansas City. They have some issues at tackle. They need to make sure they get younger there, or have some a backup option in case somebody else goes down at some point. So that's a good pick for them. But Squeeze, I feel where you're coming from. I honestly, like, and I'm not even trying to be funny now, like, like me to you, like, real, I feel where you're coming from, and I understand the frustration. But at the same time, maybe,
I think that's Knight's mic.
Yeah.
Not me.
No?
TQ's been trying to figure that out.
I have been. I've been going off in the other room watching, trying to figure out where that's coming from.
My hands are on my lap.
Yeah, mine.
Sure.
No, Chris is real happy about it. That's why his hands is in his lap.
Hell yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm on my second or third time.
Hey, have you guys seen? Goodness. Have you seen Little Dicky's show? I guess like off what Chris said. Have you watched the show called Dave?
No, I know it's ridiculous.
It's funny. Yeah.
It's funny as hell. Last or 2 nights ago, he was talking about I can make myself, and he goes, I just think about it, and then a little while. So I was thinking about Chris doing that, But Squeeze, I was gonna say, in all seriousness, like, I know you weren't happy with the Edwards pick, first, because like, why do we need another receiver? This guy, yeah, he broke a lot of records. I know Chris said that, but to me, breaking records now is a little bit different considering, the way the offenses are compared to where they were at. But this guy's when you see him, he's one of those first off the bus guys. You want to see him first off the bus. He's just cut up. He's a freak. If he wasn't injured, I'm looking at this guy going in the second round.
And DJ Daniel Jeremiah's comp for him is Chris Godwin. So go ahead and let that sink in real quick.
I mean, he's a big, fast guy. Like,
my God.
Like, look.
Go ahead and let that sink in. Look at this fucking guy right here. Oh my goodness.
Run it up.
Oh, he is just happy. He's running through the streets of San Francisco naked. Look at him. Oh, my goodness.
As soon as we get off.
Give me a break. Come on, man. But listen, I hear where you're coming from, Verb. The bottom line is, like I said, I'm coming from a point of believing that the Raiders overachieved last year. I saw some things at the Jaguar game that made me understand why certain things were happening. When you're on the field and you got a camera and you're next to the team, you can get a perspective on why things have been the way they've been throughout the season. There was a lot of people banged up, hurt, playing through it, and reporting it like it wasn't as much as it was. I saw so many people limping in that game. I saw so many defensive players gasping for air at the end of that game. And it's like, man, this is why we can't pull it together and finish games. This is the problem right here. So I just felt like we would address it more. I also got to put myself back in the mind of we had a free agency period that I wasn't expecting.
Yeah.
We really brought in some good players there. But, I felt like that defense that they did last year, I just wanted them to repeat that. I felt like those rotational players that you can bring in and platoon with those guys last year was in this draft, and we didn't get none of them. So
all right, guys, the Raiders are now on the clock. I'm going to switch the subject really quick. We're going to go all the way back up to the Browns. They picked linebacker Jacob Phillips from LSU, and then we're going to skip down to the Ravens, who picked Malik Harrison, linebacker from Ohio State.
I knew TQ was going to like that one.
Oh, my God.
And Autumn Wynn says Ravens pick another linebacker, so I think Autumn Wynn knows that you have an issue with this.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's going to look nice next to Patrick Queen.
Come on, man.
Akeem Davis Gaither is still there.
Hey, when someone zigs, we zag, baby. When they zig, we zag.
Look at Akeem Davis Gaither from Appalachian State. He's a guy I have going in the third round.
He'd be nice.
Could
real
be
nice.
fit. He's a guy that's an edge guy. He's kind of slim though, 6'1", 224.
He's a lot like Littleton.
Sound like Jay.
Now, I'm about to say that's exactly where I was going. If you like that, fuck it, go pick Javen White.
Yeah, but you can get him later. I think you
can get him later. I haven't heard his name.
Yeah,
you can get
him later.
But I haven't heard his name. But I'd love to have him.
Javen, look, I would take Javen one of those later round picks.
Yes, and we already picked one up. We picked one up moving back. So
exactly,
I would love that.
But this Appalachian State kid. This is where he's slated to go. This is his sweet spot. And if the Raiders can pick him, he is a lot like Littleton. He is a rangy linebacker. That would be a really nice pickup for the Raiders.
Well, that would make sense because we got to remember too. Not only did they go out and get players, look at the money they spent on defense as far as just fixing it, even in the 1-year contracts. Right? They went and got some really key players in Littleton, Kwiatkowski,
and
Collins,
right away he can play special teams.
And someone, I can't remember who it was. I was watching a show back when they first started, and they were talking about how Gruden may react to the money and the attention they spent on defense and free agency, and really go out and do his thing this year in the draft. And it's looking that way right now.
It's absolutely looking that way.
So
New York Giants pick Matt Hurt. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
I'll say I just got a text and it said we were teeing up Malik Harrison until he got taken.
Yeah, because Vinny Bonsignore just tweeted that they had taken Malik Harrison. Yeah,
listen,
he just said, "My bad."
If they would have took Malik Harrison with one of those picks, one of those at 80 or 81, I would feel much better about tonight.
So, just also, there's been a trade. The Jets trade pick 101 to the Patriots for 125, 129. And a 2021 6th-round pick.
Damn, they traded with the Patriots.
Yeah. Patriots are moving around.
Wow.
This is going to be, I think the Patriots are going to take their quarterback right here.
Here we go.
What do you think? You think it's Jake Fromm or Eason?
Force us to stay home and socially distance, but the Vegas
Are you
Raiders
serious,
are
Chris?
back on the clock.
Are you talking about the Raiders right now?
No, I was talking about Patriots.
With the 100th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select
I like this.
Tanner Moose.
I like
linebacker, Clemson.
All right. Yes.
That white boy
squeeze his
run.
back.
Yes.
That white boy can run.
Yes. That'll work.
Okay, so I had Muse going in the 4th round as a high projection as a safety. I actually had him going in the 6th round in a mock draft to the Raiders. I had him as a safety, not a linebacker. He is one of those Javen White hybrid type of guys. Yep. He could play safety or he could play linebacker.
Yeah, I think he plays linebacker.
Yeah, as
how
a
many
linebacker.
Hybrid.
How many more picks we have?
2.
No, we got 3.
No, 3.
Yeah.
3.
So we got a pick in the 4th round?
Yeah, and we moved up. Was
he going to be available then?
No, so he blew up the combine.
He's a good player.
I think he ran in the low 4.4s.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody saw that happening. He's about 225 pounds, he could probably put on about another 10 pounds. Worst case scenario, you get a special team stud with Tyler Muse. And again, there's that Clemson connection that they have with the Raiders. I like that pick.
But he's a hybrid guy that can play safety, so he could play coverage.
Yeah, I think he's going to play more linebacker, to be honest.
And he's 225, so he's big enough to play the strong side backer spot. That's the kind of guys I like, right? That's what I think that we need taking on Kansas City is guys like that.
I agree 100%. 100%.
And the thing is as a linebacker, he can run. As a safety, he's slow. You know,
but you're not really asking him to play safety. He could just cover. He could just cover.
No. He ran in the very low 4.4s.
No. It's running straight is one thing, but you're in direction. You're playing safety. He's slow.
I'll give you that.
For that. You know, that's what I'm talking about. When you're in your back pedal, you got to come out of your break. He's not great at that. But him as a linebacker, where you're lining up over the top. Let's say you're over Kelsey or somebody like that. That's where he's going to make his hay eventually when he's not playing special teams.
Yeah, and real quick, he ran a 4.4 140. He did 20 reps of 225, 35-inch vertical, did the broad jump at 124. So he's pretty athletic dude.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. Raider Nation.
No, I don't either. Yeah. I know. It's been quiet. What's up?
Yeah, we need you guys.
Well, I think they were waiting for the picks, but I think they want to talk now, hopefully. So I know I'm expecting maybe Miguel Ruiz wants to call in. Ruiz, you want to call in? I think DJ.
Hey, where the hell is Raider Rich at, man? What the hell?
He's boycotting, dude. He's mad at us right now.
What the hell, Rich?
Call in, guys. 253-993-3651. We's trying to chop it up with you guys.
So the Patriots are not taking a quarterback with this pick. They traded up for a tight end.
Another one
from Virginia Tech.
Interesting.
Dalton Keene.
Belichick's
going.
That's the second one.
But Belichick is going up to run the ball. Again, when somebody zigs, Belichick zags.
Yep, just like the Raiders.
Alex Highsmith to the Steelers too, by the way.
Bye, Miguel. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
To our constant, our viewers.
Oh, Miguel, you're killing me, bruh. And it's a Friday, too.
It's a Friday, and we are about to take a quick break. So call in 253-993-3651. Join the franchise. We in here.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From tour-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday night lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Nice. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long.
Welcome back
to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live.
We want to hear what you guys think about our
Las Vegas sports.
Because the guys are all thinking a whole lot of different things, but at least we're happy with the last pick, right, guys?
Absolutely.
I don't have a problem with the draft. That's just me.
Is the
I'm
draft
not that guy.
Is the draft going the way that you wanted it to go, Joe?
Oh, for who? For the Raiders?
Just for every. Just your thoughts, your mocks. Are you spot on for your mocks? Because you've done a lot.
The first round. I mean, I didn't do anything other than the first round. The first round was really good. I gotta like go back and double check all that. But overall, there's some things that have me scratching my head. Like I'm surprised that the Raiders have gone predominantly offense in the first 2 days. With 3 offensive picks. Some other teams, they've done some things where I'm kind of like, what the hell are they doing? But then you look at teams like the Ravens, like the Dolphins, the Bills, the Broncos. They're crushing it, in terms of, what they're doing in the draft. So,
and someone else who's sorry to cut you off, but someone else who's crushing it is the New England Patriots with a tight end, Dalton Keene from Virginia Tech. I know you know a little bit about him, Joe, so I'm gonna let you continue talking.
He's a big guy, and the Dolphin. I went and looked during the re-up or whatnot, and they only had 2 tight ends on their roster, so they had to add some people. So Belichick went and got 2 guys he feels fits the system with Keene and with Asiai, and you bring both of those guys into the fold there. Now you're 4 deep. Now you're at the tight end position. They're big guys. They're powerful guys, and they're going to be guys that Belichick's going to mold. And last time I can remember him doubling up on tight ends, he took a guy named Rob Gronkowski in the 2nd round, and in the 4th round got Aaron Hernandez. So, I mean, when he does it, he usually hits it with those guys.
As far as my reaction to this draft so far, I'm a guy that likes to process information, and I'm gonna be honest. My initial reaction, I'm a bit shocked. I really didn't expect it to go that way, but as I slowly start to process the situation at hand, I'm okay with it, and I can make sense of it, and we have to see it. We have to let it play out. But as long as the players that they pick produce, I don't think any of us at the end of the day will complain.
Except TQ, right?
I think if we come out and we're in the top 5 offense and we're blowing the doors off, I think he'll be like, I still didn't like it, but I accept it now.
Yeah, I shut completely up. I just don't believe that's what's gonna happen. Like I said, I'm not so upset about the first round. I'm not upset, period. I understand that the Raiders could use a wide receiver. They need a wide receiver. They needed to get faster. I absolutely understood that. And I pretty much expected, even though I didn't want them to, that they was going to pick one of the 3 in the first round. Arnett, last night, I watched tape on him. I see why they picked him there. It was a need. I think that they know something that maybe the rest of us don't know there, and I trust Mike Mayock with that. This 3rd round, I get what y'all saying.
Fire.
But that's what I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting that at all. I was expecting that. And the biggest problem that the Raiders had last year was the defense. And when I say the biggest problem, it was the biggest problem by far. There was nothing else. There was nothing else even close to as bad as the defense was last year. And, as far as the draft goes, I feel like we could have done better to help the defense. Now, when I throw in free agency, I feel like the Raiders got better this year. So I'm not like jumping off a roof or anything. But that being said, Denver got better on offense. The Chargers got better on offense. And damn, Kansas City even got better on offense. So
how about
stop none of them from doing what they want to do. So we better be able to score.
Give me your guys' opinion on the Steelers choosing Alex Highsmith, an edge from Charlotte, and the Eagles. They chose Davion Taylor, a linebacker from Colorado. The Steelers really haven't done much, right?
No.
I like Highsmith though. Like anybody that has that name.
Got that good stock, baby.
He my good friend Alonzo Highsmith, former Miami running back. He's a personnel guy in the NFL right now. Should be a general manager from a team already. He's being screwed over. If good stock, good bloodlines. This kid's a dog. And when you have that type of bloodlines and that type of ability, Charlotte, Miami, wherever you're at, he is a baller. So there is no way in hell I dislike that pick. So I like that pick for the Steelers, and I actually like what the Steelers have done today. To be honest with you, I thought they had a pretty good day overall. But now, look, you ask a lot of questions, and like, how do you feel about it? That's something that I find interesting. I think everybody else does. You've been firing off questions, but how do you feel everything's gone so far?
Are we staying with the Raiders or overall?
Well, give us both. Overall
right.
And the Raiders.
So with the Raiders, I agree with half of you guys on what you guys are saying, but on the other end, I think everyone is really focused on wideouts for the most part. I think that with the guys coming in, whether we know much about them or not, it's all about that background special talent that you don't see behind doors. Kind of like Darren Waller, a tight end who was drafted in the 6th round, okay, and ended up being one of the best tight ends in the game. So I felt like for most of us who don't agree on the Damon Arnett, it's more of like giving these guys a chance to really prove their worth and see what they can do, because they may be the best in the game. And as for the overall draft, I think that there are some teams who are doing more than others as far as GMs and coaches. I think that Mike Mayock and John Gruden have this thing where they say, I know Mike Mayock said that he wants to draft guys who have a year or two to develop. I think that is where they're going with that, whether we have different opinions. We want the good players, the ones that we've watched their combines and their tapes, and that's who we're fighting for. But I'm super excited to see the talent, the hidden talent that these guys may have.
Damn good point, nah.
Got you.
Damn good point. Because you're right. I feel like most of the guys here outside of, I think they got to be coached up. So if that's what if that's what he got him for, then he definitely got a crop of guys that they're gonna have to coach.
I think that there are some teams who came up and made us look like we were just trash at a point though. Like teams came ready and they knew what they wanted and they went for it. And as for the Raiders, we knew what we wanted, but instead of being aggressive, we really let the draft come to us. And I think that we really got to be aggressive sometimes.
I think Baltimore won the draft. I think they won the draft again. I think they just had that strategy, man. I don't know if
they did.
I like what the Rams have done. They got shit on for trading a bunch of their picks, but Cam Akers, they got Terrell Lewis. They just picked up Terrell Burgess from Utah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought they've done well with the limited. Yeah, and they had who's the receiver you like there, Joe, out of Florida?
Jefferson.
Van Jefferson. Yeah, they picked up Van Jefferson. So I really like what they've done with the limited amount of picks that they came in with. And then Dallas. I liked what Dallas did too.
Maybe Jerry Jones needs to keep the scouts from calling him.
Real talk. He needs to stay on that yacht.
He's in that bomb. I think it's a 250. Did I read $1 million?
250 million. Yeah.
Did you guys see the pictures? Like all white. Like
it's sick.
His best life on a yacht.
He's the man.
Hey, he's super cool. When I met him at the owners' meetings, him and Stephen Jones. How you doing there, Joe? He was super cool.
Really?
And really cool, down to earth dude. Would love to do business with him someday.
You and us both. I think he saw that clip of Kingsbury's house, and then he just said, "You know what? Fuck this. Let me show you this $250 million yacht.
Let me shine on y'all.
Yeah,
shine on you, young boy.
This is how you quarantine right here.
That's little boy money. Let me show you the big money."
The LA Chargers take Terrell Burgess, safety from Utah.
The Chargers doing their thing today. I see.
Troutman.
Once
again, the Chargers had to do their thing though. They had to come up a little bit on this draft.
And the Saints just drafted Adam Troutman, who I thought was going to go in the second round. It's another weapon for Drew Brees.
Yeah, and no, he's not related to Roger Troutman. So, I wonder if Sean Payton has some computer love with that pick. I mean.
So what, we waiting on our last pick which is the Ravens. We're gonna see what they do again.
Yeah,
What
wow.
route that they're going? I feel like they found really good talent already. What other areas should they be covering?
They're gonna do something awesome. I can't stand them.
But I mean, with this being, the last pick, I mean, the Raiders now have 2 4th-round picks tomorrow, and there's still, some quality players still available. So I think they're going to be set up for TQ. I think they're gonna pick some defensive players tomorrow.
If they let a lot of defense go today, man. Amik Robinson is still on the board.
Yeah, and Anai from Utah is on the board.
But there's really not a problem of drafting developmental players at this point. We talked all night about how their defense is pretty set. I said it at the beginning of the show that, the whole team as an offensive unit was pretty much set at the beginning of the day. So you're looking for depth pieces anyway. So, some of these guys may surprise us and be able to be plugged in and play like we did last year. Some of them might take a year, but as long as we stay healthy, I think we're still sitting pretty good.
Well, yeah, that's what it is now. You got to stack now.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
Now you just got to add it up.
That Boise State kid is still on the board too.
Yeah, Curtis Weaver.
Curtis Weaver. And,
how do you guys feel about Titan Thaddeus Moss, who's Randy Moss's son? He hasn't.
He's apparently got a severe injury, which came out today. Something that teams may know about. So I think he had another year of eligibility. So I was a little bit surprised that he came out. I think he was riding that high of the national championship. I think he maybe should have gone back to school.
I know he's had like a foot injury and stuff. He's had like a Jones fracture in his right foot, which he didn't even participate in combine because of that. Like that to me, like right there. I don't know how you think you can keep going when that's a really recurring issue for you. But he's Randy Moss's son, who is the GOAT. So I would have thought maybe a little bit more.
That's a dirty name in these parts.
You know what, Nye?
It is a dirty name. Cool. I was curious to know about that.
But you're starting to act like
Twitter
the rest of them right
Twitter
now.
Hey, I'm still on your team, TQ.
All right.
Give me 5. Nah, that's a good one.
Oh, my goodness. The level of disrespect on this channel with these people.
Hey, I've tried to be fair with you tonight, man. I really have, but
you're all right with me, Knight.
If you guys were GMs or coaches, would you let the draft come to you, or would you be aggressive to make those massive upgrades?
Depends on how many picks I have and what position my team is in.
TQ, I really want to see you run a team.
Yeah, I think I do a damn good job. You know what?
Hey, Madden 2020, let's go.
I put quarterbacks on their ass. Guarantee you that. Aaron Rodgers will be sitting on his ass, Drew Brees on his ass, Tom Brady. I have them on their ass, buddy.
I like how you picked all three of one of the oldest ones in the league.
Yeah.
Well, them the ones that have caused me the most problems in my life, so I need them to sit down, bro.
Yeah, true that.
Nah, you know what? It's funny you asked that because I think Squeeze, and we joke around a lot about how a team gets built. And I know you asked me earlier, and I think Squeeze and I would build them a lot the same way, build them from the inside out. You always build your team from your lines out to your receivers, and then everything fills in between other than the quarterback. So I know I'm a run pass ratio guy. I'm like 55-50 pass to run. I pass a little bit more than I run. I wouldn't be way one side and not the other. But I like guys that can do a little bit of everything. But I like guys that are long, that are athletic, that have a high IQ, and that can run. Those are the guys that I'm looking for. I don't want no short, squatty guys with short arms. You know, I'm not gonna. Those aren't guys that I'm gonna be drafted unless they do something eye-popping on tape. And I think that's what we're seeing here. You're looking at a lot of in this draft. You're seeing guys, the teams that rely more on tape, they're having better drafts. I think. I think like the Ravens, they're a tape and they have a very strong scouting department. And then you look at another team where you're kind of scratching their heads. Maybe their scouting department isn't as tight as some people originally thought. And they're looking at more of an analytics, like how do they test? Do they meet these measurables type thing? So I think it just what's your flavor to build a team.
Right.
But this guy down here, like. He talks all that trash, but He knows what the deal really is.
Come on,
all right, guys.
brother.
Even a flavor to build the team with our last pick of the night. The Ravens pick Tyree Phillips, a guard from Mississippi State. Is he that flavor that the Baltimore Ravens? I mean, they picked him up, so he must be a little bit of flavor, right?
Yeah, they do a lot of running. So they picked him up a big guard.
So I know you said they have good scouting departments, but what have you studied about Tyree?
Me, I don't know. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I'm trying to find him on my list. It's been long. It's been a long day. I don't have him as a guard. I have him as a center. Daryl Wood. No, he's Mississippi State.
Tyree Phillips.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Where do I have him? Have him as a tackle? Come back to me because I have to find him. Oh, there he is. No, I actually, you know what? I have him as the 21st best offensive tackle in this draft, and I actually have him really low as a 6th or 7th round guy or high priority free agent. That's interesting. He's a big guy that can move, but I'm just not a big guy, and I know Farrell's going to be pissed because he's a Mississippi State guy. But I wasn't that impressed with him watching film. I mean, that's why it took me a while to find him because his film didn't stand out to me at all.
Why would they come up here and get him?
He may fit.
They have good scouting people, so I'm sure they maybe have made a good decision. We may not know until we see.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, he's, they do a better job scouting than almost anybody, but he may fit what they want scheme wise and what they like to do scheme wise.
Right.
That's the most important thing. If you get a guy that fits what you like to do scheme wise and fits into your program, it doesn't matter where.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, Elton Jenkins went to Texas A&M and was drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round last year. And as a rookie, took over game 1, and arguably was without a doubt the best offensive guard for a rookie in the NFL, and it looks to be an All-Pro for the next 10, 15 years. But he went to Texas A&M, where so you can find guys that fit what you like to do, and they usually they usually shine.
Speaking of fitting what you like to do, we're going to find out these coaches, what they value in these guys, because I think where the coaches and GMs are going is they're finding guys that they value, and they're studying, and they're having their scouts study tons of film. So I think that all of them have their different values. But we're going to continue this in our post show because round 3 is officially over. Raider Nation, stay with us and give us a call at 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. We want you to join us and hang out with us for our last hour. Stay with us.
Las Vegas, Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the Strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
Welcome back, Raider Nation. We at the franchise are back with Raider coverage on the NFL draft post-show. Come kick it with us. Hang out with us for a little bit. We want to hear what you guys have to say. But for the meantime, the guys and I are going to talk about this draft, talk a little bit more about the Raiders. What do you think, Joe? Tell me what you think.
You know, I think there's a lot of good guys left on the board going into tomorrow, and I think the Raiders have a chance to maybe trade back a little bit later and add some more picks. When you got guys like Anthony Gordon, DJ Dallas, KJ Hill, who they probably won't take, Harrison Bryant, Prince Tagawanu, Troy Dye, Amik Robinson, Bryce Hall, Levert Hill. Those guys are all available, as Adam Schefter tweeted out. You know, those are some guys that they kind of can raise your eyebrows a little bit, and you say, hey, these are guys that would potentially fit in. But overall, you know, I think they said, you know what, damn it, we're addressing all our offensive needs. We're taking the guys we want offensively to get this out of the way. No excuses. We're going to have creativity in our offense. And squeeze, you know, I know you're not a fan of it, but and focus on the defense for the rest of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think I just have to always understand that the Raiders are a project. John Gruden has a lot of time, and it's regardless of how the fan base may feel and how we may feel about what we think we want, regardless of the fact that they overachieved a bit last year. I feel like they were so close to the playoffs that, you know, they needed to address the most blaring need. I agree that wide receiver was absolutely up there. They needed another receiver. They needed some speed, but the defense was atrocious. And, you know, I like this last pick, though. This last pick was a good pick in a good position, but I just want more up front. I don't believe that we have a completed defensive line yet. And it looks to me as if the Raiders are going to just move forward without a completed one and work on it next year. Maybe, I don't know. They got the leeway to do it. You know what I'm saying? Nobody necessarily has to be in a rush. Just moving to a new city, opening up a new stadium. As long as they're competitive, they'll be all right. And I will say this: I do believe with the players they picked up, they got better. So, you know.
Yeah, I've been saying all night myself that I'm going to talk over Chris. Sorry, man.
Yeah, no, sorry. That's me. Yeah, go for it.
No, yeah. So I've been saying all night, man, that, you know, we have to wait and see what these players become, but it's become more and more apparent that we're playing in the entertainment capital of the world at this point. It's Las Vegas, inaugural season, right? They want to be entertained, and for a lot of people, they believe scoring touchdowns is just that. These specialty players, and I think, you know, that fits into what John Gruden wanted anyway. I think John Gruden wants his type of offense. He wants to be able to be explosive. He's got playmakers. He got the offense that he's been craving. Now, I mean, it's not going to be perfect right out the cut. I mean, there's some development that has to happen here with these players in Carr, and hopefully they have that opportunity at some point to get together and have some type of mini camp and a training camp and what have you. But, you know, I think this defense is a lot better than last year, and I think maybe we're underselling it because we wanted some new, fresh talent in here. But they definitely upgraded in a lot of different areas in the offseason, and we went out and got a really solid corner. Once you take a look at what he can do in some of his intangibles, he's going to be a good corner, whether he plays inside or outside. And then you will look at the linebacker we got. He's that specialty guy I'm talking about. He's fast. He can cover a tight end, and he can rush the passer. So, you know, we'll see what they do tomorrow to wrap this all up, but I think they're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, and I would say this draft is all about, the word I would say is dynamic. They've added a bunch of dynamic weapons.
Speed.
And you have to look at this in two parts. So in free agency, what did they do? They got their 3 technique in Malik Collins. They got their defensive end in Carl Nassib. They added 2 linebackers. They added a safety. And I think when it comes like what you were talking about, TQ, with the defensive line, I think it comes down to betting on Rod Marinelli, the defensive line coach. So we have a bunch of young defensive linemen. You're saying, hey, Rod Marinelli, can you make these guys better? And now John Gruden has the weapons he needs for his offense. And I agree with you. These next 3 picks, if we stay pat as we are right now, maybe you do focus on defense. Maybe you take a Bradley Anae or someone like that. But I really like what they've done thus far, to be honest with you. And keep in mind, they drafted Arnett in the first round, where the corner was a big position of need.
Right. And I'm going to say this before we get to the phone, because I heard the phone go off. Tonight's the night I wish I could go to John Cutter's and sit down and have something to eat, because I need to talk. I think we need to go have a conversation with Danny and throw a couple of Moscow mules back, eat some good fish or some good chicken.
Damn, that shit sound great, bro. Shut up. What you talking about, man?
I'm gonna come with you guys.
Man, be quiet. Good
It's
Lord,
your
that
commercial
sounds
got
wonderful.
me thinking about. Your commercial got me thinking about John Cutter's, bro.
The place starts to percolate. All right, guys, we're gonna head to the
for that late night noshing.
Right. We're gonna head to the phone calls. I think I know who it is. DJ, welcome to the franchise, brother. What you got for us tonight?
What up, Knight? How's it going?
Oh, this ain't. Whoa, man, I read that wrong. Hey, hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Oh, here, play it. Yeah, Rich. You're rich. Tell him, Bob. Tell him.
Ole, Carnal, we don't want to get copyrighted, man. That's all we got for you tonight, brother. But what's happening, man?
Hey, all I can see from this draft is the Raiders just want to get faster. That's pretty much all I've seen from this draft. They just want to get faster. They just want to be a little angrier, faster. I like the Ruggs pick. I like the 3rd round draft picks. I really like Muse.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if he's going to play linebacker. He was announced as a linebacker. Bowden was announced as a running back. Wow. Wow. But I'm hoping the Raiders are thinking about getting faster and they're going to open up the offense. But I just want to know what Joe thinks about this.
What do I think about the draft? So far, look, I agree that speed and I think Chris used a very good word. Being dynamic is a great assessment of this draft, especially with what they want to do on the offensive side of the ball. Because quite frankly, they weren't getting some of those receivers weren't getting separation, and even after Jacobs went out the games, there wasn't a dynamic running back. Chard's not that guy. Washington never panned out. So now you're getting a guy in Bowden that actually can play some wildcat quarterback, and I'm interested to see if Gruden implements that into the offense a little bit.
He already says he is.
So there's that.
Yeah.
So now you got a guy that could be a wildcat quarterback and add even a small package like that makes other teams have to scheme just a little bit more. So I like that side of it. I like the Muse pick as a linebacker. I hope they don't try to play him. That's where they said he's going to play. I don't like him at all as a safety. He's too stiff-hipped. But I really like, and honestly, Ruggs is one thing, but I love the South Carolina kid. I love that pick. Just his size, speed. He's just a different type of guy. And if he's healthy, he could be a stud opposite end of Tyrell Williams. And this shows me that they're going to want to move Ruggs around and put him maybe in the slot where good luck trying to defend that speed with him in the slot. You there, Rich?
No, hold on. The phone lines were on for so long, it kind of froze up. You still there, Rich? He's going to have to call back.
Hey, and I'll just add on to what you said, Joe. The thing with the Edwards pick, too, is that, if Tyrell Williams has another down year, you can move off of him after this year. Edwards could come in and fill that Tyrell Williams position. Keep in mind, Tyrell Williams is making $11 million a year. That frees up quite a bit of salary cap space. So you have to keep that in mind as well. Also with Joyner, he's making like 12 or 13 million this year. You can move off of him if Arnett takes his position. So again, I think Mayock in his interview leading up to the draft talked about, sometimes you don't draft for right now, you draft 2 or 3 years, and you have those guys replace veteran players that are making a lot of money.
Yeah, he did say that, and that is interesting.
What do you
think?
think?
Rich, if you're listening, Rich, you can call back if you want, brother.
What do you think, Knight? I want to hear your take.
Hear a take on what? I'm sorry, I was preoccupied.
It's okay. Just about this entire draft, about our picks. I think that's what we're pretty much discussing.
No, I mean, honestly, like all the balance aside, when you look at what I feel, and I know TQ's not on board with this either, but I think we can run offensively especially with Josh Jacobs. I think that's the difference maker for us, right? I think that helps us get over the edge. And sometimes when you have too much speed, Sammy Watkins was quiet. He couldn't even score touchdowns all season. But I think we got some guys, if we utilize them right, spread the ball around properly, we got guys, once they get the ball in the hand, they can go to the house. We talked about Williams being a 1B. With all these additions we got, Williams could be that number one type receiver himself on the outside. He's going to have a lot less attention his way. So you're going to be able to see him be much, much, much more explosive this season than he was last season. So I'm really excited to see what Gruden, because Gruden is a mastermind offensive coordinator. I mean, I know that he's considered old school and stuff, but he's got some weapons now that he could really put something together. And he's a player's coach. He's going to put them in the right positions to make the plays that he wants them to make. So I'm excited to see that.
I really like your points, Knight. I feel that Mike Mayock really values toughness and leadership, and I think that's what a lot of the guys will eventually bring to the table. But I really want to touch base a little bit on the virtual practices going on and how some teams are holding, some teams are not. How do you guys feel that these guys are going to be prepared for the season when they really can't even get like weights in or practice in? And a lot of these guys on social media are like working out with tissue paper and stuff like that. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I look at it like this, for a veteran guys and guys in year 3 and 4 of their deals, they know what they have to do. I think it hurts the guys that are new to a team, free agents that are brand new, and I think it hurts the rookies that are coming in. No.
I'll take it off your hands.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll come back to that.
Yeah. I, like Joe was saying, I think the free agents that are being brought in, the younger guys, this is where they'll, there's going to be a transition period because you aren't able to, get in the building, learn the offense. But I think it's interesting because if you follow like a bunch of players on social media and whatnot, it's not like they're just staying in their homes and not doing anything. Like, for example, Derek Carr, you see him going out to the fields in Las Vegas, throwing with Zay Jones and Alec Ingold. So I think if you have good leadership on your team, they're going to bring these young guys underneath them and say, "Hey, come on out and let's go throw the ball around." So I think as long as you have a good leader, and that's why I think Derek Carr being our quarterback, this being his 3rd year in the system, makes a huge difference because he has the offense down pat. So he can bring in a young receiver and teach him the offense. So that's what I think.
Depending on how long this drags out and how long it takes for these guys to even get into any type of organizational practices and informal meetings, because you're starting to see parts of the country open up. So it'll be interesting. But you're looking at teams like Miami that are going to struggle. They got a lot of new pieces coming in, a whole new offense. Cincinnati's going to want to start Burrow. They're a lot of this is crucial times for them to build continuity and consistency in some new NFL offense. But I think for the Raiders, I think there's enough returning pieces that we might be one of those teams that kind of benefit, with having a lot of returning players, even on offense. Defense, there's a lot of new pieces, especially at middle linebacker. That might be an issue, but I think in the defensive front, some of the back end stuff, I think it could carry us through until everybody catches up. There's going to be some teams that struggle, but I think the Raiders might be okay in this situation.
But see, I mean, I'm sorry. That was the text just blew my mind that I got. You know,
Well, you can't leave us like that.
What did your text
Share?
say? We want to know.
I can't.
Let Raider Nation know.
Yeah, I can't disclose that. But I will say that when you have the young guys like this rookie class, like they have to get on the same page. The offensive guys have to get on the same page as Carr, so they're going to be affected by this. What I don't think is going to be too much of a big deal is you're going to have guys getting positional group meetings. You know, you'll have your team meeting, you'll have your offense, defense, special teams meeting, then you'll have your position meetings, and I think that's going to help guys because you know that's not going to be any different. You know, you just take those hours out of your day to sit down and study, and it gives guys time to study their playbook and get into their playbook, so there is no excuses. Now, for the guys that need to be on the field in the way that they prefer to learn is by going through repetition, getting on the field, and just doing it. Those guys are going to be affected. It just depends on what you learn and the way that your body and your brain, you know, takes in how you learn. But a guy like Ruggs, I don't think that's going to be a problem. And I know guys that are in the league right now. For instance, Jalen Smith from the Dallas Cowboys. His brother plays for the Raiders. They live in the Dallas area, and their trainer is, I think, their cousin. He's a personal trainer, and he's got a gym at his house. So they go there and they do their workouts there together. So you'll have those types of situations, but it's the people that don't know anybody in the area and they're not able to go to those gyms and they can't work out on their own. They're the ones that have to find new ways and be creative. And hey, this is going to sound really funny to say, but penitentiary workouts, you know, do your burpees, do things like that. That's going to be the way to keep you in shape. So, and then you out there and you can do your running. You can run hills. You go up there and find the biggest hill and run hills. Those are the way guys will stay in shape. And you know, and with the country opening back up slowly, I mean Atlanta, and I know there's been talk of parts of Southern California, in other parts of the country, I think New York or whatnot. Just like with those areas starting to open up a little bit, I think you're going to see more and more of normalcy start to slowly creep in, and you know, hopefully, you know, we're past all the rigmarole and that we're going through right now. But it would be ideal if that's the case, because I think, you know, when it comes to this, this has been a great weekend. You know, it's going to be a great weekend, but it's also a distraction that we kind of need. And once this is gone, our focus goes right back to what we've been dealing with prior to this.
Do you think that it's time not to really touch base on COVID-19, but we really haven't even talked about it at all? Because I know we've been trying to get our mind off of it. But aside from the Raiders, aside from sports, do you guys think it's even time for these states to be reopening back up when others are really struggling out there?
Negative.
I don't think so, but there's a hell of a lot.
Crazy ass mayor from Las Vegas.
Boy,
I'm not talking about
that. All right, guys. So just to get our minds off of it a little bit, I want you guys to know that the NFL draft, this audience has literally shattered the all-time draft viewership record. More than 15.6 million viewers on average tuned in. What do you guys think about that? That's crazy to me. Like, to this virtual draft. And half of the people that have tuned in have never even watched the draft before.
Because half those people are usually at the draft.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's kind of like the president bragging about having like the most attention on his press conferences. Like there's nothing else to watch. Of course you're going to get that kind of number. So, you know, like, I don't think it's surprising at all. There's no sports going on right now.
I watch game film, so I don't watch that. You know, that was taking up my time.
I mean, Netflix and Hulu and all of that is killing right now, man. It's a lot of other options. I think that it's the human element here of watching these kids' dream come true for them and their families. I think it's intriguing to people. The draft's been getting bigger and bigger steadily over the years. Mm-hmm. I think this draft was probably going to be the most watched anyway. It was going to be in Las Vegas. It was going to be crazy. We saw the activations for like things that the NFL was doing, and like it was going to be nuts. It was absolutely going to be crazy. So the fact that we weren't able to do anything and everybody stuck at home definitely played a part into it. But I think the draft's just gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger, man. It's ingrained into the whole entertainment aspect of the NFL. Like we absolutely prepare for it. We get more excited about it every year. We sit here, we do homework, and not just us. I mean, we're a sports company, but I mean the average fan, everybody's highly interested, especially with the how popular college football is. You know, so many of these people know these players, know them deep into the draft. So I mean, the NFL's turned this thing into a 3-day event. They did that for a reason. They did that because it's popular enough.
Yeah, and it's weird, like you say that, because I was going to ask, you and Knight both, like, do you guys remember the days? I mean, I remember when the draft started Sunday morning at 8:00 Pacific time, and it went through Monday. Then it ended. It was all 12 hours, and then they moved it to Sunday, Monday. Then it was Saturday, Sunday. And
right.
for me, I would stay home from school to watch the draft. I mean, that's how engulfed I was in it as a young kid, and it's always been like I've never physically been to a draft. So like this year, having it in Vegas, being able to cover it was one of those things where I felt, at the end of the day that it was, I was looking forward to that more than anything.
Yeah.
But, I still think that, when it's all said and done, the draft itself is a major part of the NFL. It is the NFL's version of their reality TV, their must-see TV. It also, the way they have things laid out, it primes us and it sprinkles us just enough to tease us. Okay, you have, the Senior Bowl, and then you have the Combine, and then 6 weeks later it's the draft, and then OTAs start, and then camps start, and it's just sprinkled just enough where it's just like a little tease. And then finally, August comes, and I used to get excited for preseason games. I can't stand them now. I pray just for the players to not get hurt, during those games. But then all of a sudden, that Memorial Day weekend comes, when Squeeze's birthday comes, right around, or Labor Day weekend, my bad. Labor Day weekend comes, it's like, boom, now you're like, oh shit, like the NFL's here for the next 4 months, and then it's right back to where you're at. The NFL draft, I mean, personally, this is my favorite time of the year for the NFL, even more so than watching some of the games, to be very honest with you. Outside of games, everything else, this is my favorite part of it. More so, even more than the Super Bowl, because
your team is never in the Super Bowl, so you never
shut
have
up.
a reason
That's
to watch.
No. I knew you were going to say that, but I was going to say the human. You bring up the human element for this, right? And the human element, to me, this is intriguing, because I actually feel bad for the guys that are in this year's draft, because their moment to walk across the stage has been taken away. That moment where they were supposed to be somewhere, and that dream that they had of shaking the commissioner's hand and giving him a hug, and going through the media sessions and talking to everybody, that's taken away from them. And we don't have that as media people. It sucks because covering wise, but as the fan of me, like, I think about that. Like, that, how does Joe Burrow feel? Oh yeah, you're forever going to be known as the number 1 overall pick in the draft that happened during COVID-19. You know what I mean? Like that sucks.
Yeah, it does suck.
True.
How do you feel about it, Knight? You quiet over there.
Yeah, I'm a processor. I listen to what people say and I just process it. But the thing is that I was excited just to kind of see the inaugural year for the Raiders in Las Vegas, having the draft, the hype that was going to come along with it. And for a guy like me, in many different ways, this COVID-19 is a humbling experience and an eye-opener for my own current situation. I have an autoimmune disorder. I take shots that lower my immune system. So even when the country opens back up, I'm going to be one of those people that tiptoe around. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it's like it's hurt our country. But it might, you always got to try to find the positive inside of a negative situation. And yeah, Joe Burrow is going to be that guy that's looked at as the first draft pick ever that'd be connected, that didn't walk the stage, did not shake Odell's hand. But his pick will forever be remembered, because he was the pick that gave us all hope in a time where we're just at our lowest. We've all been quarantined for nearly a month and a half. This was the highlight for a lot of people. That's why the numbers are so high and the TV ratings, right? This is the highlight of our quarantine right here. You know what I mean? And if Joe Burrow and some of these other guys play their cards right, they could really they could really lift this country up just by really embracing that moment as being sports icons, the people that are going to be in the spotlight that could really give people more hope and to continue this fight, because it's not over.
Yeah.
No.
All right, guys. So we'll get more on a happier note. The NFL draft is coming here in 2022. It's going to be in Cleveland, I believe, in 2021. But in 2022, they said it's going to be the most explosive, unforgettable draft that we'll ever see. Tell me what you guys think about that.
I believe him. 100%. Because, like I said earlier, this one was going to be the most explosive, unbelievable draft we'd ever seen. So I don't know if they're going to use the same exact plans or if they're going to take it even to the next. It's the NFL. They're probably going to take it even higher up than what they was going to do this time. Yep. So I'm looking forward to it. I hate that we have to wait another year. We got cheated out of our draft, but hopefully by that time the Raiders, are in the playoffs and winning some.
Welcome and thank you for choosing free content.
My bad.
I'm gonna take it a step. I'm gonna take it a step further. In a way, it sucks that the draft didn't happen in Vegas, but I know there were a lot of people that felt that things weren't going to be done in time. Some people were worried about that. So now this gives them an extra year or so to get things done, which will happen. I mean, it's Vegas, everything gets done on time, but it gives them even some more time to get some different things that would be popping that a lot of people weren't expecting. So for me, I'm interested to see what changes is going to take place compared to what was going to happen. And it's great. And honestly, look, the franchise will be 2 years into draft coverage, right? And we're going to have a bunch of things in store then that we're not doing right now. So that's going to be a whole nother side of the twist that we're going to have.
Absolutely. Hey, you're going to see us at the draft. I'm believing high, guys. Draft 2020 Vegas.
Absolutely.
Is Chris on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, tell me what you think about the drive. You're in Oakland, but you said you're from Vegas, right? So I want
No. I grew up here in Oakland. So, no, I mean, I've always kind of been tempted to want to go to a draft, but I kind of like being able to look up things and take it in myself. So, but I mean, obviously Vegas is well equipped to host a thing like that. So it'll be exciting. I was looking forward to seeing them host it this year, but at least in 2022, the stadium will be completed and the training facility will be completed. Both of those things look awesome right now. So it's pretty exciting.
Alrighty, guys, we are going to take a quick break, but before we go, I want to just tell you guys to please make a difference during the 2020 NFL Draft and unite for the Draftathon, a 3-day virtual fundraiser in support of COVID-19 relief efforts. The 2020 NFL Draftathon also topped $7 million across various digital and social channels. NFL Family has raised more than $85 million, so I'm super, super happy about that. But when we get back, we're going to have a little fun. We're going to talk about Allegiant Stadium, a little bit about uniforms, and the logos, so stay with us.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship. You've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday Night Lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back, my beautiful Raider Nation. And now we're going to have a little fun. And now that most of these teams have added new good now that teams have added some good talent to the rosters. Oh, okay. Joe's having a little fun here. I'm gonna Joe take the
You guys can't tell me that don't look like Joe, though. That looks like Joe. I'm sorry. That does not look like me, bro.
Wait, sit down. I want to see you. I want to
look.
It looks like a mixture of both of you guys.
Hey, that's my mini me.
So you're on mute,
where's my mini me?
You're on mute, Joe.
That's your mini me right
here. You're my mini me, bro. Just smile, Joe.
His mini me.
Hey, Joe, go right to the side and smile, bro. Go right to the side and smile for us, Joe. Come on. Oh, dude.
That's a really good one, Joe. I like that.
Oh, I had to do it. I was sitting here like, what can I do to mess with Knight right now?
You know you did. That was a good one.
Here you go. Wait, I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna go to this.
Oh, dude, that was good.
Oh, yeah.
I can see it. Chris, who do you think it looks more like?
I voted for Knight.
What?
Yeah.
Did you see him smile next to that?
Yeah, nah.
He has, okay, maybe Joe smile a little bit. Not the teeth, though, but definitely a little bit more like.
Yeah, I got them good teeth.
You got them good teeth. All right, guys, we're going to talk a little bit about uniforms and the Allegiant Stadium. We're going to give you guys a little bit news on both. And now that these teams have added this great talent, some teams have also added some good jerseys. So I want to get your guys' decisions and your picks. Who has the best jersey out of the Browns, the Patriots, who have made minor adds to their jersey, the Jaguars, the Chargers, the Bucks, or the Falcons?
I've been on record as saying I think it's the Chargers. You know, their combinations, they're killer. Like, I love those colors, how they pop off. And from their powder blue to all the way to that navy blue, you know, and how it's just got just the gold outlining for the bolt. That looks hard, you know, and it's like not just because it's the Chargers. I'm not gonna shit on it just because it's them. That's probably the only thing, you know, other than this draft that they probably done right. But you know, I like the fact they're bringing the old school numbers back on their helmets too. You know, I like those little nuances. I really like. I'm like a uniform geek. At the same time, I love what the Browns did, just going back to their original uniforms. But, you know, I think the Falcons really dropped the ball. They could have gone back to those 80s, you know, the mid to late 80s with the red helmet and the red jersey and the white jersey, and then have a black as an alternate. You know, really, like, the Patriots really didn't do anything. And yeah, the other ones were just trash to me. Like the Falcons jerseys look like they're straight out of what was the Adam Sandler movie? The Longest Yard. They look like the Mean Machine jerseys, like, you know, or XFL jerseys. They look lame to me. So I don't know. I like the Chargers ones off the rip.
And I like the pewter Buccaneers jerseys. I didn't really care for any of the, you know, the changes that teams made, but I did like the pewter Buccaneers. That was my choice.
How about you, Nate?
Yeah, you know, it's a toss up for me. The pewter jerseys for the Tampa Bay was nice, but I you know what, man, and I know I'll probably get a lot of shit for this, but there's something about that lightning bolt with the old school number. I'm gonna have to go with Joe. I'm a nostalgia type guy, and when you go old school like that, and I've always liked the colors, like silver and black will always be the colors. I mean, honestly, that's all I have in my closet, silver and black, by the way. But But like literally, I like blue too. Blue would be the second one, and baby, all types of shades of blue. So I've always liked the way that their baby blues popped. I always liked the way it runs with the white, yellow, and the blue. You know, too bad they can't get the fan base to follow. Usually that helps with their fan base, but in their case, it's not. But I had to try to throw a shot in there as I gave him a compliment. But you know how it goes.
You know,
go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was asking you, who do you like?
I really like the Chargers. That powder blue and yellow is fire. That's just a really attractive color. Like they're gonna look fire in that. I am loving it. I know you just said you don't like ATLs, but I do like how they have ATL written across the top, because if you got ATL and Hennessy in the back, right? It's gonna be popping for these this Atlanta. It's gonna be popping for them.
Right.
You know, I don't like the full disclosure. I don't like any jersey that underneath the breastplate or on top of the breastplate it says with city or your team name. I think that looks stupid. We know people know who you are. You know, and I will say this, and I know you guys. We talked about it last night when we were giving Bo Exotic some shit. But you know, those pewter uniforms.
Cool.
With those were badass. Like those Buccaneer uniforms, that logo was badass with the pirate with the knife in his mouth. I wish they would go back to that, to be honest with you, and use the pewter as an alternate or play more under some of those throwbacks. You know, and I know the Bucs sucked then, but those are some badass uniforms, and they were unique, and that's why I like them. I
like the overall what they ever do their stadium and with the pirate ship and the cannons. I think they really embraced that whole concept, and when you put it all together, I think it's pretty awesome.
So that's actually my next question for you guys. So I'm gonna have you guys pick what stadium has the most appealing name and what stadium has the better appearance. SoFi Stadium, okay, or Allegiant Stadium. Allegiant Stadium is a $1.9 billion stadium with 65,000 seats. We obviously know that the LA Rams and the LA Chargers share a stadium. Theirs is a $5 billion project. 70,000 seating, expandable up to 100,000. So tell me, what has the better appealing name? Like, what's more appealing name, and what has the better appearance?
Go ahead, Knight. You go ahead and go first.
I mean, call me a homer, but Allegiant Stadium. I just like the name. I like the look. I think our stadium fits our culture and who we are. When you look at that stadium, you think Raider all the way. And I can't wait for the full experience of it.
Yeah, and I like the SoFi Stadium name better, but I like the Raider Stadium look better. I'm not a big fan of the architectural design of SoFi Stadium, but I like the Tron look of Allegiant Stadium. That's just my opinion.
You know, this is I wish that there was the entertainment district being built around Allegiant Stadium.
Yeah, I do too. I think that's crucial.
Yeah, and I like that with what the Rams are doing. You know, people don't realize when you look at the outline of the stadium, right? It's the shape of the old Ram logo, and then everything is put in there. So from that aspect, my preference is Allegiant Stadium. SoFi, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of just a different looking Giant Stadium, you know, in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Like it's just big. It's just dwarfs everything in size. Where Allegiant Stadium fits right in. It's right when you get to the Strip. The lights are just different. You know, I really dig it. You know, and that's not me being a homer. It's just me. You know,
it looks cool. It's futuristic, bro. I can't wait to see it lit up. I can't wait to see it lit up at night in its full glory, dude.
But I do hope they build up that area surrounding the stadium.
I'm sure they will.
You know, because it looks like it's like a lot of warehouse type stuff that could be, you know, if there's a bunch of bars and things like that, that'd be pretty cool.
It's a lot of businesses over there. They are really warehousing looking businesses. But how do you guys feel about parking? I know that Knight, do you live in Vegas?
No.
No, okay, so Knight and Chris don't live in Vegas, so I don't know if you guys know what the surrounding looks around. But for me, the surrounding looks really, really, really. It's just everything's too close. I don't like the parking situation, but Joe has given me a different enlightenment on that. So, Joe, if you want to talk about parking a little bit, I want to hear it.
Yeah, you know, the Raiders bought up property around the stadium, so there's going to be more parking around there. But keep this in mind: MGM and the Raiders partnered for a tailgate village. That tailgate village, there's going to be multiple properties. There will be like the Orleans, Obviously, it's going to be right there by Mandalay Bay. The tailgate village will actually be in the Luxor parking lot, which is connected to a bridge on Mandalay Bay. They're going to redo that. It's called Hacienda. They're going to redo Hacienda. That bridge is going to be redone. And that village is going to seat about 2,500 people. It's going to be about $85 a pop. And at that tailgate village, you can be there from 8 in the morning until the final game of Sunday Night Football. There's cabanas, there's stages, there's stuff for the kids to do. And if you're a season ticket holder or have tickets to the game, they will have a method, golf carts or shuttles that takes you to the stadium. Then you can always come back and watch the late game there if you don't want to go home or if you want to party some more. So they have ways, and they're doing that at other properties too. That's just the two I know off the top of my head. So parking is not going to be an issue. Look, I talked to a Raider executive when this all happened, and he said, look, there's I think he said there's 90,000 spots to park at Oakland or something like that, and all you need is I think he said 3,000 or 9,000 or 12,000. You need 3,000 to have a really good tailgate village, and I think the Raiders are going to have that, and that's not a problem to me. So I don't foresee parking being a big issue, especially since you're going to have a Raider tailgate that is going to be as popping as the one that Squeeze and I, we are kind of talking about the tailgate village that we got a tour of, how that's going to look like. Once you have something like that, Squeeze, jump in, that's going to change the whole dynamic of going to a game and what you do pre-game and post-game.
The game experience from the way it's been explained to us, the game experience is going to be a lot like the Saints in New Orleans. I had season tickets down there for a couple of years, and it's a unique place to watch the game because of Bourbon Street and the proximity to the stadium. It's a lot of foot traffic. It's kind of like it reminds me of like soccer in the UK. It's going to be a large amount of foot traffic heading in and out of the stadium on between the stadium and the strip on Sundays. So I think it's going to make for a lot of changes in that corridor between the strip and the stadium. Probably going to be a lot more bars, a lot more, just activations all the way through there. Game day, from where me and Verb took a tour of the proposed areas for different stuff when it happens. It's going to be a hell of an experience to come and watch a Raider game out here.
It's going to be nice. When I drove past the lights the other day, I was shocked. I love that. It looks so good.
Yeah.
I know Autumn is saying that SoFi is underground, so I think that actually that's a pretty cool difference, right?
Well, no. What he means by that is you have the stadium sitting up, but they dug underneath, and that's where the actual field is. So your stadium is up here, like the seating capacity, but it's below the actual ground is where the field actually takes place, the game.
I mean, our stadium is below, the field is below the ground in ours too, right? Not as much. It's not as deep as SoFi, but it's a bit below.
But what I like about what Vegas is doing, and I guess New Orleans is the same way, but more so probably in Vegas just because of all the casinos that are just right the street over, but it's going to be an NFL experience. Yeah, it's really, I know both stadiums. So you got the LA stadium, that's going to be headquarters for the NFL on the West Coast. But I think what you're getting in Vegas is a place where everybody, if it depends on what state you live in and you want to watch your football team play and they're playing the Raiders, what a great way to go and have a real family type atmosphere. You could gamble, you can go down and do all the stuff in Old Town and still go watch a game and have this place where kids could play and tailgate all day. It's going to be a vacation spot on top of an NFL experience. So I think what they have going on there is going to be pretty amazing.
And keep in mind, like people talk about the parking, right? Well, Seattle doesn't have parking. There's no parking there. There's no parking lot. They park on streets and in parking structures and lots that they have up and down. So
neither does Minnesota.
Exactly. So there's a lot of stadiums that have those no parking issues. I think people are just putting a premium on tailgating.
Well, that's what Oakland was known for. Like if I went there, season ticket holder since '95, and if you're going to a Raider game, you're tailgating.
Absolutely.
And if you're not tailgating, you're just barting in and going to the game and barting out. So,
right.
And the tailgate there has been like no other. It's been talked about by other fans. I know a lot of people try to duplicate, but it's a totally different experience.
So to talk on Raiders Stadium just a little bit more, and not to bring COVID-19 back up, but there was a third worker that was reported that had COVID-19. But the Allegiant Stadium has not been shut down or slowed. So are we set to finish in July? And I know that, Joe, you have insiders. I don't know if they can be disclosed, but if you can give our fans and our viewers a little bit of knowledge.
I talked to the president of Labor's Union 872, Tommy White, and I'm going to tell fans, like, and I always preference what I'm saying, and anything that comes to the stadium and the Raiders, if it wasn't for Tommy White, the Raiders would not be playing in Vegas. The legislature would not have passed. Tommy went out of his way to help and make sure that it passed. So Tommy, actually it wasn't really a third worker. It was one of the subcontractors, one of their people that happened to be on site that day was the one that contracted or had COVID or had the virus, and they got sent home. They are 97 days away from completion. Okay, so the roof, the completion part of the roof, with the roof being completely covered, is done, but around it isn't. That should be done in about a week and a half or so. And then everything is being done on the inside. They already lit up the flame, Al Davis Memorial Flame, once to make sure. So everything's going to get done. I would bet my bottom dollar that Allegiant Stadium would be open before SoFi.
Nice. How do you feel about players, not even just our players, but all the players from literally across the world coming to Vegas and playing a game? It's really Sin City indeed. And do you feel like it's going to be Sin City for them? Like, do you feel like players are going to get in trouble from being in Vegas? I know they may have time restrictions and whatnot, but how do you feel about that?
They're gonna come out here and act the ass and gonna have to play us the next day. And that's gonna feel real good.
It's the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th man. But you know what? I believe you could say the same thing about New Orleans. You could say the same thing about Atlanta. You could say the same thing about LA. You know, Miami. I know Vegas and Miami. I know Vegas has its own different reputation because of some of the legal stuff that could happen off strip. But again, you know, it's about the player making the choices, not the city making the choices for the player.
Joe wants to show us his fabulous Las Vegas. How do you feel about players like Henry Ruggs? He's a baby, right? He's a baby, and he's coming to Vegas now.
Yeah, but look, like, go ahead, Chris, because you have.
Yeah, he's got a good head on his shoulders, so he's not the one I'm worried about.
Josh Jacobs already banned him all from all the places.
Yeah, anyway. I think that's why you bring in a guy like Jason Witten too. You know, you build good locker room guys that are going to teach them how to do things and how to go about, you know, living in a city like that. I mean, they're going to go out and have their fun. That's fine. You know, just don't be stupid. You know, don't do anything illegal. Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to.
And the bottom line is, you know, any coach at any level is going to tell you, you know, after 10 o'clock at night, if you're a professional athlete, or after a game, there's no point in going out. You can go to your own hotel or have your own function privately, you know, and have way more fun than you would if you ended up at One Oak or you ended up at Light or Marquee or, you know, Dre's or wherever. You know what I mean? Like, the bottom line is, if you're going to get into trouble and you're looking for trouble, it's going to happen. And I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest with you, at any type of hotel or any type of club in Vegas, because you don't really see that too often anymore. You know, if they're down on Fremont Street or walking the Strip, maybe, but, you know, they're going into a club. They're probably getting paid to be there. You know, they're going to have, you know, the security with them, usher them in. They're going to be in a roped off area. So it's not like they're going to be hanging out and, you know, at Spearmint Rhino on a Tuesday evening, you know, it's like, come on, like, these guys are professionals. They're expected to be treated as such. And, you know, Knight took my thunder. Like, that's my saying. If you're in LA, New York, Miami, Chicago, New Orleans, hell, DC, you know, you're going to find some type of trouble to get into. They didn't get in that type of trouble in Oakland. You know what I mean? So why would they get in that type of trouble in Las Vegas?
Vegas is just a lot cheaper, and I don't know. It's just a lot cheaper than any other place. I feel like people really find that as a thing. Vegas is cheap. Come here, drink, have fun.
I'm gonna give them a hint. Stay away from some of to stay away from Super James, DJ Super James. Stay away from DJ Handsome Hands and Dirty Dave and E-Rock and yeah, stay away from them guys. We don't know them guys.
And squeezing Verb on the strips on Saturday nights.
Hey man, just we don't need to see no Raiders out there either.
No,
no Raiders partying with us on Saturday night.
We're gonna be out having fun.
No,
you're king of having fun, Joe. All right, guys. And the last question of the night for you guys is: now we've talked about the Raiders, we've talked about their schedule. Mike Mayock said for them an issue is playing in the cold. How do you guys feel about that? It's obviously not cold out here, but them traveling to other places and having such a hectic schedule as they usually do you think that's going to be an issue for them?
Yep, because it already is.
Yeah, I think it will.
Derek Carr's record in the cold has been shitty, period, point blank. Like his play is frozen in the cold. Like it's not. It's been bad. Like bad, not bad meaning good, but bad meaning real bad. And the Raiders, and thank God they're in the dome. They're not, because it gets cold in December in Vegas. We do get snow. People don't realize that. LA, that's not going to be a problem. But Kansas City and Denver, so they got to get some guys that got to toughen up in the snow. And I think too, look at where some of these guys are coming from. They're coming from areas that are cold. And you have to have a different mentality when you play in the cold, not just run around with your shirt off during pregame. When you're out there, you really got to understand, you got to assert your authority and your dominance to your opponent. Otherwise, Chris, you're going to be asked out.
Yeah, and I think that's where the Raiders have really struggled. It seems like they always play Denver and Kansas City on the road in December and November when it's snowing in those areas. And,
I think you guys wanted to pick all these receivers, though.
Yeah, that's why we got those stud receivers.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. We should have gotten the quarterback early. You're right.
Yeah, they're gonna be tossing the ball around in December in Kansas City and up in Colorado.
Yeah.
You didn't want us to get a quarterback though, right?
What do you say?
You didn't want us to get a quarterback though, right?
No, I absolutely didn't want us to get a quarterback. I wanted us to get some people who it didn't matter if it was snowing or not, or if it was cold or not. Because it's going to be times when we can't even throw the ball against the teams that we play.
Derek Carr's got to find an answer how to play in the cold. But I mean, he's a guy that grew up in the Valley, grew up in Bakersfield, that came down to Fresno, played at Fresno State. Oakland was probably freezing for him, dude, compared to where he's coming from. So, now he's in Vegas. He's going to have that hot weather. All you could do is just turn that AC up in that Allegiant Stadium and hope that it helps him when he goes down to Denver or Kansas City in the winter.
Hey, man. I don't think that's something that's going to change. With like Derek Carr's been in the league for a while. He's not just going to turn into a cold weather player. What we got to do is win games so that we don't play those games in December. We play them games in this warm dome out here in December.
Right.
I think it goes into play with the players coming from the cold areas too and coming to Vegas. Obviously, the dome it'll have air in it, but as far as it being super hot before a game, and most of us don't step out during the day in the summertime. It's too hot. You're literally burning. So I think players are going to have this same issue as far as like cold versus hot and, vice versa.
Yeah. Two things. You're right, Nye. I think all of our business deals when it came to this squeeze, correct me if I'm wrong, we're doing it at night. Everything we're doing is at 10, 11 o'clock at night because it's like 90 degrees. Yeah. And the only time I think I'm out during the day is twice, to be honest with you. That's when I have to cover something for UNLV or when I go to the Flamingo pool party where Super James is DJing. And I go up in there and have a good time. And even at that, I could jump in a pool and jump out and be back on the stage. So I mean, it is what it is. But Chris, before we go, I wanted you to since you've been so eloquent all night at saying a player's name and that person getting taken. Who do you have the Raiders drafting tomorrow?
Don't say it because we won't get him.
Who's the best receiver still available? No, I'm just kidding.
I was thinking quarterback.
Yeah. No, I like what you were talking about earlier with the linebacker there out of Appalachian State, King Gatis. I think he's still available. The guy from Bradley Anai from Utah is still available. The kid from Boise State is still available. So any of those guys, I think at this point, let's focus on defense and get a few playmakers.
Agreed.
So that means the quarterback's going.
But don't be surprised. Yeah, don't be surprised if James Morgan is one of those picks.
Jeez, man.
What do you guys think? Where are we going tomorrow?
It's got to be defensive tackles. We need, it may be even a defensive end. We need to address the defensive line, just the trenches. If you're going to go offense, it needs to be another guard, maybe a depth tackle piece. Other than that, I don't want no more. Look, we got our weapons. This team is loaded weapon-wise. Let's focus on the trenches, basically. I'd like to see us focus on that. Maybe another cornerback.
How about you, Joe?
Yeah, Amik Robertson's still available, too.
Yeah, he is.
My guy. I like Amik. You know what? I agree with everything about staying on defense, but we just talked about cold weather and guys that could play in it. How about a guy that grew up in it, slung the rock in it? James Morgan's from right outside, literally less than a mile outside of Green Bay, Wisconsin, and a guy that knows how to play in cold weather. I know you don't want to hear it, but I would not be surprised in the 4th round if he's the guy that gets taken, and because I know they're enamored with him. And he would be a guy that knows how to play in the cold weather again in those 2 games out of the year. And I know you don't want to hear it, but I think it could be very, very well be a possibility. I would love Amik Robinson and Javarius Sneed. Both are from Louisiana Tech. They're both DBs. I'd like to see a D tackle. And my guy from Utah, Fokuku or Fokua.
Yeah.
I love his game. And I wouldn't mind seeing, in all honesty, another linebacker, hybrid linebacker defensive end. I wouldn't mind seeing Javen White.
I was going to say, what about your boy Javen?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Joe, you've been talking Javen up a lot.
I love Javen, man. As a person and as a player, as a player, he's everything the Raiders would want. We've talked about it ad nauseum. And as a person, I love that dude, man. It's the way that he goes about his business. He is a phenomenal person, and I think he would add so much to this Raider organization. Look, draft him in the late rounds. I guarantee by year 2 he's starting somewhere.
I agree.
He just didn't have enough film, right? That was his issue, or what?
No, just playing for UNLV. You're on a really bad team, a team that won, a total of 5, 10, maybe 15 to 20 games in a 4-year span. He's 215 pounds as an outside linebacker / safety, so he's versatile. And not being able to sit down with people and really they can see his personality. If they were able to do that, I think Javen would have shot up draft boards and been a guy that ended up getting drafted, sometime on day 3, and I think he still has a chance to. Whoever does get him is getting one hell of a player.
All right, guys. Well, we'll see where Javen White goes, and we'll see also the rest of the talent that is left in rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for today, but we will be back tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning. The draft starts at 8 a.m., but we'll be on 30 minutes prior. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to our YouTube, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Periscope at Franchise Sports Media. Thank you for tuning in. Don't forget, let's stay together and stay strong. See you tomorrow.
Here you go, Knight.
Hey, it's my mini me. Hey, where's my mini me though? Come on, where's my mini me?
Knight, listen, check this out, Knight. It's not even close no more, bro. It's not even close. You are the absolute winner.
Hey, I'm gonna have to admit something. He looks like me, bro. No lie, dude.
All right, man. See y'all tomorrow.
All right.
Night, guys.
Peace, everybody.
Good night.